Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter, looking at the baddest some more in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, then my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a P.I.C. Now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter, looking at the baddest more in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, then my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a P.I.C. Now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter, looking at the baddest more in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, then my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, gone arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter, looking at the baddest from on the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, gone arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter, looking at the baddest from on the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a P.I.C. Now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a P.I.C. Now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute.
Thank you.
bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter, looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sound sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter, looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sound sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker. Then my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker. Then my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker. Then my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop. They couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. Cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, then my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practice in Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a P.I.C. Now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, then my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the R.I.P. Practice in Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a P.I.C. Now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, then my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter, looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter, looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river.
All right, welcome everybody to the Staking Summit here at Lisbon, 8th of November 2022. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all, and we are going to open the ceremony now with a keynote of our CEO of Staking Awards, Mirko Schmiedl. Let's have a big round of applause, please.
Hey guys, welcome to the Staking Summit. It's great seeing all of you guys. I hope you got settled in all right. We have coffee stations there, we have food, feel yourself home here. It's a great area and it's a pleasure hosting all of you here. So yeah, it's really amazing seeing everyone here. And looking back at it, it's kind of crazy. 6 years ago, I was still in a small condominium in Bangkok mining Bitcoin, and was kind of fed up with the whole high capital requirements to be successful in the mining business. And it was basically for us a decision of either we scale very big or we die as a mining business. And that was not the crypto spirit that I signed up for. It was really hard to participate. And at the same time, I did a lot of research and had a lot of shitcoins that you can stake actually, and realized it's very easy to contribute to the security of the network and actually stake tokens with very low requirements. And the issue that I found is there was no information basically. So I did my research and created a spreadsheet, which is basically the first version of stakingawards.com. And then I figured others have definitely the same problem. Everyone wants to get into staking and there's no information anywhere on the internet. So at that time, I hit up my brother Yannick, and we started building Staking Awards as a website, as a public good with all the research. And then we launched the first version of stakingawards.com in early 2018. That's a picture of Yannick and me just picking up our first server actually. Yeah, since then it's we had a hardcore focus on staking. And yeah, fast forward, basically right now we are market leader for staking data and staking research. We have 300,000 unique monthly users on the website. Our team has grown to 21 people. We are fully remote all around the world. It's an amazing team. And we are basically at the heart of staking. And that's also amazing, like bringing together the entire ecosystem here, all of you guys who are working in the staking industry. And so the question is like, why are we doing this staking summit? And basically, there's like tons of innovation happening over the last years. Starting from like proof of stake started with Peercoin in 2013. And there are a lot of steps that led to like where we are today, leading up to the Ethereum merge. And now like we have a lot of innovation happening in liquid staking, MEV, and everything. Surprisingly, there's still like very little open discourse in like across the different ecosystems. Everyone is speaking like in Cosmos, in Polkadot, in Ethereum, but that's like we are here to change this and create an event for people across all ecosystems, across all networks to come together and speak and collaborate and learn, basically. So when we're looking at the charts of the staking market, actually, like the global staking market cap is at around $400 billion now, and at the same time, like the total number of global staking wallets has grown to like over 7 million, and we are basically at the verge of like broad adoption from like retail and institution. It's growing at a very fast pace. We see like the spike here from the Ethereum merge, and when we are looking at the proof of stake versus proof of work dominance, actually we are at the verge of flipping proof of work from like all blockchains that are proof of stake make up around 48% of the entire layer 1 market now, and that's like growing heavily. We see again like the Ethereum merge happening. Yeah, somehow like UX is still a big issue, and since UX is like the biggest adoption driver in general, imagine we can fix this, and then like this is gonna skyrocket basically. So that's where we are heading, I think, and that's also like why we put together for the staking summit. We put it under the motto of like where staking goes next. It's like it's in our hands, everyone like in this room and everyone at this conference, to like discuss and talk together and like yeah, see like where do we bring this industry, what do we want to get out of it, and how do we develop all the innovation and everything that's happening. We have an incredible lineup today, over 55 speakers, amazing people, and we have over 500 people joining for the event. And also like a very big shout out to the sponsors who made this possible. So it's very awesome to have you here. I'm really excited to work with you guys. And yeah, basically, let's ask ourselves, what do we want to get out of this event? It's a very unique opportunity for all of us to like speak with all the people in the industry. There are like we run the numbers like maybe like 5,000 to 10,000 people in the world running or like working in the staking industry, and around 10% are here today, and that's great, really. So let's use it to like collaborate, learn. Let's drive the industry forward and find our own unique voice as an industry as well, network agnostic, and yeah, let's discuss where staking goes next. And yeah, we have an agenda that's filled with like very great topics. From like in the morning, we have panels around adoption, like how to scale staking, how to bring staking to like institutional users. In the midday, we talk about innovations like liquid staking, MEV, and everything. And in the evening, like we talk a little bit about the challenges on staking, like how to do validator rankings and that stuff. And we are ending at 7 p.m. today, coming back again at 9 p.m. We're going to move out all the chairs here. We're going to open this. We have a bar here, and going to have a great after party until 2 a.m. in the morning. So yeah, let's kick it off. Let's go and make this a worthwhile event for all of us.
Thank you very much, Mirko. Our next guest is Felix Lutsch, Chief Commercial Officer at Chorus One, and he's going to speak about MEV being the final frontier of staking economics.
Hi everyone, great to be here. Thanks for having me. I'm so glad I met Mirko in 2008. He's probably one of my first proof of stake contacts, so super happy that Staking Rewards came this far and put together the first kind of staking meetup that we've, or like conference, let's say, that we've seen. So super excited to speak here. My name is Felix Lutsch. My title of the talk is MEV, the final frontier of staking economics. So I want to talk a little bit about how staking has worked in the past, give like a few basic overview of what we are actually doing here, and kind of how the token economics work and what role MEV might play in the future or is currently playing in that system. So maybe like a short 101 on staking. Basically, if you look at a proof of stake network, you have a few core parties, which are basically the users of the network that use the applications, obviously, and you have the validators who provide security and validation to the network, and the delegators, who are basically the token holders, providing the collateral for validators to call. So these are the basics. We're going to get into how it all works. Now, I mentioned MEV. What is actually MEV, right? Like, MEV stands for maximally extractable value. It's been kind of a recent phenomenon in the Ethereum space following the DeFi summer, and really it means like kind of opportunities that exist on the chain where value can be extracted by including, excluding, or changing the order of transactions in a block. So here are two examples. Let's say there's two decentralized exchanges on a network, and there is the same pair of tokens on both of them, and then there exists like imbalance between the prices. There is a chance to arbitrage these prices, and then basically that is an example of MEV. Or let's say a user is interacting with a DEX and provides his slippage tolerance. That can generate slippage and front running, because basically someone that sees the user's transaction might put in his own transaction before this user's transaction to push up the price, and then basically sell again after the user and essentially pocket a small profit. Now, this is kind of an extractive type of MEV that we want to avoid. I'll talk a bit about this. And then I guess in general, there's different parties that can capture this MEV. Historically, it's been very focused on the searchers or like kind of bot operators that do these things. I guess there is this framing from that Flashbot's kind of established of the MEV dystopia and the MEV utopia, where really MEV has this potential to be very centralizing force that like only a few highly sophisticated parties like searchers or searcher, validator, vertically integrated companies could extract it. But the way we want to like work towards is having a utopia where basically the MEV revenues are redistributed to the participants in the network, which might be, like the validators and the delegators, obviously kind of earning additional yield from MEV, but also like the network itself, maybe even the users or applications, and some new parties that come into existence through MEV, right? Like we have these block building marketplaces that might take a small cut, or even the front ends that essentially bring the user, that bring the order flow to the protocols could kind of profit a little bit from MEV. So, right, like talking a little bit about what solutions exist for MEV. There is a kind of status when you don't have any MEV solution where this creates negative externalities on your network. So basically, when you don't have a solution, the searchers or the bots kind of compete either on the fees. So there's this priority gas auction that basically they would bid up the fees to take a certain opportunity. And this higher fee level kind of impacts the rest of the users of the network, which are actually not really maybe shouldn't be impacted by that. Or you can also have spam. If you don't have a fee market, like people will just spam to get the value. And that's obviously also not nice for the user because it can lead to the network going down, as we've seen a few times in the past years on some networks. And then like some solutions are emerging for these problems. Basically, one of them is the block building marketplace, kind of championed by Flashbots, but there's also other teams like Jido, Skip, Mechatech. I think the Skip guys are here, so you'll hear more about this later, where basically you have these bots that submit full bundles of transactions, like a lot of transactions in a bundle, and attach like a tip to it that the validator will receive for just including these transactions without actually looking at the transactions and what they are. And from this, you basically can avoid these negative externalities that I was talking about earlier. And, but this is kind of opt-in. So basically, you need validators to adopt these solutions. You need searchers to adopt them. It's a two-sided marketplace. And also, the marketplace will take some fees. So this is like some consequence of that. And we actually have a third potential solution, basically kind of building it into the protocol to take some MEV. This is quite interesting, where Ethereum has championed this with proposed a block builder separation, where essentially these roles of building the block and validating the block are completely separated in the future. And there's also some other work being done on the chain itself taking some of these opportunities. So kind of instead of people sending transactions, the chain will look every block, is there like some arbitrage somewhere on my network? Can I kind of rebalance these pools and then redistribute that to the users? We've done a little bit of work on this ourselves on Solana. So if you've been at Breakpoint, we've presented on our block building solution there that kind of goes in a similar direction. Now, I kind of mentioned there's also like malicious MEV. So like front running, these kind of extractive things that can happen on a network where there are certain solutions for solving that. Some examples include like batch auctions. So CowSwap on Ethereum is, for example, a DEX that tries to minimize the negative front running by essentially batching together auctions and finding like one clearing price for all the transactions in a certain time range. And another solution is threshold encryption, where essentially you kind of hide the contents of a block until it's already committed to the chain, where you can then reveal them, and then there's no opportunity for the validators anymore to take profit from that. So this is like some research that Anoma and Osmosis are doing with Ferveo, and also Shudder Network on Ethereum, basically trying to build these things into the core protocol to essentially limit the malicious MEV. But so why am I talking about all of this? I guess I'm kind of bringing it back a little bit to staking, is you have these constituents of how the staking rewards that you earn if you stake actually come into existence, right? So there's basically like three main factors. There's the token issuance, so basically newly minted tokens. There is the gas fee, so basically paying for the computation and the priority of transactions. And there is now also MEV, which kind of presents a third new way for networks or also like validators to get revenues. It has in the past been assumed that kind of gas fees would make the token model sustainable, because obviously like issuing new tokens is not like super sustainable in the long run. It's something that you do to bootstrap your network more or less. And it also has kind of tax implications, because stakers might be taxed on their income, which is also maybe not desirable. And the problem with gas fees is that if you have high gas fees on your network, it actually kind of generates like a bad user experience, right? Like many people that try to use Ethereum in the past have like not been able to do it and had to switch to other networks because the transaction fee is just very high and makes it like unfeasible if you don't hold a large amount of money. So now we have MEV as like a potential solution to that. That's kind of the topic of my talk that I want to like explore a little bit. How is it working currently? I'll get into some data after this. And the problem with MEV that it can be extractive, like we mentioned. So now just kind of like looking at the staking economy currently. So we have on the left side kind of what is currently staked, so total staked value, meaning what are people actually putting up as collateral across all proof-of-stake networks, which is around 109 billion currently. Mirko already talked about the proof-of-stake market cap, which is basically all tokens. Here it's only the stake tokens. And we have liquid staking, which is kind of a way to aggregate staking and kind of mix DeFi and staking together, being like 10% of that 109 billion. Now, on the other hand, we have these kind of rewards that the system generates that are paid out for the security budget of the network, like the staking rewards, which basically come from these other areas. So I have this data is from staking rewards, the token issuance, and then we have like some estimates about how big MEV is from different sources. MEV is very volatile. It depends on bigger hacks, on like bridge exploits, on how much trading there is. So this moves a lot, and gas fees obviously too. So in the end, these things can make up the staking rewards. Maybe what's worth noting is that some of the gas fees, especially like in this example, gas fees are actually all on Ethereum and some Binance Smart Chain, which actually doesn't have token issuance. And most of the other networks are very focused on token issuance still, because again, this is like a bootstrapping mechanism where you try to kind of grow the usage and later make it sustainable. We'll look a bit into that, how it looks in practice. And also, I think MEV, this is like a total estimate, but obviously MEV is kind of spread between different parties, as I showed on the earlier slide. So these 600 million are basically spread across all these potential users or like participants in the MEV ecosystem, let's say. Maybe like some more data on how does it actually look on some live networks where maybe some of you are staking. So again, we have these three parts that the APR is comprised of. So this slide kind of shows the three different networks, probably the most MEV relevant ones. So there's Ethereum staking, where you have a roughly 8% APR if you leverage MEV, where we actually have the best data. So you know, you can see that like still on Ethereum, like 50% of the kind of yield is made up of tokens that are newly minted. So ETH that comes into circulation, and then 34 come from the gas fees. The gas fees on Ethereum actually half burned and half paid to the validators. So like some of the gas fees actually offset some of the issuance, which we'll also look at in a second. And then there's the final portion of MEV, which is currently around 12% on Ethereum if you use MEV boost by Flashbots. And then on the other networks, I basically took some estimates that we did on Solana MEV. The Chorus research team has done a bunch of dashboards and research how big the opportunity is on both Osmosis and Solana, and we basically assume the same reward split that we have on Ethereum. So it's like a 50-50 split between validators and searchers. And if you look at it like that, then you can see on Solana, you know, it's 91% the token issuance, basically 5% for MEV and fees, since Solana is also a pretty low fee network. And on a newer network like Osmosis, the issuance is like a very, very large percentage, almost like basically 100%, 97%, with MEV being a small portion here as well. So yeah, this might be quite interesting to see like how it develops. Obviously, Ethereum being like the most mature and kind of sustainable token economy in a sense. And so I also wanted to like kind of finish it up by looking at the kind of token economics from the perspective of token issuance and kind of general monetary policy, let's say. So here is a chart that just shows the percentage change annualized over the this year, like it's current snapshot of how many new tokens are issued on Ethereum, Solana, and Osmosis, and then what is burned through fees, and essentially the net supply growth. So you can see that actually currently on Ethereum, more of the tokens are burned than are issued to pay for the proof-of-stake security. This is also the case because actually Ethereum staking is still like relatively small. It's only 20-30% of the supply, so you don't need that much inflation to pay for the yield, and the fees are still very relevant on Ethereum. So you end up actually with a negative issuance. So basically, what people like to call ultrasound money, like Ethereum is a deflationary token currently, and it's basically the only one in crypto that has this property. And then you can see on Solana, right, the situation is a bit different. It's still a lot the issuance, almost 5.4%. Solana also has a much higher staking ratio, so almost 80% of all Solana or Sol holders stake. So that also requires you to issue more tokens to kind of pay for the yield. And the fee burn is relatively minor. And then Osmosis has really high inflation, because actually on Osmosis you also pay for the LP providers. So the LP providers are also paid through some token incentives and some other parties. So overall, quite far from being like sustainable. But just to compare like different network stages here on my final slide. Yeah, I hope this was a good overview for you. You learned a little bit about MEV. We're going to discuss a little bit more in the course of the conference. So we'll have like some panels I hope you'll enjoy. If you want to learn more about Chorus One, we have a site about MEV. We run infrastructure, so we're a staking provider for different networks. We can also run MEV optimized infrastructure with us. And if you're building in the MEV space or want to research with us, please find us on some of these sites. Thank you so much. Staking Summit, and talk to you soon.
We'll take some questions from the audience.
Oh, yeah. OK. We have some time for questions. If something remains unclear, please feel free to ask. We have some microphones somewhere in the... Oh, yeah. Anyone?
And if not, then we will have a short break where we put some chairs on the table. And next in line is going to be a panel where we have Danku as a moderator that's going to host the panel about how to scale staking to 1 billion users. As panelists, we will have on stage John Isaguirre from Binance, Rina Stedel from Citadel One, Jack O'Halloran from Scale Labs, and Jasmine Zhang from A&T Capital.
I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG.
Okay, thank you for your patience. We had a nice little break to recover. So I'm going to repeat again the panelists for you, for everyone who joined late. So to the left side of me is Jack O'Halloran from Scale Labs. We have Jasmine Zhang from A&T Capital. We have John Isaguirre from Binance and Rina Stedel from Citadel One. Our moderator will be Danku. Thank you and have fun.
Hi everybody, good morning. Great to be here. Myself also as a validator. It's always great to talk about staking, right? And I think in general, let's be honest, we're in a bear market, right? So talking about scaling probably is right now the right time to think about what's happening next, right? And that's what I'm very happy to have you all here to address this topic. And I mean, it's crazy to talk to all of you which have a lot of experience in this and are also looking into the future. I would like to start with you, John, and asking you a question. And I mean, if we open crypto Twitter right now, we see a lot of Binance, right? We don't talk about the topic right now, probably. Let's talk about scaling at the moment. So getting to 1 billion people, right? The question is maybe to start also, why is it important to talk about scaling and maybe also have a goal with this kind of 1 billion people to start staking?
Yeah, you guys hear me? Yeah, okay, good morning. So, yeah, 1 billion people seems like a large number, but when you speak about technology, you see that basically is everywhere. Either it's going to be your mobile phone, either it's going to be the way you rent out an apartment through Airbnb or any other kind of social media out there. So the 1 billion goal was set by Binance co-founder a few months ago on how you can convert Web 2 to Web 3. And the way the organization is seeing it is not by recreating the wheel, but like giving easy access to the end user and learn how to navigate the waters on Web3. Currently, we're seeing that all our infrastructure is fantastic for us because we are in that field, but for the average user, it's still very difficult to learn how to deploy any kind of Web3 technology, whether that's going to be MetaMask or Trust Wallet or even an exchange like Binance. It's just harsh for them to do that. So from the Binance angle, the recent investment on Twitter is going to be either a bit easier for the conversion rate to perhaps reach out that number, and from a BNB chain perspective, from the layer perspective, what we're trying to do is to give a better library to all the developers to learn how to build on top of the network, and therefore also opening the validator opportunity for any companies and groups out there that want to validate and become a node operator on the BNB chain, which in the past has been a bit close up to anyone else. So inclusion, better education, and just usability, whether that's going to be UX, UI, or implementation of the technology, needs to be easier.
Jack, let me ask you, right, as a founder in the space, if you hear 1 billion, is it an opportunity or are you maybe afraid? Also thinking about infrastructure, are we ready for that already? I mean, we know, right, the topic of right now there's an NFT mint, everything goes down, it's still happening, right? How do you see that topic?
So I think the technology is no longer the hurdle, which is a nice thing. I think we're still at the very beginning of this process. And I think just confidence from both retail community as well as institutional is still at the earlier stages, and there's inherent risk, right? If you're staking compared to just getting a return on lending, there's just a different risk level. But one of the things I think about is there's always this total value staked metric, but what is the total value lost from people who aren't staking every year? And I think that loss aversion is going to get people incentivized to go and get in the game, because if you're holding tokens and not staking them, you're effectively throwing money away or giving it to other people who are staking.
Got it. Rena, let me ask you, why do you think people are not staking right now, right? So is it more like a topic of, I don't know, they are still averse to cryptocurrencies as a whole, right? We need to bring them in. Is it a UI UX problem? What do you think?
Yeah, like coming from a UX perspective, it's always been unequivocal how you need to make it easier for people to actually onboard and sustain, and how much of the problems we have right now with staking, like market fragmentation, like various ecosystem, educational issue, right? People do not understand how to stake. They do not understand the terminology. Sometimes it's also like the fragmentation of solutions existent. So like rewards management, right? It's been hard. And so I guess UX is here to actually nudge the majority of users, like these mainstream users, to actually create this value. And so like UX can, through interface level, provide an easy access. And so it's very important to point out that we have like custodial solutions, and they are basically like the best in terms of the user experience, right? But we also have a lot of retail users that are like lacking engagement, and engagement is gained through non-custodial solutions, because thus you can actually involve people in some other side activities and various networks like governance, I don't know, like DeFi applications, some liquid staking solutions as well. And so what we thought would be like a really nice thing to scale the staking, the staking population in general, is to create a kind of a complex scenario for users to get onboarded, still remaining the non-custodial perspective, but have this like coming from the the debit card just directly to the staking application, with the ability to manage the the staking rewards right away, with the ability to use the staking assets further, and it's totally doable via the staking interfaces, and this is how we scale.
Got it. Let me ask you another question quickly, and then also go over to John in that direction. Is like, if you onboard right now family, friends, do you also talk about staking? Is this part of this, or is it like, that's already next step, it's going into DeFi, it's maybe too complicated? Be honest, right? When is the last time you talked to your family? Before the last crash? I don't know.
Mama would not be able to set up MetaMask. But anyways, it's like, I've been running lectures, like public lectures on staking. So I was onboarding like people above 50 to staking, and it's been really hard for them to actually understand how it works in general. Not only the proof of stake concept, but the general in terms of the the general interface interaction, how to choose the validator. Ethereum staking is just like absolutely nonsense for them. And so the main issue was The key management, I guess, and yeah, I'm trying to get people onboarded to staking as much as I can, because it's a good financial instrument, and with time being, like, people be understanding this. And the easier it is to be onboarded to staking, the easier it is to get, like, this sustainable flow of users.
John, how do you see it? Is it also a challenge of UI, UX, also specifically for Binance? How do you see this? You're right now anyway approaching the mainstream, right? I think very successful. Is it people are afraid of staking, or is it just that they don't even aware of this opportunity?
It's a mix of everything, man. Like so crypto assets are risky assets by definition. So again, if you want to reach out the 1 billion users, first you need to think, okay, how can they really be converted into a loyal user that not only understands the technology, but also the reward that that person or that company is going to get. So usability, again, is a big thing. And not only by learning how to stake or the purpose of it, but also how they're going to do it. And again, we're talking about the regular client out there, the regular user out there. So the usability needs to fit. Also, even the visuals need to make sense, right? It's not about just clicking and start earning. It's just, okay, what's the customer journey? And this is what we're definitely looking not only into Binance, but also into the more decentralized tools that the ecosystem has, whether that's going to be Trust Wallet or PancakeSwap or any kind of a no delegation on the BNB chain. So yeah, usability is a big issue in our industry, and we're working hard to make that change, on a broad scope. Now, from a more technical perspective, I think the documentation really matters. And also, in the past, I think I don't have to explain to anyone in here, but BNB chain has suffered from what some people call centralization, which in fact, it's a fact compared to any other chains. However, on the recent issue that BNB chain had with a possible hack of over 500 million, what also we realized, and I'm talking not only from a technological perspective, I'm talking from a more institutional perspective, what we realized is that a degree of centralization is actually not bad. So we were able to contain what was supposed to be over 500 million hack. We were able to manage it to not over 120 mils. And also to kind of understand the why, the logic, the tools that those individuals or group used, and how we could make it more transparent for the community, so the community understand what was the reason for it. Of course, we need to improve many things. We're here to learn, and we decided to open an open conversation with the community so they can tell us some feedback on what we need to implement in terms of security and risk tools.
Yeah. You mentioned now a few times also institutions. We talked about UI, UX in general can be improved. Jasmine, you're in touch with a lot of institutional players, right, as a whole. Do you think that UI, UX, which seems to be relevant for mainstream, is also something relevant for get more institutions in, or are there other topics that you think need to be tackled first?
Actually, I think like the voice system, I mean the sound system is a bit bad, so I didn't really hear the question so well, but I guess what is the obstacles for institutions to enter a staking? I think firstly, for institutions to get acquire cryptocurrencies, it's already one burden. So without having tokens holding, I mean, let alone staking, right? I mean, you have to have the first step. And then for the institutions, I mean, which token to buy, and also the tokens can be highly volatile. And then a lot of also not really valuable quality tokens. So I guess for them it's still a big kind of difficulty to think which tokens to really hold. And then later on, it's because a lot of institutions, I think they hold tokens for the hedging reasons. And then for staking, you also have this kind of unlock period. And then imagine the market have a big volatility period. maybe now, like with the big, two big like top leaders in cryptocurrency like exchanges doing like this kind of fight, they will be very hesitating to enter like such business. And then imagine the unlocking period takes like 7 days or 14 days or even longer, then they wouldn't be able to like exit or like hedge like very well. So I guess like it's also the design like from the tokens itself. But I guess the main like obstacle is like to have like more valuable like assets like in the space. But also, like, I guess, it's need regulations. But I guess regulations is something very passive to do. Like from the crypto industry, we have to also do something more active to do more like UI UX design like better. But also like I think take more proactive like actions, like doing more educational, like kind of like conference like what Staking Rewards like is at the moment doing, gather everyone like here. Yeah, I guess like that would be like the first step.
It's interesting because some of you guys already mentioned topics like liquid staking, derivatives could be maybe an opportunity to simplify stuff for people. How do you see this also, Jack, from a technical perspective, right? Could be liquid staking derivatives an opportunity to get more people in, you can trade it, you don't have a lockup period. Do you see then smart contract risk on the other side, right? Are we introducing something like getting rid of complexity? How do you see this topic?
Yeah, you know, I think the perception from protocol builders has changed over time. I think initially there was just a huge fear of large institutional providers providing this kind of like staking as a service or invisible staking. Like, so right now you can go to Binance and stake scale, and you don't need to know anything about the tech. You're actually not interacting with a smart contract. You have insurance on the value you stake. But you know, initially that was perceived as a really bad thing. But I think now people are kind of recognizing that we're not going to get to 1 billion users by having 1 billion people interact with smart contracts. It is critical, though, to make sure we do have decentralization and that smaller validators are supported, not just the big validators that are providing staking as a service to the bigger exchanges and the bigger institutional players. But I think there has to be a good balance and a good mix, because the more people that are aware of staking and the more people that are participating in networks, even if it's abstracted away, is a positive thing for the industry.
Talking about abstraction, right? One of the most important topics for staking is also governance decisions, I get specifically. So how do you see the topic of, Rina, I want to ask you, in terms of, do we need to make staking even easier, right? Should we say that staking is just about securing the network, creating yield? And should we maybe get rid of governance for a certain amount of people and make it more simple? Or is it such an important piece that we should always keep it together, right? Is it right now too complex for 1 billion?
Yeah, 100%. So like, we've seen a lot of things, like me coming personally like from the Cosmos ecosystem, it's been a huge topic right now. So like stakers and Cosmos ecosystem, for those who don't know, basically, they are granted with the opportunity to vote on various proposals, so it's not only on validators' behalf. So, and engagement's been, you know, pretty hard. So I do believe that the only way to sustain for staking is actually to create this, you know, opportunity for users, for stakers to be, you know, involved in processes within the network to actually, you know, get things affected, and, you know, everything is to be determined by the community. So I do really believe that staking is not only about, you know, just securing the network. Of course, it's a vast majority, you know, of the staking purpose, but also, you know, the community engagement is something that is, you know, that is to onboard some more people and make it like way more mainstream. And also I have a question, like coming to the previous topic, if you don't mind. So what do you think is the best way to distribute stake across liquid staking validators, like for an ecosystem? Because it's been a, you know, a vastly discussed topic. So. Yeah. So like, so when we come, you know, to the perspective of liquid staking protocols, the stake is being distributed among like various validators. There are like multiple ways to do that. So you can either do it like proportionally, you can do it like equally. You choose the validator specifically, or you can let user choose the specific validator you will be liquid staking with. So, what do you think is the best way?
Well, so I think you're getting at like, how does this distribution happen, right? And I think the big question is, how do you maintain decentralization of stake when you have these easy on-ramps and, you know, abstracted away, you know, simple, almost invisible Web3 experiences? And I think a lot of that needs to happen at the back end. And so you know, hey, we're here at the Staking Reward Summit, and like going to dashboards that give you that type of information are critical. And I also think free market forces help. And so when people do have visibility and people say, hey, there's a lot of stake happening here, then you're going to see certain validators start changing their rates and being more competitive. But it is a benefit to the Binances and Coinbases of the world to make sure they're on the back end distributing their stake, because the networks are stronger, they're less brittle, they're more, you know, all the values of decentralization grow if they understand, you know, that they may get less business efficiency, but they're going to build stronger networks by distributing their stake on the back end.
The question is also right now, being here at the Staking Summit, right? Everybody knows and understands what staking is all about. Do you see, I don't know who wants to answer this, a challenge that right now people talk about staking while it's not the native staking anymore, right? It's not about securing the network. It's about staking NFTs. It's about staking coins in a protocol to make governance decisions, right? John, do you see this as a challenge right now, or does it maybe help to onboard more people to the topic of staking?
I mean, if we're talking about 1 billion people, not everyone is the same. And not every single organization will be thinking the same. There are going to be some people in some organizations out of that 1 billion that they just want to be fully decentralized, or they really care about the governance of a network. There are going to be some other people that are looking more ROI and profit based. There are going to be some other people that they just want to build some kind of cool layer on top of an NFT reward mechanism, and that's fair. Like, honestly speaking, that's what makes Web3 interesting. Like, there's always going to be some sort of innovation out there that, you know, some people are going to, you know, care about it. Some others are just going to be like, oh, okay, that's not interesting or relevant for my business structure or for my daily routine, and that's okay. But what I do think, though, is that staking as a mechanism itself needs to be implemented more in our routine as a Web3 community. So what I continue, or what I think we all continue seeing, is that sometimes not the case of Stake and Reward Summit, of course, but in some other conferences or meetups and everything is fiat based. So we're talking about Web3, we're talking about crypto, we're talking about this and that, but everything is fiat based. So you're gonna get some coffee, you need to pay with euros or USD. You're gonna, you know, you're gonna get a sticker and you still get a physical sticker. So for the average citizen that decides to come to the conferences or listen and learn about it, they're not having any proper interaction with the technology itself. They're just listening to the theory, but they don't have any praxis itself. So how do we reach 1 billion users or customers or community? I will say we need to start implementing the technology, as bad as it might be right now from a UX and UI perspective, but it needs to be implemented. Why? Because we humans learn from one another. And there's going to be perhaps one individual out there that is a guru in UX and UI, doesn't know anything about crypto, but might be like, this can be tweaked, this can be changed, and this is how you do it. But you need to showcase the technology out there. So I think staking as a mechanism is very early, very, very early stage. There is a lot to improve. And frankly speaking, from an operational perspective, the business itself has become heavily centralized. So I do agree with you as well. I think the big players in the ecosystem need to not only decentralize more, but explain why decentralization matters. And the average citizens should support it and should, you know, implement and build on top of it.
Got it. Jasmine, let me ask you right now, because we listened to John right now, understanding of we probably need more use cases, right? We need to also use it here, probably directly and interact with it. If you could change something so that more people understand staking, what would you change? Is it more education or, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think like what John said is very interesting. I'm also thinking like now like there are so many NFTs being like staked. Even though I myself is not a big fan of NFTs or like a metaverse, but I still think like, you know, it's a very easy to understand topic. If it's an easy to understand topic, then like people from the Web2 world, it's easier to like get on board. I mean, imagine to do like a DeFi, like, or even like liquid staking. I think it's also like, you know, you have like the staking and then you liquidate, and then like also like you use it like other like DeFi protocols, I think for most people it can be still very complicated. But if you say like something like with NFTs, like a lot of people get hyped on it, and people will be started to understand, okay, what is NFT, like how did it work, where to store it. It's actually a good way for like education. Especially it's also fun, right? I mean, sometimes can be ridiculous, but also like extremely fun. So I think it's a very good way to actually get on board more people. And then like the people really have value in it, could really like stay like afterwards. And I think what could change is like, I think in terms of, because we are an investment firm, and then what we always see is like, we will also want to invest is like something that is in demand, that is like necessary to have instead of like good to have. Considering like, for a normal VC fund, it's like a fund life. So good to have maybe something like, good to have in 20 years or 15 years, but like normally the VC fund can have like a much shorter like a fund life. So we have to think like what is really like in high demand. And I think like at the moment, for example, like if you make like a staking more intuitive in a way that, for example, everyone now have like a wallet. And to make wallet staking more intuitive, have like a better UI UX, and then make it easier to stake any like kind of like assets you want to stake, or like through, for example, staking rewards, like a website. You can like have like a very clear like overview of like all the data like regarding like staking, and then easy to like stake on it. I think that would be like also very like good to have like onboard more users.
Yeah, got your point. I mean, yeah, the easier it is, the better it is to onboard people, to get them in. Something interesting that you said earlier, Jack, is also the topic of we need more people to stake. And if we see 1 billion, that's a huge goal. But then, of course, I'm a DeFi degen. I'm also trying to get yield, right? The yields will go down probably, right? The more people stake, that's just how it works. Do you see any challenge long term if we have 1 billion of people that the yields go down and then it's like, I don't know if I should even stake at all because I could be trading a bit and getting more out of it. How do you see this? Is this a challenge, a possibility?
Yeah, I look at myself, and when I think about, when I'm staking because I really understand the protocol. I want to help the protocol. I want to help the chain. It's more than just, what return am I going to get on these tokens? And I'm thinking about the governance, and I'm thinking about the security model. I'm thinking about the term of my stake period. And a lot of people aren't going to do that. They're just like, I'm holding the tokens. How much extra do I get by doing this activity? And so I think there will be a spectrum. And when you have that spectrum, people like me and like everybody here, we're all here probably in this category of understanding protocols and understanding networks. We're resilient through the ups and downs, but the more retail-focused people we're gonna see, I think, probably huge drops and dips in terms of staking. But the other nice thing about staking, I think people stake and they kind of forget about it. So maybe there's going to be less volatility as well, makes things more sticky. But to the points prior, education's critical. We got to get like people understand what they're doing, then we will have more sticky and less volatile periods.
Interesting. Another question I have for you, Rina, and then also for John, in terms of who will now lead it to the 1 billion? We now talked about retail, we talked about institutions, so do we need to bring more institutions in? And then the retail will follow later on, right? Or do you think that, first of all, institutions, everybody will see that there's opportunities, and then the mainstream just said, almost forgot it, I need to go back in? What do you think?
Honestly, like, as I've mentioned before, and also in terms of UX too, I do believe, like, the custodial staking, like, institutions are here to lead because they're the trendsetters, right? And the retail is there to and the retail is there like to follow basically, so we need to provide additional maybe incentives, enough like opportunities to actually get into this ecosystem for retail users. But yeah, I do think like institutions are here like to be the first. But I also like am very questioning the thing if institutions should run their own validators, because it'd be contributing to centralization as well. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, institutional clients jumping into Web3 is inevitable, so that's going to happen. I'm not a fan of it, mostly because when you have a group of individuals or companies that already control vast amounts of power on a Web2 basis, these individuals or these companies have had a track record of 70 and sometimes even 100 plus years. Let's take an automobile company, let's say Mercedes-Benz. These guys have been around for ages. They hire the best talent they can get from Web 2. So having such a brand and such a company jumping into Web 3 means that they're not only going to bring centralization, not because they're evil or whatever, it's just the way they operate, but also they're going to bring bad habits. And that's exactly what we, on a smart way, need to dodge. And we can do that with education, we can do that with training, and just to make it appealing. However, I think the 1 billion is going to come out of the people, out of communities, out of DAOs, out of the change in the mindset of the community itself. And I mean, I have a clear example. I never had a Twitter account, and I opened my first Twitter account 2 weeks ago. I never believed in it. I never understood the hype for it. I don't believe in social media myself, so I don't use it. But I was kind of forced to do that, and that's fine. And I discovered this new world of opportunities that people for ages have been telling me about. I don't even know how to tweet or use it. But it tells me that we are still so early in terms of technology that in order to embrace that 1 billion, we don't even know what's going to be built in the next years, let alone what Web 2 will bring into Web 3. So institutional clients, sure, they're welcome. We are welcome to kind of make them understand what's the sexiness about Web 3. They taking control? No. That needs to be filtered, and that needs to be kind of, managed. We need to manage some expectations in there.
Let me ask you directly, who should run validators then? Do you have any opinions about that? Because the institutions have probably the money, right? It's difficult to get into a set, right? In a bear market, probably the attention is difficult to get for people that just want to spin up a node and get into the network itself. Any thoughts about that topic?
Well, that's a very good question. And the way I see it is that networks are each network is taking its own path. The thing is that we don't see it right now because we're in the middle of the hurricane, but I do observe that networks are becoming its own force. So perhaps Flow is going to be the network for advanced NFTs, and then Ethereum is going to be the lab for everything to happen. Cosmos might be the more experimental chain. BNB might be the more institutional chain. So I think that networks are each taking their own turn. And who might be able to run that? I think the communities within that chain. So people that are going to be super bullish and super creative on NFTs, they might say, I'm going to stick to Flow, and I'm going to build myself in there a nice niche market and a nice niche community, and I'm going to become that kind of validator that moves forward the network and the governance of it. So I think it might depend on that path that each network takes, and the community will follow. Hopefully it's going to be like that. I do not see that cross-chain capacity between institutional clients deploying their capital and their resources into multiple chains. I do not see that. I don't see why Deutsche Bank will go to BNB and then Cosmos, for example. I wouldn't understand why, but maybe I'm wrong. So.
I have a question. Do you think foundations should get involved in managing, the institutional influence, institutionals launching nodes within the set or not?
I think the technology needs to be built first, and the law has to be input in the smart contracts. So as long as the code remains the law, then it's fine. And of course, there might be a committee, I don't know if you guys agree, but there might be a committee inside of the foundation that, all right, let's say that they managed to overtake the law, the code, then there is a committee that evaluate. But then again, we need to bring some sort of democracy as well. So whenever a network decides who's in and who's out, then this is where perhaps corruption comes into, human corruption comes into place, and that should be avoided to some degree.
Actually, hold a slightly different opinion. I think at the moment, from a investment perspective, you see so many Web2 companies. I mean, investment bankings or just Web2 internet companies. It's coming inside in terms of investment. And then imagine they invest in a big amount of tokens and they don't do validator on it. I don't think it would make sense. I think it's actually good to have more diversified kind of parties to be all run like validators, because the more diversified parties they are, they can also just hold on each other, right? I mean, just imagine one big community, and then most people run the validators. It's always these ones, and then it's always the ones who have already the network and the effect to do the same thing again and again. Then it's hard to say one day they will not do slightly evil things. And then I think also with the institution they run validators, they have probably necessary kind of technology to maybe to reduce the possibility of a downtime or slashing, all of these possibilities. So I think with more investment coming from that field, it's necessary to have them also starting to run their own node. And I think that is also something institutions will be inclined to do it, because there are few areas. I think for them it's very easy to understand. Staking is definitely one of it, and auditing, such things. If you let them to understand how does Ethereum or Scale make money, I think that'll be different level. But this is something they can compare with Web2 world. So I would definitely welcome institutions to run validators on their own.
Interesting. Bringing it a bit to the end, also we learned you have now a Twitter account. We know now that Reddit started a lot in terms of Polygon also having NFTs. We know that Instagram is also going in that direction. Let me ask you, do we need to talk about staking as a whole for the mainstream, or could it be a topic in the background which is more technology driven, right? And people in the front end are doing other stuff. Do you see this as a challenge, opportunity? Is it relevant?
Well, I think one of the goals, especially on the application side, and Scale is very focused on UX-friendly applications. There's zero gas fees, and so our whole goal is to help end users use applications that, they get the benefit of Web3, but not all of them need to actually know they're using it. And it's unrealistic to think we'll get to hundreds of millions or billions of users if everybody needs to know how to, plug Ledger into MetaMask. Now, I think that kind of just goes back that staking as, an understanding is a very powerful thing, and but we can't rely on that value and that philosophical approach to scale the industry. And so I think critical people, influencers, people involved with voting, people that are active in communities, they need to know, but our end users don't all need to know, and hopefully they'll be staking through UX-friendly interfaces, but it's a sad reality of scale, of scaling anything.
Yeah. Do you see it the same way?
No, I don't have a structured opinion on that one. I just for this one, we'll see. We're working on UX, we're getting ready for mass onboarding, and then we'll see what's happening.
Yeah, well, I was laughing also listening to you and then asking you is we met yesterday, right? And I said that I was not aware of the nice app that you already built at Citadel One, and I think that's also a problem in general, right? That we have a lot of solutions, but people are not yet aware. That's why we have this kind of great setup here to also talk about it, present stuff, and then people can hopefully use it. But as you said, we're still early, right? So let's see where this is going. We're at the end of this panel. Thank you very much for taking the time, for answering all the questions. And yeah, I hope that everybody had a great time. And I guess you're still around, so if somebody has a question for you guys, right, just hitting you up and then asking the questions. And then I guess next topic is specifically institutional players, which I think is also cool. So thank you very much for your attention, and then see you soon.
I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi. too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river.
Next up in line, we have our second panel, and this is about how to get staking ready for institutional adoption. Our moderator will be Jim McDonald, co-founder and CTO of Attestant, and our panelists will be Andreas Dittrich, Managing Director of Finoa Consensus Services, Laszlo Szabo, CEO and co-founder of Kiln Finance, Philip Pieper, CEO and co-founder of Swarm, and Aliya Das Gupta, Senior Vice President, Business Development at Signum. We will have a short break for the chairs here, and then it kicks off. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending. So we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about institutional staking. When we have looked at staking over time, we've seen that there have been a number of waves. Early on, we saw the technical people and the true believers. These were the people who came in and really knew that this stuff would work before there was any real proof behind it. The second wave we started to see were the financial people, the people who actually went, yep, okay, I wanted to wait to see that it worked, but now it does. That's fantastic. But these guys were still very much in the crypto space. What we are looking at now is the third wave, and the third wave is institutions. So one of the things that we want to explore today is what do the institutions want from staking? What have we got at the moment? What are their barriers to entry? And how can we help them to actually come into the staking industry and obviously bring that third wave of staking with them? So one of the first questions is going to be who are the target markets? Who's out there who wants to stake and wants to use institutions but currently are not in the game? So Aliya, I mean, one of those groups are the crypto natives. And what do we know about them?
Sorry, so the question is, sorry, good morning, everyone. The audio on the stage is a little bit...
Yeah. So, I mean, who are the crypto natives and what do they want to do staking?
So I come from Signum Bank in Switzerland, and a large part of the thesis for us at Signum is looking at sort of both sides of the ecosystem. So people who, are from the crypto world and need access to traditional finance, but also the, let's say the normies who are interested to engage with the crypto sphere. And for all of these guys who want to invest in crypto, getting them into the space where they can also start to participate in the ecosystem beyond just, let's say, holding assets and custodizing their assets somewhere. this has a little bit been why and how Signum's entry into staking has been so firm and fast. But over on the crypto native side, I think that there's a lot more space out there for maybe non-custodial staking solutions, and I think that's a lot of what we have here on the panel today as well. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Great. I mean, so crypto natives, obviously, as you say, they're out there, they've got crypto, that's great. What about if we look then at maybe the more traditional investors, the people who have maybe a high net worth at the moment, and are now interested in coming into this space, but perhaps don't really understand crypto at all? I mean, Philip, maybe you can talk to that.
Yeah, let me maybe just add to what you just said. I think I would say there's 3 different motivations for institutions to get involved at this point in time. I think first of all, there's a common understanding, economically speaking, that actually the crypto assets actually with staking become very attractive. So it's basically own ETH plus. And so it becomes really crucial to actually, if you engage in the belief of actually your crypto assets being valid and you want to actually engage as a fund or as a institution, then it actually almost doesn't make any sense to actually own the asset straight, but you actually have to have a valid stack of solution that can service you with the plus portion of it, right? The second portion, I think we have to realize, and maybe not everyone recognizes this yet, but a lot of the infrastructure that we create today is going to be used for asset tokenization and for real-world assets. And if that's the case, and big question is when is that happening and at what pace that is happening, the institutions want a piece of that infrastructure. They want to show the commitment to be part of it, to influence where that goes. And that needs them to actually be able to buy into that without the complexity of actually knowing what a wallet is or knowing what the staking process is, but be able to sort of work on the same abstraction layers that they're used to actually in their current markets, where a lot of the service providers actually work in their direction. So you have to meet them where they are.
Okay, great. So obviously there are some areas out there that we can chat to in a minute about that. If we're looking at maybe some of the other people who are looking to stake, though, I mean, Andreas, one of the people that I've certainly heard a lot about, my kids and their friends want to get into crypto. So the younger entrants who maybe don't have any money at the moment, but will be having money in the future, are they an option for institutional stakers?
Probably those are not institutional stakers then, but and also I think the question is a different one in that case, because if you're thinking 20, 40, 50 years in the future of value creation, you probably shouldn't have all in crypto, right? You have to think more about what's the percentage of high-risk assets in your portfolio that you then want to grow. And then, of course, for those assets, if it's crypto assets, staking, if it's proof of stake assets, you need to consider, right? So having said that, focusing on the staking part, looking 20, 40 years in the future with the current staking implementations wouldn't work probably. We saw that in Felix's presentation before. Staking implementations are still bootstrapping. Most of that is just inflation tokenizations. That's not going to hold for 5 to 10 years, let alone even longer, right? Ethereum is already a bit different because it's more mature, but again, staking mechanisms will change. So if you're focusing on long-term growth, staking is not your concern, I think, at the moment. Yeah. That is more for short-term investors, short-term in the sense like 5 years maybe, 5 years horizon. Institutional investors like VCs, the foundations, you need to look 3 to 5 to 8 years, and then it makes a ton of sense, of course, to invest in your network and to support your network by staking your tokens. Okay.
So we should probably get the kids to stick to NFTs, right? Okay. So one other area is traditional corporations. I mean, Laszlo, we've talked about individuals at various stages, but there's a lot of corporates out there who are looking to maybe put crypto on their balance sheet, but have no ability to do so. Is that something where institutions you think may be able to help?
Right. I mean, first of all, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Kiln, so we build staking products for institutions, right? And yeah, I mean, institutions, they're not dumb at the end of the day. They're searching for high rewards and low risk. And ultimately, that's something you can find in staking. instead of like other DeFi protocols or even lending, you don't have counterparty risk, or at least your counterparty is the protocol. So if you stake if you hold a token, you have to, you better stake your assets, earning the inflation, or you're going to be inflated as an institution and earning the fees and the MEV. Yeah. So this being said, a lot of institutions holding their assets in B2B custodian today. So you name them: Copper, Fireblocks, BitGo. If they hold stakeable assets, they're willing to stake them today. Specifically because it's the bear market. These assets usually moves much less than 12 months ago. And now if they're still holding their position, they better stake these assets, yes.
Okay. So it sounds like we've got a market out there for institutions to adopt. So the obvious question is, why aren't they? What are some of these barriers that are out there that mean that an institution might look at staking, might look at crypto and say, yeah, we'd really like to do this, but we can't at the moment? I mean, that's what you're talking about, obviously, Kiln and what they do there. So what about things like simply technical ability? I mean, these are financial guys. These are institutions that do financial work, and they're not technical people. So is that technical ability to stake a significant barrier for them entering?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Then it really depends on the protocol. But if you look at what could be, or I mean, already is by a factor of 2, I think, compared to the second market of staking, but it will be maybe, I don't know, 50% of the staking market tomorrow, Ethereum, right? If you look at Ethereum, it's still very complex to stake on ETH. It's not one transaction. It's batches of 32 ETH. The rewards go 100% to one wallet. So if you're working with custodians, if you're working with a staking provider, there's no simple way for them to take a commission out of it. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that remain to be done. And we've built, for example, a product that allows any institutions to stake any amount of ETH. Could be batches of 32 in one transaction, and automates the rewards from a B2B custodian. So I think that's one. Second is, if you stake on Ethereum, if you stay on this example, you're liquid until when? That's the big question. So, and you know that, Jim, as well, was an attestant. Some institutions took their risk, but some just said, okay, I'm not going to stake all my ETH because I want to keep some of these ETH liquid. So that's a big pain point. I think the merge made that kind of easier for them to stake, because the merge decreased a little bit the risk and obviously got us closer to when withdrawal enabled. But liquid staking projects for retail or institutions are great. Or at least these institutions are really interested about using them. First of all, for liquidity, and then also for the composability of getting the yield and still earning DeFi yields on top of that.
Okay. So regardless of if an institution looks to use a liquid token or they wish to stake a cryptocurrency natively, there's a lot of concern, I think, in the industry about custody. Custody is one of those problems that they face an awful lot. They understand how to hold cash. They understand how to hold stocks. They don't necessarily understand how to hold crypto. I mean, Andreas, would you say that's something that the industry really needs to address?
Well, Finoa is an institutional-grade custodian, right? So this is what we have to deal with. And
by the way, I forgot to mention Finoa. I'm just
don't worry.
Sorry for that, man.
Let's say you invest in a proof-of-stake asset, and your risk analysis says, yes, you want to stake that. Because Laszlo just said it right. If you look at Ethereum, we have 12% of Ethereum staked. That's not a lot, and that includes all the Lido stakers, for example. And why is that? Because the risk-reward ratio is simply too high. It's like flipping so that most people do not stake. The reward simply is not high enough to warrant the risk. Now, but let's move to those institutional investors that invest in new proof-of-stake networks. And usually, their risk appetite is such that they do want to stake. Now, they usually have big bags. We're talking about institutions, right? So you're talking about the tens, maybe hundreds of millions. and assets that they're holding, they simply do need a custodian because you don't want to take that risk. I mean, it depends on the institution. If you are on the VC side of things, almost all of them work together with regulated custodians, qualified custodians in the US, such as Finoa, for example. And foundations do some self-custody, but in parts they also move to custodians. You simply do not want to have the risk of messing up stuff. And custody is way harder than staking in that case, because with staking you can't lose much. You're just delegating. You might be missing out on rewards if you do stuff wrong. If you delegate to the wrong staking provider, yes, there is slashing, but usually that is being neglected. So with staking, you can't do much wrong. With custody, you can, because you can just lose your tokens by doing something wrong. So yes, custody is crucial for new proof-of-stake ecosystems, because they need custodians, a batch of custodians, usually not only one, for their investors, for the foundations, for all the big token holders. And then those custodians need to enable staking for those investors. That is expected by now, that from a regulated qualified custodian, you're able to delegate your assets to a trusted staking provider.
Okay. So having custody is obviously a very important thing, like you say, having a service that can do that. One of the other problems that we commonly see out there is fiat volatility. I think everyone's aware, you mentioned someone might have tens to hundreds of millions. That probably depends what day they look at the markets to find out how much they have. How do we handle, Philip, for you maybe, how do we handle things like crypto volatility? How do we handle the accounting of that even? Because it's an incredibly dynamic asset. We have changes in the base price, we have rewards coming in due to staking. How do we actually address all of those different factors and manage them for institutions?
So let's start with the bottom stack. First of all, we talked a little bit about node operation, which is already complicated enough. Custody is the next level where institutions need to abstract that away. So we're moving up the abstraction layer in this case. And data, which moves into actually how to account for it, is one of the most crucial pieces that I think is misunderstood today as being the truth that is out there. So I always laugh when I see regulatory filings that quote CoinMarketCap as a de facto, source of truth here. And the financial markets have an even higher standard, like the ESMA in Europe has the BMR standard, which is a license that you have to acquire after 18 months. You can probably get it if you get through the process. That ensures that you have enough data, you have enough fail-safe, you have enough neutrality, you actually are a competent provider into the infrastructure of institutions. And we as a staking industry are far from that. And so when you think about managing volatility, knowing what volatility you're dealing with is the start. But then the question is, do you actually abstract the volatility away in the crypto world, or do you actually move into the financial market world? Do you actually move into the Bloomberg world to then actually have financial engineers on the other side abstract it away? And we are convinced that the latter is actually going to make it happen, because otherwise you have another set of unlicensed players in the market making space that try to solve that for you, and that doesn't work for a lot of institutions.
And I think there was a really important point in there as well, which is a follow-on maybe earlier for you, was what is the regulatory space? It seems certainly from my point of view that it's largely undefined. Sometimes it's a bit positive, sometimes a bit negative, sometimes it's friendly, sometimes it's hostile. That seems to be a massive barrier, because any large financial institution is not going to enjoy the fact that there is a huge amount of regulatory uncertainty out there.
Yeah, I think absolutely. That is very much the reason we haven't seen the mass inflow from the institutional side into the staking universe, because fundamentally trying to regulate crypto, a decentralized asset class, by centralized entities in different parts of the world, that's just an oxymoron in and of itself. So, I mean, I'm based in Switzerland, and Switzerland's been arguably amongst the front runners in terms of regulating digital assets and creating frameworks that enable some sort of certainty around the regulation of digital assets. And I think that's what sort of sets Switzerland apart a little bit as a jurisdiction for crypto. But even when we're working with different institutions, I mean, now with the sort of new questions arising around maybe Ethereum becoming a security, what Gary Gensler was saying, and it's not an unsolvable problem, but it's certainly not a problem that we are very close to solving at this point of time. I don't know if you...
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you have something to say about it, and maybe Philip as well. But yeah, I mean, first of all, we have to say that staking is not custody. So it shouldn't be regulated as such. There's the risk of slashing, but technically we cannot steal the funds of our customers or retail. We can burn them, which is slightly different. So I don't know if there's any, maybe Philip, you can talk about the US perspective, but we talk into the AMF, the French authorities, because we based in Paris, and they launched the PSAN, Prestataire de Services d'Actifs Numériques, so they have a custody license today, they have an on-ramp off-ramp license today, but they don't have a staking one, just because it took them a lot of time to understand just the concept of staking, non-custodial staking, the fact that, again, we don't own the assets of our customers, but we can still burn a big part of it. So we think maybe in 12 or 18 months, they might be in France, and then maybe globally in Europe via MiCA, a license for staking and staking providers. And obviously, as you mentioned, Aliyah, these institutions, the TradFi guys, the large banks, the traditional market makers, they're waiting for these licenses to come to flow a lot of their assets into crypto first, then getting the best B2B custodian in the market and stake them.
Yeah, maybe one addition from the regulatory perspective. This should not turn into a regulatory panel, so I'll be short on this one. I think it's fair to say that America has a lot of confusion in the market about like what these things are, and I think there's still a lot of work to be done on the regulatory side to actually see clear. So this was one of the reasons why I personally moved from America to Europe, because it was unclear and it remains unclear. And I would say in the Swiss as well as in the German and now in the wider European scene, I think we have a lot of clarity that actually has been astounding how much it's been reconfirmed over time, which means, and this is not just the financial market perspective, but it's also the taxation perspective. And we were very excited in Germany to see that actually with the taxation that actually was first indicated 2 years, now it's been reaffirmed after the administration change, that actually staking has specifically gotten like a place in that heart of the tax directive, where it's basically said that it doesn't constitute a transaction where you basically have to then actually tax it as a transaction, but it actually is being rewarded as a network reward, and there's no counterparty on their side. So I think we have much more clarity than actually the broader market is wanting to assume right now. Now, the unfortunate situation is you need licensed player to service that. That is basically the outcome of the regulation. But if you can deal with it, it actually creates a lot of clarity for the consumer, whether that's a retail consumer or institutional consumer, to engage in this space.
I completely agree with Philip, by the way, and let's not make this a regulatory panel. But for institutions that are staking, the regulatory uncertainty that we have at the moment around staking is bad. And just yesterday, I had a longer discussion with a customer of ours who has been deliberately unstaking assets because of regulatory uncertainty, because they weren't sure, in this case, about what's it, UBTI, right? So I don't know the exact meaning of the acronym, but basically it's an income tax issue of unrelated business. So usually you're exempt from taxes, but by earning staking rewards, by delegating your assets and earning, you might be subject of this tax, and it's simply not clear. We have the same situation in Germany and in other countries where staking still is not regulated. And another interesting tidbit about this is, I mean, lots of staking providers in here, probably in the audience, right? Every single one of you thinks you're an IT service provider for a stakeholder, right? You're providing a technical service to the network, of course, and you're using tokens for that are being delegated to you. Now, from a tax perspective, there is a strong argument to make to say that, well, it's not you providing a service to the stakeholder, a technical service, it's the stakeholder lending you tokens, providing a lending service to you. Every single contract, especially in the institutional space between stakeholders and node operators, is structured differently the other way around. What's right? We don't know, right? And the thing is, we need clarity. Until we have clarity here, and that's the thing about, I completely agree, by the way, about regulation. It's a beast, right? It's good and bad as well, but without that clarity, you won't have enough token holders staking. We need, especially the big token holders staking, to secure our networks.
Cool, thank you, folks. So it sounds like, again, we're in this situation where there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the regulatory side, for example. But one of the questions that we'd like to think about is, what can we do to help? How can we help institutions onboarding with crypto? So I think, Andreas, you mentioned it earlier, can custodians become staking services and offer those services directly to institutions? Or would they need to go via the institution's customers themselves? And if so, is that a case of partnering with institutions? Or can you work directly with them and be single customers of theirs?
Yes, they can. Of course, because we're doing it, Kraken is doing it, Binance is doing it, Coinbase is doing it, everybody is doing it. Now the question is how you structure that, whether that's a separate legal entity or not. But from a product perspective, from a customer perspective, it is simply expected that you're allowed to stake from secure custody. John was making a great point for retail users. They just want to click a stake button from the Binance wallet and not care about it. For institutions, it's usually a bit more complex, but the main story is the same. Institutional stakers expect to stake from custody, and so it's a business strategic decision for us as Finoa. For example, if we support early stage networks, you don't have a lot of trustworthy staking providers out there maybe, so run the nodes yourselves. At the same time, from the customer's perspective, we want to give our customers choice. So you can pick, for example, Chorus One, you can pick Blockdaemon, you can pick Figment. Well, why not pick Finoa as well? And then the customer can choose which one is the trustworthy staking provider they want to delegate to, or what basically their distribution among staking providers is. So I think it makes it a lot of sense, and if you look at Kraken and the likes, they usually have one specific company that they offer to their customers to stake with. Well, if you trust Kraken, if you trust Staked, that's a good combination for you. We go the other, we extend this, and I think that's the better way from a customer perspective, because we offer our own nodes. If you want to trust Finoa, yeah, delegate to us, of course. We're happy to get your assets. But if you need to delegate to other staking providers, we support that as well. So, yeah, the problem is always, it's always about decentralization, even in the institutional space. So, yes, by having a custodian and staking from a custody wallet, yes, of course, there is a centralized element. But you can, as I said, you can open it up by offering more operators in the mix.
Yeah, if I can add something to that, I think for the institutional staking world in the next 5 to 10 years is going to be more and more multi-staking providers, right? I'm not sure there will be thousands of staking providers, even if some say validators are commodities, because you need to have a critical size for these institutions to trust you. You need to have history on chain, for example, Attestant or we do on the Beacon chain. But if you are a custodian and you have plenty of clients that are willing to stake, there's many reasons why they would like to use multiple providers or spread the risk. That's one reason. Enable decentralization. That's another reason. There might be also geographical reason, where do you run the nodes, when do you run the validators, and that's one of the reasons why we run our validators, but we're also building aggregation layer for custodians or exchanges on Ethereum and other protocols to make sure they can spread their stake easily, programmatically, and also get the right data, right? I think you mentioned it earlier. And that's a pain point that staking rewards is trying to solve as well. The data in staking today is quite poor. Is very far from what traditional finance and traditional markets are Often you get the wrong data on many of these protocols. It's hard to do reporting, and these institutions are willing to have very precise reporting every day, every week, or every month.
Every second.
Sorry?
Every second.
Every second, every block, depending on the protocol.
So a question on that then. Obviously, we're possibly a little bit biased here as we're generally in and around the staking services, but would there be any reason for institutions to actually run their own staking services, run their own staking service for their customers as opposed to sort of a general public one?
So let me just intersect, because I think we're pretending as if there's one need space for the institutions. And institutions are like segmented in different areas with different risk profiles, with different compliance requirements, with different abilities from a workflow perspective, and size and mandate, right? And I think we just have to recognize that right now the institutions that are really tangibly doing the staking out of a custody environment are not the big guys that are basically sort of going to come to do their other work. And if you look at Fidelity, et cetera, they're not yet even close to running their own nodes, or even don't want to, or even don't have the mandate to do so. And that has a lot to do with the further abstraction of the layers that then take the foundational components, whether that's the node operators or the custody environments or the liquid staking environments, which, by the way, is a hard thing for them to engage in Lido because they don't know what the counterparty on the other side is, right? So we'll see much more abstraction into those higher levels happen, which ultimately leads to someone saying, okay, I'm buying, I don't know, all different staking node assets on the Bloomberg terminal, and I'm going to make a derivative of an index as a result of it.
And I couldn't agree more with Philip. The space is very diverse. And you see VCs running their own nodes if they choose to do so, if they have the expertise to do so. You see a lot of foundations running parts of, especially when bootstrapping a network, running parts of the nodes. You have corporations, I think we have Deutsche Telekom here in the room, traditional corporations that do run staking nodes, right? So again, it's your personal choice as an institution whether you do run nodes or not. Yeah, but most of them in the most of them in the institutional space choose not to do so, and that's if you see the value staked. The vast majority of that is being delegated to professional node operators that specialize on that type of business. Again, that's a risk management result.
It also comes down a lot to the technical ability in each place, right? Like learning to upskill and having that kind of technical talent in-house to be able to manage it. So even at Signum, we offer several staking services, but we run the nodes ourselves for some of these, but we also outsource the others. And even as a native crypto bank that's very dedicated to the space, if we choose to find a simpler solution outside, I can only imagine that someone whose core business is not crypto would also think to do the same thing. But to your point of the levels of abstraction, it's how many of the people that you work with are looking for that one-touch solution, like press this button to stake. And you were talking about even finding different options as staking providers. Now, I know a lot of our clients, the people who come from the non-crypto side of things, for example, I don't think they necessarily fully understand the need for different providers or what they gain from staking with you versus with you versus with you. And they come to Signum because they don't want to make that decision at all. So it's a complex one of finding that sort of sweet spot of what you can offer and then also addressing the needs of your specific client base.
So just on this, we've heard Philip and Leah, you've both mentioned this idea of abstracting, moving away from what we have at the moment and we think of technically as staking. Should we be offering institutions financial products? Should we actually have some kind of wrapper, a derivative, indexes, baskets, all of those kind of things that we can use instead, just to simplify that whole process and quite frankly stop talking our language and start talking the language of both the institutions and the people who invest with them? Aaliyah, do you want to start with that?
500% agree. I think that's definitely where the industry will go. I think we're super at the early stage of things, and a lot of being able to create this wrapper, create these sort of derivative products is really from the regulatory and certainty that we were talking about before. So being able to kind of find a taxation solution for this, how to kind of find the returns, how to find the data of different products that you're staking, aggregating all of that into a single easy to buy product, ideally on your regular stock exchange, that is where we will go. And I think we will go there because of the sort of rewards that come out of the space, which is still hard to see in the traditional finance space. But yeah, the journey there is an arduous one.
Yeah, I think for the entire space, it's a rewarding exercise, right? Because like I said at the beginning, we want these other consumer groups to come in and actually benefit from the blockchain. And in order to say that they're in it, they actually want that kind of staking ability because they want to participate in the infrastructure. But there's like all these small intricacies that are really hard to overcome still. Like, for example, ideally you have an ETH staked asset not denominated in fiat, but denominated in Ether. Because that then shows actually what the difference to Ether is, right? And so you need actually a securitization infrastructure that is able to consume that, and you need to convince the regulators and the market infrastructure providers, et cetera, that this is something that actually has a certain benefit because it's like, I don't know, gold being sort of described in gold, and it's nothing different. And I think that work is being done, but the reward is going to be pretty high because the ease of actually then putting not just money in, but actually putting commitment into the space is incredibly important.
Do you want to add to that, Laszlo?
Yeah, I mean, you also participate in Stakewise, so I'm pretty sure you can talk about derivatives on top of staking, but yeah, it's obviously a big demand today. I think mentioned earlier, first of all, it brings liquidity, right? On Ethereum, these assets are quite unliquid today, and these institutions, they're willing to have a liquid assets, or even retail, obviously. We've seen Lido and the growth of Lido. We've built Alluvial, which is a consortium with exchanges and one of our largest competitors in the institutional space, because we thought, okay, this is not this liquid staking token or receipt token for institutions does not need to be centralized. It has to be decentralized. It has to be a DAO. It has to be a consortium of different participants and maybe more retail in the future. And yes, to bring instant liquidity, to bring KYC for these institutions, at least in the pool, then the receipt token is pegged to permissionless DeFi, so you can still gather the power of DeFi liquidity. And and you can use this receipt token on Aave, on Compound, on Curve, so that you have the staking yield plus, at your risk, obviously higher yields depending on your strategy. So these are very demanded assets from retail. Obviously, we've seen the amazing growth and success of Lido, and institutions were willing to have their own standards and our own protocol. That's why we're building Alluvial. Do you want to say anything about that?
I think, liquid staking obviously is a huge topic in the institutional space. And for example, yeah, we are supporting Stakewise. There's no panel without an announcement. Just an hour ago, we announced our support for Metapool, which is the biggest liquid staking pool on Near. Yes, we do dip our toes into the water, but to be honest, I don't see very strong demand for liquid staking from institutional investors just yet. Simply because there are lots of uncertainties around liquid staking, and we saw that with Lido just a few months ago, let two bigger players exit and have problems with Celsius and Three Arrows Capital, and suddenly you see huge discount on the value of staked ETH from Lido, which has by far most liquidity of any liquid staking pool out there. So if you look institutions, you have 3 or 4 of them exiting, suddenly liquidity becomes a huge problem. You have smart contract risk. You have all sorts of risk because, and again, you're adding abstraction layers on top, which stack risk. And I think that is simply not well understood at the moment. And although I think the space is moving towards liquid staking will be, abundant on every proof of stake network. There's just no way around it. Just to get exactly the goodies that you mentioned, well, we need to solve a lot of problems until we get there, right? At the moment, I think this is still a playground and we need to try things out to see how this can then work for all stakeholders as a whole, and especially including big institutions. Also, maybe adding to that, I see a lot of hesitancy from talking about liquidity, from professional liquidity providers for liquid staking pools, and you need those in the game to make it work for institutions.
So it sounds like we have a lot of work to do as well, which is good, right? Because it's good that we know that we can build things to help institutions to get onboarded. We are running up against time, but what I'd like to do just to wrap up is maybe each of you spend 30 seconds saying where you think you're going to see big breakthroughs as institutions come in over the next 6 months to a year. Just Leah, shall we start with you?
Sure. I mean, the next 6 months is a very ambitious time frame. But I think what we've seen now in this bear market is the sort of movement by institutions into the space, which sort of, I don't think anyone's asking the question anymore about, is this the end, or are we seeing the end of crypto or the death of crypto and so on. With all the institutions coming in, it's only, I think, accelerating the journey towards creating more, let's say, simplified assets, assets that can be easier for them to understand and to invest in. Over the next 6 months, I think we'll see more of these sorts of movements of institutions entering the space, and ideally creating more data frameworks, like what Staking Rewards is doing actually. It's fantastic to help understand the different layers of complexity in the staking space between different assets, and then enabling the creation of investment theses that can match their portfolio directions, basically.
Thank you. Philip?
So I think whoever's been at Breakpoint this past week has seen that the conference was 3 times bigger than last year. And 80–90% was developers being there. And I think the same applies to the efforts on the institutional side. None of the institutions have stopped to develop in this space. None of them have stopped the strategic initiatives to actually get their foundational infrastructure in place, either as a white label or as their own stack. And that always starts with both, custody, as well as, things that are close to the banking stack. So for example, like how do I tokenize a digital version of money, whether that's CDBCs or not, that doesn't really matter, right? So once they are there, they need products to put that into that infrastructure. So at the time when they are ready, we as an industry need to be ready to have that ready, have our ducks in order, have our solidity of the data space ready to actually know exactly what the stack is from a trust level perspective and from a regulatory purview, and then it slides in. And that's a massive tuck-in, because they then at that point in time no longer have to do a lot of technical investigation or move themselves towards this, which takes an inordinate, huge amount of work more than if we do it for them. So that's going to happen in the next 12 months for sure.
Sounds very exciting. Laszlo, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think now that the merge happened, you're going to see more and more institutions staking and entering the space. The risk is decreasing, the rewards increasing, in particular for Ethereum. And yeah, pretty much, if you were mentioning about Fidelity, right? So the largest asset manager in the space, Fidelity in this specific case, they supported ETH on their custody, and there's high chances that you can see these institutions to start staking from the balance sheet or offer staking to the customers in the next 12 months. That's what's happening today. And coming back to your questions earlier, Jim, I think you're right. It's a bit early for them to run their own validators or the nodes, but you're going to see maybe 24 months, 36 months these players to participate in the network themselves, because that's what financial institutions have been doing for the past 30 years, running their infra themselves. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see also emerging a lot more adoption of liquid staking token and liquid staking token from these institutions.
Fantastic. Andreas?
Yeah, maybe wrapping up, a question to the audience, because I think the audience doesn't quite reflect the institutional investor space. Who here is deliberately not staking their assets? See, 1, 2, a minority, right? It's 3, 4 in the whole audience. The rest probably happily stakes because our risk profile is different. I see in the next 12 months there are lots of things that are important for institutions where we see important developments. Regulation is very important. I mean, I don't want to know how much can go wrong if lawmakers make the wrong decisions. Every proof of stake asset is a security, for example, right? So we need better regulation, and you mentioned France before. Some countries are spearheading that. That will be different in 12 months. Insurance, when staking, slashing insurance especially, at the moment practically doesn't exist. There are ways to protect yourself, to hedge the risk, but there's no real insurance offering. I think that's going to change as well in the next 12 months. Liquid staking, I'm really excited about how that develops in the institutional space. And of course, it's a huge topic, and it's not really discussed in the institutional space so much, at least to my knowledge, MEV. I mean, what's going to happen with MEV and, you know, problems emanating around MEV, like centralization and so on. I think the next 12 months are going to be really exciting, and the good news is it's a bear market, so we can enjoy all this without all the hype and all the BS of a bull market, right? So,
fantastic. Thank you very much, folks. So it sounds like the general message is the institutions are coming. We're going to be ready for them. By the way, that means that next year you should already book your tickets for staking rewards early, because it's going to be full of finance guys in here, okay? Thank you very much indeed for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens?
Next up in line, we have a keynote, and we are going to learn from the fastest growing staking provider currently in the market, Luganodes. With us today will be Anuj Shankar, the CEO of Luganodes, and Subhash, the CTO of Luganodes. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Hope you had a great sessions previously, and now I'm here, the CEO of Luganodes, to present on our learnings of becoming the world's fastest growing staking provider. So before starting Luganodes, I was previously working with McKinsey & Company, where I got the opportunity to build multiple startups and digital businesses. My core expertise lies in DevOps and infrastructure, and that's how I got realmed into the business of building Luganodes. So Luganodes is a Swiss-based institutional-grade staking provider. We are born out of the program called Lugano Plan B, which is an initiative driven by the city of Lugano and Tether. The Plan B program intends to accelerate the use of blockchain technology to transform the city's financial infrastructure. So as part of the city's program, they have set aside 100 million Swiss francs as investment pool to deploy into startup incubation. Not just that, they also plan to build a blockchain hub, and Luganodes is the very first startup to be part of that blockchain hub. Currently, in the city, there are like more than 300 merchants accepting crypto payments. And today, you can technically go to a McDonald's store and buy a burger by using your crypto, which is quite exciting, right? Sorry. So, living by the ethos of Web3, our vision at Luganodes is essentially to build a safe, private, and decentralized internet for all. And we truly believe that validators will be at the core and center of how we make sure that security and the scalability of blockchain networks are maintained. So with that said, let's look at some numbers, because numbers are always exciting. So as you can see, the current proof-of-stake market cap lies at around $300 billion. The total global stakers are around 7 million, And the global stake value currently is at around $100 billion. And with the Ethereum merge happening recently on 15th of September, we could see that how it moved from being a pure proof of work to proof of stake. And that has led to increased institutions adopting more and more blockchain networks, right? So with that said, we definitely see institutions such as SEBA Bank, Sygnum Bank, Revolut, BlackRock coming in and pouring in capital, especially into the DeFi and staking ecosystem. Recently, we also saw that JP Morgan did their first ever DeFi trade on a public blockchain called Polygon, which technically is pointing to, telling us that we are still very, very early in the staking ecosystem. There's still a long way to go when it comes to staking. The industry is evolving, and more institutions are adopting to this particular technology. So now I would like to share 3 key pillars, especially in terms of learnings when it comes to building the world's fastest growing staking provider. So which are technology expertise, trust-based partnerships, and our culture of embracing Web3. So let me first quickly talk about trust-based partnerships. We have been very grateful to gain institutional support, and we were able to achieve that by mainly focusing on the speed of execution, which is clearly visible by how many chains we are live on in just a matter of 6 months. And our ability to scale our organization while scaling to these different networks. So we typically sit with each of these various institutions that we have partnered with and ensure that we are addressing each of their customer pain points and tailor unique offering solutions so that we take away all things from them in terms of staking and completely reduce their overhead of running, managing, and maintaining validator nodes. So with this said, I would quickly move to the next key principle, which has helped us achieve great success. Our culture of embracing Web3. So we have put together a team which is truly passionate about decentralization. And we have built our team in a very non-hierarchical fashion where there are no layers. So technically, a person in our team can just directly reach out to me or my CTO. There is no hierarchy, very similar to how open and accessible Web3 is. And we have also made sure that there is extreme ownership that is there in the team, so that if anyone who is assigned a particular task can get things to the finish line and finality, right? That's something that is very critical to building a very fast-paced growing organization. And also ensuring that there is transparency at every level so that information arbitrage is not there within the company. So with these 2 key pillars that I just shared, I would like to call upon my CTO to talk about the technology expertise key pillar and go in detail on how we are building on this cutting edge technology and making sure that we are always 100% uptime, running different nodes reliably. And I would also like to introduce Subhash, who is our CTO, who is an expert in blockchain infrastructure and is a security engineer who has trained and spoken at various conferences such as Black Hat US and NullConf. He's a true visionary when it comes to decentralization. So I would like to pass the stage to Subhash to talk more about what are the tech things that we are doing.
Hi, everyone.
All good.
Thank you for joining. And so a little bit about, I guess Anuj introduced me, but one thing that I'm super passionate about is decentralization and overall adoption of open source. And that's kind of why, the way Luganodes is structured, you will see a lot more about that. Yeah. So first thing I would like to talk about is achieving rapid delivery. So we have a speed of about 2 weeks per network. And I want to talk about how we managed to get that, right? So when we go live on a network, we have clear SOPs in a sense. Okay, if we are going live on Cosmos or like Polygon, for example, like we know, okay, first you bring up the node, then the monitoring, then testing, then you do migration drills, you have checklists for that, you're alerting readiness, all of this stuff, right? So for each network, yes, there are unique things, but overall you can still have it standardized so that it's not like you're going into a new network and it's completely new. You just check some boxes and ensure that everything is covered. So this allows us to actually focus and streamline instead of getting a bit lost on the network and the specifics itself. And so when we first set up the network, it's essentially a manual setup wherein we just go through the guide of the the network and then understand it end to end and make a concise documentation. So if the original documentation has like 30 steps, our documentation would have just 8 to 10 steps. So just drilling down the entire documentation into just 10 steps helps us understand the operations very clearly and then execute them at a very structured way, and that helps with our speed. And eventually we go around to automating them, because now that you've taken all the steps to bringing up a network and you've essentially created buckets of individual components, then you can just make playbooks for them and then automate it. So yes, we automate our setup, but we first do a manual setup and extremely concise documentation. Then our expertise from testnet. So when we go live on a network, it's not like we are running the network just few days before we are going live. It's way in advance. Our teams have been running testnets. They've documented all the steps. We've made the playbooks in such a way that you just change a couple of parameters and you're able to deploy on mainnet. So it's being ready and already having the experience of running in the testnet that allows us to achieve this speed. Yeah. So a key pillar, or why how we were able to achieve this at such a pace, was we had a lot of support from the existing validator community. In fact, the validator community is one of the friendliest, I would say, because you have very silly issues at times, and then they don't really care. It's a silly issue or whatever. They just come in and then they patiently explain. And a lot of existing validators here have been very helpful that way. So we are grateful for that, and that's something that helped us go fast. And then in terms of networks that we validated in, it's like we can directly reach out to the protocol people on Discords, and they are very supportive too. So we had a lot of support from existing the networks and the validator community in large. And a lot of the tooling that was built in terms of monitoring setups like tender duty, the Grafana dashboards, and explorers that existing validators have built. Just think about it, right? If there wasn't this existing open source infrastructure, it would take us like double the time, or more probably. So it's very important that all of the validators contribute further to this ecosystem, because that enables rapid movement in the space. And so how do we, we've talked about how we go fast, but how do we go reliably? In fact, in Tron, we are the only validator with 100% uptime. And in every network we run, we strive to assure 100% uptime, and so far we've managed to just keep that, right? So how we do this? The first thing is, if your foundation or the servers you're running in is not supportive enough, there's absolutely no point to doing anything, because if you run it on the cloud, then there's going to be some level of shared tenancy. And absolutely for no fault of your own, you will be compromising on your node's performance. So we exclusively run on bare metal, and we find to be the right balance between the cost, performance, and reliability factors. And on top of this, we do performance tuning. For example, Solana, we had to switch the kernel, do AMD P states, etc., to extract the maximum out of the hardware that we have to get the best performance possible. And all of our nodes are distributed across various geographical locations. So if our Validator is running on, like a London region. Then our, backup nodes are in different regions. So in case there is an event that we know that it's not all at the same time, that's going to go down. So having this assurance that even in case of a disaster, you have the nodes running elsewhere. But more so where we've seen that play is if there is some sort of a network outage in one region, having that redundant nodes in elsewhere has saved us a lot of trouble. So proactive monitoring. So like this I think is the pillar, because without proactive monitoring, you can't sleep. And if you have proactive monitoring, it wakes you up from sleep. It's that assurance that monitoring gives you, like even when you sleep, if something is going wrong, then you will get that alert to step into action that enables us to have that confidence in our operations. So our monitoring is proactive. What that proactive word specifically means is it's not about missing a block and knowing about it. It's how the hardware is doing internally, the CPU is going high, or there is latency increase in block propagation that tells us much in advance before we even miss that block, right? Like that has, we just SSH in. We get alerts at the middle of 3 a.m. and then we just SSH in just to check manually what's the CPU like, everything, and that has enabled us to, avoid missing blocks. So that's something that has been helpful. Then being vigilant during, turbulent times, epoch switches, things like that, wherein potentially things can happen. And being prepared. So, okay, an alert is ringing at 3 a.m. in the night. You shouldn't be thinking at 3 a.m., what should I do now? You should have a playbook ready. Like, okay, I see the alert. I go to the, the internal documentation. I see the first step to act is, SSH in or something. I have a checklist, right? I mean, when you're deep asleep, you're not going to be in a state to think at 3 a.m. How do I react? So having this checklist has really helped us because, you just wake up literally at 3 a.m. and you have to do stuff. And ensuring security. So at the speed at which we go and then the reliability guarantees we are achieving, we should also be very secure because this is very critical financial operations. So we do not operate directly on the internet for most of our internal infra. We use a tool called Nebula, which is built by Slack, and it's more like WireGuard, but think of it with some more batteries included so that you don't have to do manual configuration on each node. So we built a tool on top of that called nebctl that allows us to deploy this overlay private network that is just very secure. Like you don't even have any port for monitoring or nothing exposed, just the bare essentials. And hardware security, so when we generate keys, we actually follow, generating it on an air-gapped machine and using a HSM and ledger wherever appropriate, because it's not always applicable. And, limiting the exposure. So at any moment of time, who has access to your keys, right? But it could be validator keys, it could be the consensus keys. Keeping this to a bare minimum. So even if someone has to do maintenance on that node, they don't need to have access to the consensus key, right? Even though it's on the same machine. So engineering that to limit exposure, gives us that confidence. Okay, even in case of a breach or whatever, it's still going to be safe. So how do we do things fast, do things reliable, but still stick to our core values? This is something we constantly work on, and when I talked about Nebula, the internal private network that we use, we had to build tooling around it to make it fast for us. And what we realized was, from the beginning, right, anything that we do goes through a lens of how do we open source this eventually. So we managed to open source this a few weeks back, and there is more things that we have built that will be open source. And in terms of our internal infra, let it be our communications over Matrix or any other repositories or documentation, everything is self-hosted. We don't host these on the cloud. We don't trust a third-party provider to operate this for us. That also gives us that guarantee of it's going to be there when we need it, but it's more so to do with we are sticking to the principles of what we are trying to do for the world. And yeah, so a lot of the setup guides that we've done, it's goes beyond the documentation that is shared by the networks, and we will be open sourcing them once there is some more level of assurance that we have it will work for everyone. Even the tools in terms of monitoring, in terms of deployments, the scripts, etc., will be open sourced. So enriching the ecosystem, right? So we run validators on these networks, but how do we add value to these networks, right? It's not just about having the delegation and being there, right? So we participate in testnets, and actually before we go live on any mainnet, we actually went live on testnet, so that we can understand the network for our operations, but as well, if there aren't going to be any changes, we can support the network in terms of some issues that we see, etc. And we participate in the office hours, governance discussions extensively. With the networks we've run, we've contributed to their documentation as well internally to enable everyone to operate in a reliable way. And providing public RPC nodes, seed nodes, snapshots, we'll be doing for the new networks which need them, because there are players for the popular networks, but for these new networks that come in, for testnet specifically, right, you are in a position where you don't really see snapshots, and it's a little painful that we went through. So we will be doing that as well. And yeah, so when we go live on a network, we do some research, right? We've worked with the protocols and our internal teams to ensure that this research that we do also goes public, because it's going to save time for more people later, right? So that's something we do too. And herein comes the most critical thing for me and Luganodes as well. So Luganodes' overall vision, yes, is to be a great staking provider, but to facilitate decentralization and mass adoption of proof of stake is a key principle, right? We are all here because we believe proof of stake is sort of going to be the thing in crypto. And as validators, we are the key holders to this industry. So we have a responsibility to ensure the space stays open, accessible, and grows. So we will be working on products or other solutions that make it easier for validators to participate on these networks, for networks to get validators onto these, onto their network, etc. And facilitate the peer-to-peer revolution. So as part of Luganodes, yes, we have the core team working on staking, but we also work on a lot of peer-to-peer and decentralized products that you'll be seeing soon. And the overall vision is, yes, I personally use an open source phone, which is de-Googled. I use an open source laptop, etc. But how do we ensure that everyone can use this? Because there is a lot of compromises and sacrifices to use entirely open source. But bridging that to an extent where anyone can actually use it without the compromises, that's something we are working on. And everything will actually tie into a more private, decentralized, and open source future for the world. So that's what we believe in. And our people who believe in us, who the institutions, etc., this, I think, has been the core value. And I call upon Anuj to close and open for questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Subhash. Thanks, Subhash, for sharing the learnings. And I would like to close by saying that we are extremely grateful to the institutions who have supported us and believed in our vision of decentralization. And with that, we were able to achieve almost north of $500 million in delegations. And we are also extremely proud to share that we are AAA rated on staking rewards and are amongst the world's top 6 verified staking providers. So we went through a very diligent process of getting ourselves verified by our friends here at Staking Rewards. And we just wanted to let you know that we embrace this amazing ecosystem, the staking ecosystem, the Web3 ecosystem, and we are here to stay. And we have just begun our journey. It's less than 6 months since we have launched, but we have seen tremendous growth in how we have been able to achieve these numbers and work with these different institutions. With that said, please keep an eye on us, and we are here to stay. Thank you.
So we want to open up the floor for you to ask questions, especially from the Validator community. I think this would be a great opportunity to have questions from the audience that Subhash and Anuj would then answer from their experience of running Luga nodes. Yeah, we will have somebody run around, collect the questions, and give the mics around.
Hello, my name is Greg, Chain for Energy, and actually I'm impressed the presentation, and guys, congrats what you are doing. And my question is about hardware, because you mentioned that you are using own hardware, and most validators are utilizing cloud providers, and it's, let's say, easy peasy. And how much time and budget, if you are able to share, you are allocating to doing that on your hardware?
Yeah, so I can take that. So at this moment, we don't actually run it on our own hardware that we purchase, but we rent dedicated servers that we have full access to across data centers and then run it. But there is plans actually very soon to set up our own data center in Lugano. So we are actually in the process of setting up the data center, getting the hardware, etc. So your question was sharing a bit about the budgets, etc. What? Yeah, so we don't have exactly the numbers we can share because we are in the process of it and we haven't finalized on anything yet. But what I've seen is compared to operating on the cloud, if you operate on even just dedicated servers, which are bare metal, the costs go to a fraction in terms of bandwidth, in terms of just the base cost of running that specs. So I strongly would suggest anyone running in the POS space to look at dedicated servers and eventually have the data center as well. Yeah.
Hey, congrats on reaching $500 million in 6 months. That's a huge thing. And my question is, what if one-man show, like one guy would like to run a validator without enterprise customers? What would you advise to him or her to get his delegation in the first place?
So I would like to take that question. So basically, how we would look at retail is definitely we embrace the overall community. So we make sure that we are active in each chain that we participate in. So we want to make sure that even the retail customers are able to delegate with us. So there is no barrier to the retail not participating in delegating to our nodes. So we always, delegators have an option to stake with us as well, like the retail customers. So there is no like a boundary that we draw just with institutions. So we are like more towards B2B2C, which means that we are currently focused on institutions, but obviously we care about retail as well, right? So.
Yeah, I guess this question was for individual validators.
Yes,
to get
that's right. If one guy, not the large company, not large team, starts a validator, how can he compete with, or not compete, but still get some delegation in the network?
Yeah, I can answer to that, yeah. So what I've seen in some of the newer networks is just a guy or girl, they want to validate, and then it's more about reducing the initial investment overhead cost so that even if it is not profitable, they are able to continue for the duration till the time they can make it profitable. So it's about choosing the right infra. You could be running it on, like I said, dedicated nodes that are facilitated by providers. So that would be a good start. But how do we get the delegation? but I mean, in Web3 space, it's all about meritocracy. If the person is contributing to the protocol by building tooling, documentation, supporting in the validator chat for other validators, things like that, what I've seen is eventually they get noticed, and the foundation themselves do delegate to these individuals because they are actually adding value in terms of tooling, support, and documentation, right? And other people in the community as well can visibly see that this person is there for the network, and they do delegate. So it's, I mean, maybe in a different place, this sort of work may not earn money, but in the crypto space, we are happy that people like these can come, make a difference, and get delegations, and it does work. Yeah.
Absolutely. Does that answer the question? I can add as well by saying that as Subhash mentioned in his talk, that by running RPC nodes, seed nodes, snapshots, by helping the community, getting into governance calls, understanding what is the problems that are being currently faced by the community, being actively engaged helps drive those delegations. And obviously, as individual validator, you also have to follow some playbooks that are already shared by other community members, such as us or other ecosystem partners, so that you can set up your own nodes and then gradually start contributing to the broader community.
Yeah. A good example would be Polkachu, actually.
Then thank you very much,
Thank
Anush
you.
and Subhash, for having us.
Yeah. Thanks for the summit. Having a great time.
Next up in line, we have a panel. The panel will be moderated by Alan Wojnowski, who's head of research at Staking Rewards. And the topic is about validator pricing strategies. So here we really go down to the fees. Our guests and panelists are JK, ex-Stakefish, Yuri, co-founder of Friends Validators, and Florian Liss, co-founder at Staking Facilities. Give a big round of applause. Thank you.
Magazine and Times Square on the screens, just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy, drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG, yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, so here today with Yuri, JK, and Florian, we will be discussing a bit about, what are fees when you stake with someone, what happens behind closed doors, what's the current methodology, and what can be improved there. So yeah, I just wanted to start off. Yuri, if you can give us a little bit of a walkthrough. If I delegate with someone, what are the fees that I'm actually being charged?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for the invite. And yeah, so to kickstart the discussion a little bit, how fees generally work, I know there is a lot of confusion around it quite often. So let's say you stake 10 atoms, let's say with us, because we charge 5% commission, so it's pretty easy to calculate. Then let's say the APR of atom is at 10%. Then you would make 1 atom per year, and we would basically charge 5% of that. So you would basically pay 5% of the 1 atom you made. And we charge this because we basically offer a service, obviously. So we run the infrastructure, we have to run service and so on. So this is how we essentially make money.
All right, yeah, makes sense, makes sense. What's one of the biggest misconceptions? So, if someone looks at any of the UX, and I see the commission rate. Like what mistakes do people make, and how do validators potentially game it?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is maybe a good time to, we talked about this a bit, but like the concept I wanted to introduce always was effective rate. Well, I should start off by saying I'm JK. I am ex-Stakefish. But going back to what I was going to say is that if you look at across all the UX right now, especially like MintScan as an example for all the Cosmos chains, you see all the validators and you see all the commissions they charge, but the commissions will vary from like what, anywhere from like 5%, 10%, like, you know. But the thing is, these commissions don't translate across chains because each of the chain has different inflation schedule, has different reward rates. And so you could be charging both 10% commissions on Cosmos, Hub and Evmos, but Evmos has like a reward rate of like 150%. So the 10% commission is like significantly different, and it has a very different meaning. So at least what I always like to do is use the concept of the effective rate, which is multiplying the reward rate of that time times the commission. And so this should give you a good idea of, based on how much assets are staked, how much of that are we earning as a validator. And so, just wanted to put that concept out there, and I could say roughly, 100 basis points and below is roughly where all the commissions effective rates are today.
All right, nice, thanks. And yeah, so obviously commission rates might differ between different networks, but do they also differ between different users? If I'm an institution or whale, like, is anything happening behind closed doors? Is everything on-chain fully transparent? Florian?
I mean, obviously there's backroom doors, deals going on in the space. Validators and node operators are very much incentivized to climb up the ranks just to gain more visibility, but also depending on the network, it doesn't actually cost you more money to run the infrastructure if there's $1 million on a node or $1 billion. So basically everything you can earn with that node raises your return ratio. So obviously larger providers do these deals with institutionals and whales to basically get them to delegate to them and also to build a long-term business relationship with them, right? So you don't want someone to delegate only in Atom. You want those institutions to delegate Atom, Sol, Ethereum, and all these tokens to you.
Yeah, I mean, just one thing to add is just that, like, the power is in the actual token holders, right? Validators, yeah, to some extent have power on chain, but still at the end of the day, we have power on chain thanks to what the delegators are staking with us. And so that's why these sort of, private dealings do happen, to try to negotiate and try to meet, large token holders halfway to incentivize them to establish this long working relationship.
All right, yeah, thanks. And in terms of like how it actually works, is it mostly institutions come to you and they want to actually, invest indirectly through delegating to you in a way and ask for discounts, or do you have a sales team that reaches out to institutions and kind of tries to bring delegations to you?
Yeah, I could go. So we do both, BD, like that just naturally, organically comes to us. Thankfully, we have a great marketing team that really put our brand and reputation out there. But also we do reach out to, known people that will have these large tokens. We don't have a fully dedicated sales team like I think some other operators do. Would have loved to have some of those operators up in this panel, but unfortunately they're not up here. But yeah, we're one of the ones that don't like really have like a fully dedicated sales team. Yeah.
Maybe to add to that, I mean, JK, you said it before that the power is with the delegators. So actually expecting them to come to you to discuss pricing is not really realistic, right? They are the ones who have the power. So you need to make the pot juicy for them, not the other way around.
And what's the deal with 0% commission validators? I mean, you do all these deals with these institutions, but why can't institutions just go to them? Is their business model to basically just underprice everyone else and just grow, or yeah, how does it affect you?
I mean, I'm not too familiar with the institutional side of things here, but what I can say, like from our perspective, as we are a very community-oriented validator, is like if you start your validator business right now and you try to compete with all the big players, aka Chorus One or like also staking rewards here, and you just have like your small infrastructure and you just got started, it's like very, very tricky for you to stay in the active set. I mean, we all have like large teams that work a lot. And so you have to give them, like stakers, like kind of an incentive to stake with you. So I think the reason why a lot of them are doing this in the beginning is like it should be considered as an investment, like kind of a marketing or go-to-market investment, I would say. So, but obviously at the end of the day, they all have to make money, so they will increase it at some point.
Yeah, and I guess, JK, you mentioned to me that there's some discussions on some networks about some sort of minimum commission rate. Would you like to elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, so some of the networks, like Evmos, I think is like a prime example, where all the validators have a minimum commission rate that they can't set, like literally in protocol, they cannot set anything below 5% on Evmos, as an example. A few other networks have started to do this sort of as well, where they enforce a minimum commission rate. Interestingly, some foundations even soft enforce this by telling validators that they will not delegate if the commissions is below like a certain point. Just a personal take on the minimum commission, it's a horrible idea. It really does not help with anything at all at the end of the day. The problem is that minimum commission just incentivizes validators then to talk with more delegators behind the scenes. And really, you lose that transparency on actually how the pricing is working, how competitive fees should work. And so, you know, like, yeah, so I'll stop there, but yeah.
I mean, and that's something only the large validators can do, right? You're not starting as a community validator and going to like a large institutional or like offering them like below 5%. You have no power to do that. It's very dangerous because it actually helps the large players grow even more. So I would say it's a horrible idea in that regard as well.
And also we're like so young in this in the sector. I think Mikko's presentation at the very beginning showed how early we still are, and now to enforce somewhat regulations that are very, very hard to control does also not make any sense to me.
Yeah, I'm a free market proponent. Like the moment you disrupt that, you create all sorts of insane incentives, and the externalities are just it's going to get out of hand at one point.
Yeah. All right, and obviously you've got the other side of the spectrum as well, with validators charging 100% commission. Like what's the kind of mentality behind it? Yeah, I guess Florian.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I guess there's different reasons why you would charge 100% on your validator. Depends on the network. So, for example, in Polkadot, every validator earns the same amount of tokens, which means the more tokens are staked on your validator, the less rewards you get per token. So if you're like a large token holder who has plenty enough to basically get into the set and stay in the lower ranks of validators, he's earning more per token than the ones that get delegation. So it might be just like stopping people from like diluting your rewards. It might also be the reason that you cheat customers. Like there is a lot of misconception about what commission means, and like we talked about it before, that there are some community members who think, oh, there's 100% commission, so I'm getting 100% of the rewards. There's other reasons, like legal reasons. You don't want to have delegators because it might be that you're then a custodial to them, depending on the network. So yeah, there's different reasons, and I don't think it hurts too much to have some of them. Obviously, also depending on the network, if there's a limited set of validators, it can be really dangerous because then again, you're closing out these small players that actually the community would like to have.
On that note, because it's wonderful that you mentioned this example of the 100%, that there's this misconception. I think here we again what we discussed in the very beginning of this discussion, that also the UX has to improve. So we are always arguing about all the centralized exchanges. What I find so lovely about Kraken is whenever you do something, like you start staking or if you start swapping, they explain everything to you what you are like doing here. And yeah, there's nothing what get explained to you when using Kepler, for example. It's your money will be untouchable for 14 or 21 days. That's it. So yeah, I think this is what we have to solve, like on a UX space.
So what would you guys say is, let's say you're delegating your own tokens and you're not allowed to delegate to yourself. What kind of commission rate range would you say is acceptable for you?
I would say, like, when I'm like delegating in networks where staking facilities is not active, what I usually do is I don't really care about the commission. I rather look for like node operators or validators that I know and trust, and like community validators that offer some service. Like we also run in Solana, for example, with Solana Beach, which is our block explorer. We run a validator with 20% commission fee, and we see people delegating to that because they appreciate the value it gives to the network and to them as a user. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm usually staking with, I have to be honest, with Stakefish, Chorus One, and all of these, but also looking at like people who are active in the communities, who help out people on Discord. And it's nice to be in a position where we can just do that. And basically, being the large one doesn't mean we don't represent these values and that we can't make a difference ourselves.
So then the best pricing strategy is actually build reputation, build trust, and just charge a little bit more than it costs you to run your validators and all your side business, right? Value-added extras and so on.
Well, I mean, I do want to. I don't want to say that though. Like, you know, it's yes, but at the same time, like, in reality and in practice, doesn't really happen. Because then also, it's like we wouldn't see exchanges being the top, you know, validators. You know, realistically, people do value convenience. People do value, paying no fees. So these will always constantly be a factor in everyone's decision making. And so I think staking facilities is doing a good job of this. Of course, Friends as well. But like, you know, it's about showing delegators the value proposition. That is an immense amount of education that needs to go in there. But you know, while I want to say that that's like the biggest decision factor for most stake, but I'm quite sure it's not. It will always converge to how low of a fee can you get.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just talking about myself there. I absolutely agree that the average user, they go to Minscan, they look at the top 10 of validators, they pick one with like low commission fees. And if you ask them, well, why did you choose them? It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I like the logo, or like the commission fee was low. It's not about it's so hard for them also to just differentiate, right? Like there is not that much information out there why you should not delegate to Coinbase or why you should delegate to like a community validator. And that again plays into what you said before with education of actually like end users.
And this might be a good point to make then, which is why the StakingWars.com's verified provider is an interesting step towards that. Just want to put give a shout out right there. But again, like the tool, Rated is also a great example of where there's a lot of transparency into like how exactly the validators are doing. There's, I think, a lot of tools that are being built out to help with this to some extent. Because again, we're talking about commissions, but they're also the flip side of it is some validators might not just be performant at all. Like they might just be horrible. So you're getting charged 0%, but like your reward rate is like, pretty devastating. So I think there's still a lot of exploration that needs to happen on that tooling and data transparency front. Yeah.
And we saw that with like the Hetzner outage now, like throwing out all these Solana validators, and suddenly 20% of the network is gone, right? There's a reason why some of these validators can charge very low fees. It's because they save on like things that the user doesn't see, right? So absolutely agree with you there.
And I think you said at the beginning, Florian, that it doesn't really matter if you have $1 million delegated or $1 billion. You pay the same at the end of the day for your service. But quite often I see the top validators actually being the ones with the highest commission rate. Is that because they have already the marketing and the trust built up, or do you think at what point would it make sense for the highest ones to be like, okay, actually we're just going to reduce it, give back to the users, or is there no benefit for it?
So in my opinion, it's good that some of the larger ones have higher fees, because if they would be like dumping the fees, and you see them like the best validators, they would be pricing out the smaller ones who start up, who have like a lot of like upfront investment costs, and like who need to first build their community and their trust. So I actually think it's good that some of them have higher fees. As for us, I can speak like we're usually not the lowest fee validator. We're trying to be like a little bit more premium. And basically why we do that is we argue that the services that we provide actually add value to these networks and to our customers by, for example, not running in the cloud, building everything in like with bare metal servers like Luga Nodes just talked about in their talk right before this. And so, yeah, in my opinion, charging that extra comes from having higher costs because of doing that as well.
Yeah, and also I think people are also happy to pay the extra dollars. Like I had actually the same thing when I staked my Kava. I staked them with Chorus One, even though their rate was a little bit higher. But for me, the reason why I did it was I know the team, and they have a large team. They are like very easily reachable. I know they are safe, so this is like kind of an insurance that you also buy with this. And I also just had the discussion, if I pay now 4% on almost nothing or 5% on almost nothing, I mean, yeah.
I think public fee is deceiving. I do think currently privately the fees are contracting really heavily right now, to the extent where I think there's like almost close to zero margins at this point. And like, you know, you could easily calculate out the revenue portion of all of this because it's all on chain, right? Like you could easily calculate out, you know, fees and all the reward rates across all the networks, and then work back from there, thinking like, okay, how much could the private fees be? But what I'm seeing is at least it's like contracting really heavily. I think this is a testament to the fact that maybe we have an oversupply of validators. And yeah, maybe it just takes some time either for the networks to grow big enough or for us to have less validators basically that are running professionally. Yeah, a hot take. I think everyone here will survive, but you know, just saying. I think that's just personal opinion.
I can definitely see your point here, but I think here again, I think all of these discussions are a little bit too early for me. Like in a year or 2 years from now, or like at least after the bear market, happy to talk about this again. But now I want to leave like the room as large as possible to do experiments.
I would add to like what you said that like we saw it with like Sika Validator in the beginning of Cosmos, right? They were the ones basically, the first ones I knew who like said like, okay, we start with 0% and like maybe in 3 or maybe in 6 months we'll change it to something more reasonable. And they got a lot of delegations, and delegations are sticky. So if you have a delegation, the chance that someone goes away is much lower than it should be. I mean, we shut down our Tezos validator like months ago now, and there's still like hundreds of thousands of dollars on there just because people don't delegate away. And so I think that's one part of that. And the other one is there is also another reason why right now acquiring stake on your validator is super important. We see all these like big companies raising money and like trying to build the teams to basically win the whole staking market. And if you try to sell your company, you can tell like, well, there's $2 billion in assets staked on my nodes. It's much better of a selling point than looking at like the actual reward. So I would say like as long as we're in a growth stage and not a revenue stage, this is just the way the market works.
To the point where you said like that the first commissions are very sticky, I completely agree with that, but I think maybe that's also hot take. Maybe it's also the protocol's fault in some point, because if we look at FMOS, if we look at Osmosis, they all started with a super high inflation. The early adopters were there. They just randomly delegated their money to a couple of validators, and now the inflation is getting lower, and I think maybe we should also considering this design if we want to ensure a decentralized protocol from the very beginning.
And yeah, it makes sense. But so, well, adjusting your reward rates by like based on inflation, right? So would you also consider to adjust your commission if we start entering a bull market again? Is that a consideration you'd also make or not?
Well, I mean, it didn't happen on the past cycle, so I think it's very difficult to keep changing the commissions. It's very, very difficult to do that. It's hard to increase, like, you know. I think the most jarring one was like Everstake on Tezos increasing their commissions, which was like shocking to me. Because like, you know, many of the delegators are very passive, right? They stake and then they just don't care about it for like a year or so. Like imagine the surprise, like coming back to your stake, you know, you take out your cold wallet and you're like, oh, you know, let's reap my rewards, and then suddenly they find out they were paying 15% fees. I'm quite sure that was a pretty shocker for a lot of people. So I'd say like, it doesn't matter about the market cycles. The commissions are very, very difficult to change. And consider this, for institution-facing validators, the moment you change the public fees, of course your clients are gonna come knocking on your doors saying, well, it seems like times are good for you. What can we do about our own fees now?
Yeah, I would add to that. I mean, we came out of a bull market and basically ran into despair where like prices dropped by 90 or more %. And to be quite frank, like validators earn their money in native tokens. So like the revenue has dropped pretty much the same rate, like the price has dropped. So right now, a lot of validators, especially like the large ones who like build up their teams in the bull market and all of that, like they're running at a loss for sure right now. Which means I don't think they can even lower the rewards right now, because basically you try to survive until the next bull market where then you reap the fruits of what you're doing right now. So as JK said, like you can't just increase fees, especially not in a bull market. So lowering them right now is, I think, a very dangerous game.
Yeah, and I think to conclude what we just mentioned here is that pricing strategy also comes with a business plan. And I was also surprised that so many validators were like keeping super bullish, even though we saw that the Fed might be doing something in regards of the interest rates. But for example, we had friends, we started like in the bull market, and we have like a very, very small paycheck. And I think this is like what it's all about, that you have your strategy in order to also survive in a bear market. And I've seen crazy things that larger validators have a super high paycheck, and I mean, okay, then you have to deal with that.
And do you guys, or do many validators hedge during the bull market? So they're basically selling, 1 or 2 year out expiries and options or futures. Is that quite common?
I would say so. We started it like actually like not too long ago. We did it like in a slight way, but I know from friends of the business that this is like quite common. But on the other hand, just because that no one is like worried about the big validators, like the thing is they also earned a lot of money in a bull market, and we as a validator, we also have like certain opportunities here and there to invest in a project early, to build with them. So our opportunities come also with a cost.
At least what I've seen on average, no. Like the best only sort of hedging or risk off strategy is just selling your rewards as they come in, like the miners do. But treasury management is not something that's being actively explored enough in the validator space. There's definitely a few projects that are sort of circling around and trying to see what they can do. But one of the problems is that like the assets that we touch and we have on our balance sheet are long tail assets. And good luck trying to get good option pricing, good futures pricing on any of those, because they're just so new and exotic that like no one is willing to provide like competitive fees on any of these. So I'd say like give it 1 or 2 more cycles before we see proper hedging and proper treasury management discipline coming in. But at least right now, I don't think that's like the top priority being discussed.
Yeah, maybe to add to that, I think there's just not enough tools to do that efficiently right now, right? Like we see them being built as of now, But like during most of the bull market, these tools have not been like openly available. You could obviously do some of these hedges, but I think the strategy of the past few like months or years actually, like for most of the validators I know, has been to liquidate into cash and build up reserves there, and then still keeping the upside of your tokens as much as possible because we all know there's going to be another cycle, and then like this will pay off. But I would say like it will get more and more depending on the tools that we see. It's the same with insurance, right? I don't think there's that many insured validators right now, just because there's not enough tools to actually get insurance at an effective rate.
Things will definitely get more fun when the validators are starting to actively sell, because then we're talking about like the inflation and everything. Like, yeah, good luck. Now as a protocol, you need to make sure you have discipline on how you set the inflation rate, because otherwise that's all selling pressure coming into the market.
All right, yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's all very interesting. And I just wanted to open up the stage for any questions from the audience. So I think Marianne's just getting the microphone quickly. Yeah, any questions? Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm wondering how you technically manage different commission rates. Do you run separate nodes, or do you have some, I don't know, contracts, or how do you manage different commission rates for different customers if you have them? Any tools maybe, or just manual work?
So like we have a staking agreement that we share with all our institutional clients, which basically offers like we call it like a rebound, basically, which means like we'll pay you periodically like a rebate on your tokens. We don't do that on chain. Obviously, as we said, these are like backroom like talks. Like they're not on chain visible. They're not publicly known. Like I think we also don't want like talking about that. Like I don't think we want to be like our prices known publicly, because then we'll have to have the discussions with our like retail customers about like why do you offer so low rates to them and like so high rates to us.
Yeah, I apologize for bringing it up, but I really wanted to get this out there for people to at least have some understanding that like these things do exist and happen. So, but yeah, to your question, so all these contracts, because they're off-chain, needs to be managed legally. So these are meat-based legal contracts, and so you could imagine this just like any other legal contract dealings that you do, in the Web2 space. Like, if you sign up for, Slack or something, like they send you a terms of service that you need to sign and everything. So like it's the same sort of thing. In terms of like internal tracking, for some networks we have, more automated way of just like tracking everything, but for most it's good old Excel. Yeah.
Oh, we are not doing this at all, so I'm out here.
Yeah, but just to what you said, JK, is like I think it's better to actually be transparent, even if people don't know the extent of it, but at least knowing that it's there. I think it actually builds the trust as well. So I'm a retail delegator. You're openly saying that you do these kind of deals. I'm like, okay, actually that builds the trust level rather than makes me, dislike you more.
Yeah, and this then, goes back to some of the more contentious policies that we're talking about on some networks about these minimum commissions. I'm hoping like this fact, discovery helps them understand why a lot of big validators are against this minimum commission, because it doesn't do any favors for anyone.
All right, yeah, thanks. Yeah, we've got time for one more question potentially.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for the talk. Really interesting. I was wondering, where do you see down the road kind of the role that centralized exchanges running their validators? What role should they play in the chain, in the governance? And do you see a problem with them having such a big stake? If you look at chains like Kava, for example, where like 3 of the biggest validators are just the exchanges, what risk does that pose, and how do you think that should be long-term kind of dealt with? Thanks.
So at least the way I think about it is, it looks concerning right now. But also at the same time, I think exchanges are extremely, they've survived all sorts of cycles, right? They're really smart people, and it's just taking them some time to really understand and build out a team within these exchanges to fully internalize how they should approach validators. Like as an example, if you go back even a year or two, staking was not a priority for any of the exchanges. They don't care. They either delegated or they work with just an outside provider. That's it. That was the end of story. But I think increasingly exchanges are putting dedicated teams into trying to understand how they could participate. So what we'll see is, as community members, I think it's important to cry out this is bad, exchanges, what are you doing? And eventually this sort of feedback is going to loop into their decision making. I believe we're already sort of seeing this where exchanges are very open to discussing and trying to put out thought pieces on how they could help decentralize the network. And I think this is happening more actively, I think, on the Ethereum end, but we'll see this flowing into other networks as well. So I'm concerned, yes, I'm with you on the concern right now, but I'm optimistic about the future because, again, there are participants in this industry, and they need to play by the rules of everyone.
Yeah, and also to add to that, when we hear the term centralized exchange in DeFi, we always think, oh, they are the evil ones. But as you mentioned, also Binance has an interest that DeFi survives, that this industry survives, that they can offer staking products. So it's not like that they are sitting there and discussing evil things or so. So I think they are also kind of beneficial for this industry.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks a lot, guys. I think we all learned a lot. And any other questions anyone might have, I think these guys will be available in the networking room for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Savage on his D in the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it.
So while we are clearing up the stage, I'm going to introduce our next keynote, which will be over an exceedingly important topic, namely stake centralization. Our friends from Obel Network, Colin Myers, CEO at Obel, and Oshin Kine, CTO at Obel, will speak about the truths, the myths, and how DVT can radically change the game. Again, it will be a 20 to 25 minutes talk, and then we have about 5 to 10 minutes for questions after that. Thank you. Let's get a big round of applause for our guests, please.
Does it work? Yeah. Okay. Hey, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Before we get started today, I'm Colin Myers. This is Oshin Kine. We're co-founders of Obel Labs, and we're currently focused on building this concept called the Obel Network. So what are we going to talk about today? Before we get started, I want to give a special shout out to the Staking Rewards team for putting this together, and also just the whole staking community for coming out. I think it's long overdue having a multi-chain staking event. Getting everyone together. So shout out and happy to be here, and thanks for putting it on. So today, what will we talk about? What does stake centralization mean, and how can Obel radically change the game? So we'll walk everyone through the way that we look at stake centralization from our viewpoint and some of the areas where what we're building can help alleviate some of those problems. Okay, cool. So who is Obel Labs? Today, Obel Labs is a R&D team. There's 17 of us. We're focused on building infrastructure technologies for Ethereum. Our primary focus today is delivering distributed validator technology for Ethereum, which is a project that we've been working on now for the better part of almost 3 years, actually. Okay. So before we get started today, we'll zoom out a little bit and we'll take a look at Ethereum's scaling roadmap to begin with. Ethereum has been scaling since the very beginning, and it has pretty core roadmap to scaling today. The first section of scaling is the most mature. This is the execution layer. Common technologies used to scale this layer are optimistic and ZK rollups. As everyone knows, this is the most mature layer. Scaling transaction throughput has been extremely important for years. We've gone through a variety of different mediums to figure out how to scale transaction throughput. We did plasma, sidechains, state channels. We did a variety of different things, and we ended up more on this roll-up based approach. Once the execution layer and roll-ups mature, then we have a data layer problem. So the next area of scalability challenge that we have is figuring out how to scale the data layer. Common methodologies to solve this problem is what's called data availability sampling. Moving on to the third, which is probably the most nascent area of scaling, is scaling the consensus layer, which is what we are focused on. The chosen primitive by the Ethereum community to figure out how to scale the consensus layer is distributed validator technology, which we'll walk everyone through today.
So, what is distributed validator technology? At its most simple, it's the ability to run a validator across multiple machines run by multiple people. This is super important as it addresses technical and non-technical risks to staking. Some of these risks, which we'll get into more detail later, are software crash faults, software doesn't last forever, hardware again goes offline invariably, private key compromise is what everyone here should be probably scared about, and one of the stranger ones is Byzantine behavior, or things like remote code execution and various attacks like such. But before I get kind of too into the weeds of it, I wanted to mention a little about what is, or who can use distributed validator technology. And to be perfectly honest, any type of validator can use DVT. Some of them have different risks, different wants, different needs, but one of the kind of obvious contenders are the liquid staking pools. These are, pools of multi-operators that share a load of stake, but so far they're just handing the stake to single individuals or single operators. The institutional staking providers themselves also could do with distributed validator technology. These people run a huge amount of stake on centralized services, and oftentimes they don't run with backups or automated failover because the chances of having a mix-up with that and getting slashed are very high. Home stakers as well could benefit from DVT. I can mention that I'm a home staker, but I also ran Block Daemon's ETH2 staking, and my Block Daemon validators have 99.9% uptime, but my home staking one is 97%, which is really not that great. But I have friends, family, other machines that I could be using. I could be distributing my validator across multiple locations, and even though I go on holidays and my node goes offline, I'd still be able to have better uptime than I currently do. And then the last kind of use case, which is a bit more further out there that we hope to see more of in the coming years, is friends, collectives, and DAOs running validators together. There are a lot of DAOs in the space that have treasury, that have Ether, but don't necessarily want to just throw it all into a liquid staking pool and take that risk. We hope that you also as a DAO can't give it to one person to stake because that's not the most decentralized. But if you have things like DVT, you and your DAO can actually stake your own Ether together, and that's more of what we hope to see in the future.
Okay, so now we'll zoom out a little bit and we'll talk about the liquid staking market, its size, its participants, and then we'll dive a bit deeper into certain centralization risks that exist inside of liquid staking pools and how we can help. So where are we at today? Quite interestingly, we gave this part of the presentation, we also included at our talk at DevCon, and at that point in time, total staked Ether in pools was 36%, and today it is hovering around 42. So our thesis and the basis of our narrative is that pooling will dominate a supermajority amount of stake in the network. Today we're at 42%. We believe that over the next 12 months we'll reach 2/3, and then over the next 2 years, pooled stake will accumulate and be 75, 80%, maybe even more of the network. The big chart here on the left is kind of the aggregate deposit flow over time since Genesis, which dates back to the end of 2020. And as you can see, the growth has been fairly exponential in size. So today we have $10 billion locked in pools just for Ethereum. There's about 6.3 million ETH staked, and again, 42% of all stake is staked inside of pools. What's more important to dig into before we move on to the other ones is who are the players here? Today there's really 4 primary players that take up the lion's share of the stake that's in liquid staking pools. Lido's leading the charge. They have about 70% market penetration. Coinbase is like spread across 2 different products here as the second largest. CBETH, as most of you may have seen that come out recently. Rocket Pool and Stakewise. We kind of look at these as like the 4 main players. And as we dive deeper into this analysis, we will use Lido as an example of different areas where they're doing well and different areas where we can help the whole industry improve. And this is really a matter of because Lido is the largest. They're the only ones that have to face these problems due to the size of what they've built and their success.
So we mentioned that we're looking at how staking is maturing, and we alluded to the fact that we believe that the pooling kind of use case is growing, and we think that people realize they don't want to put all of their eggs in like one centralized operator, and we can see that with even the centralized exchanges, they've to some extent gotten on board and started alluvial. Another design that we start to see is we started with these monolithic operator sets where it's just like, here are the operators, there's no other option. And we're now starting to move to maybe more dynamic node operator registries, maybe some voluntary ones, different types of mixes and stuff. And Stakewise v3 is kind of one of the ones on this side of the things. And another way that stake is maturing is now that we're 2 odd years running, we're starting to get more meaningful data, and we can look at things like are your outages frequent, are they correlated, how long do they last, so on. And this generally comes under the title of like node operator scoring, and like teams like Rated are doing a lot of great work in there trying to let people compare and better understand the differences between validators. And the last one that we're particularly concerned about is the risks of single operator failure is growing. As we'll kind of get to it further on, you really don't want to have all of your stake in one operator and it disappear overnight. But yeah, we'll touch on that a bit more as we go along.
Okay, so what is stake centralization, and how do we look at it through the lens of DBT?
Yeah, so the first aspect of stake centralization, and we're going to look at like 3 different aspects of it today, is client centralization. Most people are aware that there's 4 or so ETH1 clients or execution clients and 5 ETH2 clients. The distribution of these is quite uneven. On the consensus layer side, Prism used to have a supermajority, and it's now down to a 40-odd% one. But on the execution client, we still have a huge amount of stake centralization and a lot of risk posed by the fact that everybody's running Geth and not much of the others. So this is an issue, and it's particularly a risk for if there's ever a bug or a vulnerability in a specific client. You might be running with a different operator, you might be running in a different data center, but if you're running in the supermajority client and it has a catastrophic bug, like that's you're still going to be in trouble. To kind of give a counter example, like Lido, in fairness to them, do a lot of work at selecting operators that don't all have the same client, and in fact most of the operators support multiple clients themselves. So you can see their distribution is not the same as like the network-wide distribution in this regard. So how can Hobel help the client centralization problem? So as I alluded to, so Hobel is a middleware, which is a fancy way of saying we sit between a validator client and a consensus client, and we decide on what any particular validator is being asked to sign, but all of the individual validator clients keep the private keys and are like doing the signing. What's super important about this is it allows you to run a distributed validator with no dependence on a single client. Preferably, if you have like 4 nodes in a distributed validator cluster, you're running different ELs and CLs in all of them. So if there is, a 0-day vulnerability in any one, no big deal. It's only 25% of your validators. The other 3, aren't compromised, and your validator stays up, and you're like, okay, thank God, that was, way worse for everybody else. Similarly, as a middleware, Charon, our software client, doesn't have any private keys. So even if your distributed validator has a bug or is compromised, it will, ask your Teku VC to sign something slashable, and Teku will look at its code and be like, no, I've already signed something for that slot height. I'm not touching this. So if you are running a multi-client distributed validator, whether there's a compromise at the distributed validator level or at the client level, odds are someone needs to find multiple 0 days or multiple unknown hacks to compromise you. So the more you can distribute your risk, the harder it is for North Korea to slash your nodes. So client centralization is one aspect of the puzzle, but it's not the only risk. The other one that I think people are maybe more cognizant of is operator centralization. So decentralizing a validator set is super important. If you have more than 66 or 33% of validators running by any single operator, that's a pretty big risk to the network, particularly if somebody gets into their software, they phish the DevOps, they get access, and they can cause mayhem with like a large percentage of nodes. This is where the liquid staking pools kind of really came to the fore and kind of stepped in. Lido's original goal was, if we don't have a Lido, people will just stake with a centralized operator. But instead, it's like we'll have 20 or 25 operators that we divide stake amongst instead. So I think we have some details about the amount of kind of node operators in different networks and the likes. But this is, dividing your stake across operators is basically the best way to reduce your risk of, any single operator going out of business, becoming malicious, and so on. So again, to take this back to, how Obel looks at the operator centralization problem and how we can influence and impact it. The big thing about, distributed validators is you can run all 4 nodes yourself, fair enough. But going one step beyond that is you can have 4 different operators run your node rather than a single one. And this is super important, we believe, to liquid staking pools, because right now you give one operator in the pool will see quite a number of dollars, and you just kind of hope that they're honest, and you hope that they stay like well funded and don't go out of business. When instead, if you start making these validators multi-operator, it reduces the risk in any single operator going down for the likes. This is super beneficial to, at the very least, protect the risk of drawdown in the liquid staking pool, but it also makes it more possible for them to scale and to add more node operators, because right now, if you have to add a new operator, you're making more or less a fate-based decision. You can fill out some docs, you can ask them some questions, but you more or less have to trust them. Whereas if you can say, okay, we're going to start you in a distributed validator, run with these trusted operators, over the course of the year, we're going to make sure that you keep your software up to date. Anytime there's an outage, you fix it promptly. We can gain a bit of trust, and you can gradually, work your way up in terms of being a large part of a liquid staking pool and taking on a lot of risk. This also allows you to take home stakers into liquid staking pools, and we think that's something that Rocket Pool is a notable example of, has a lot of home stakers involved, but we think a lot of liquid staking pools would love to grow their operator set, into the thousands, and we think distributed validator technology is, the way that this will be feasible. And one of the kind of other things is trying to keep social economics makes sense, but it, we'll see when we have some of these big slashings, whether or not people are very happy being oh, I did just fine, they got slashed, but I'm taking the drawdown and stuff. When we start to see things like Stakewise V3 and they have different dynamic operator registries, and you can kind of fine-tune who you're sharing risk with, you can have more complex economics, or you can have shared economics. But we think that DVT will have quite an impact here as well. And I'll hand it back to Colin to talk a little bit about the deposit aspect of this as well.
Yeah, cool. So to dive a bit deeper into the validator set and where the stake sits in Lido now. So today on the chart here, what you see is all of this is based on Rated's data. I think they've added a couple of validators since, but this is a Q2 snapshot. So this is all the validators that are inside of Lido and all of their total amounts of stake on a relative basis inside of Lido. So as you can see, it's very even, actually. Lido actually does this cool kind of round-robin algorithm where new people who come into the pool actually get priority to get stake, so that all the operators over time can kind of operate equally. So when we talk about deposit centralization, this is pretty good in my opinion, right? Like we have 28, 29 operators today in Lido. They have 30% of stake. They're using a very clearly even distribution mechanism, so each of them have an equal amount. So you could argue that like inside of Lido, each operator holds 1% of network stake, which is like not as unsafe or centralized from some people's measures or terms. Now, if we dive a little bit deeper into these numbers, let's talk about how we can do better. So I think we're at a great place, but let's talk about how we can do better. If we look a little bit deeper and we assign some dollar value to these individual operators, what we find is that most individual operators in Lido have somewhere between $200 million and in some cases around $500 million of asset value that they are responsible for. And inside of this, there's some risks that does pose. One of them is Byzantine risk, which we'll dive into a bit later in further slides. The other one is it kind of creates this correlated slashing event. Correlated slashing is like most susceptible to like an individual entity who has a large amount of stake having some type of problem, whether it's malicious or non-malicious. Correlated slashing with single operators with this much value, it does increase your chances of that. Again, we kind of tie into social economics here and really trust that the humans with access to the private keys. That's the biggest thing, right? So today, without DVT, each individual operator has hundreds of millions of dollars of stake that they're responsible for, and it poses Byzantine risk, which means that one of these operators can self-slash themselves. They can try to jeopardize a pool that they're inside of. However, with DVT, that becomes cryptographically basically impossible, unless you have a massive collusion. So diving a bit deeper, sorry, I think I skipped one. No, okay. So taking it a bit further here, I would like to present Byzantine behavior. So most of like the benefits of DVT to date have been focused on slashing protection, as it's kind of like one of the first areas. It's like availability and slashing. Now that DVT is getting more mature and liquid staking pools are getting more mature, we're entering into the Byzantine benefits. And the last slide that I showed is a prime example. So today, all liquid staking pools that don't use DVT are susceptible to one individual operator self-slashing or trying to self-sabotage a pool. Inside of a DVT construct, you would need to have more than 2/3 of the providers in that cluster choose to be malicious. And what we're trying to do at this point is today, liquid staking pools are based upon the belief that like operators won't be evil. We need to change that paradigm shift to operators can't be evil. And the only way to do that is for them to take on DVT, which enables a kind of political fault tolerance, if you will, amongst the operators that protects the pool from any one person having enough power to self-slash. Again, with the way that ETH2 is designed, there's no risk of anyone stealing your funds. But there is risk of someone trying to sabotage a setting and then getting correlated slashed, and then you losing your entire 32 ETH staked or whatever amount you had. This, again, to close here, this is probably the most innovative use case of DVT. And again, like Lido's the only pool that like is able to test that with because they have that risk, whereas the smaller pools don't have that risk. Lido does due to its size and its distribution.
So a lot of you guys have, met us over the last, few years. We've been talking about DVT, and, the fair question is, when mainnet, what's the story? So I've been obliged to give a bit of a development update, and the good news is that as of more or less this week, we're now duty complete, which means we've implemented all of the different things that a validator needs to do. There's about 6 of them. If you want to turn the slide for me, Colin, yeah. So the main piece of work outstanding is for validator aggregations. Because we're a middleware, you need to coordinate many different clients to all decide to aggregate at the right time. So we've been working with a lot of the core devs and client teams to come up with a lightweight API change to allow independent validators to aggregate together. That's hopefully in proposal stage and going in front of the kind of consensus implementers in the near term. We're currently looking for auditors for Charon, so if there's an auditor in the room, come find me afterwards. I'm chatting to people. And the Solidity contract we're working on is in active development. And we've been currently integrating DVT into more or less all of the liquid staking pools. And there'll be hopefully some fun news and announcements on them over the coming weeks. But when mainnet soon, I guess, is probably the answer. And yeah, the last thing I kind of want to leave you with is someone asked me once, it was like, what does success mean for you at OBOL? And I said to them, Success is that people believe validators are groups, not individuals, that they're communities, not individuals. Right now, in the first couple of years of staking, you think a validator is one thing. Hopefully, 2 years from now or whenever, someone that, doesn't even know very little about staking at all says, who was running that validator? What was the group of them? And that's kind of, if there's one thing I could ask you all to take away from it is that, validators should be run by communities, not individuals. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming and listening. We would now like to take a few questions. This is more or less us. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So, is there a mic going around with a few questions? Yeah, okay, awesome.
Hey guys. I wanted to know how you guys compare to SSV. For example, like what are the main differences? What are the main things that are the same? Kind of a bit of
my favorite question. Okay, so I'll talk about maybe two things in particular. SSV is a validator client, meaning it has your private keys, or it talks to maybe a remote signer, and it decides what you're going to sign. We as Obel are a middleware, and we don't have access to the same private keys, so we can more or less, we depend on something like a Teku or a Lighthouse, or basically all of the validator clients beneath us, asking, saying, here, give me something to sign, and we give every single one the exact same object to sign. The reason this is important is it relates to this risk of, client compromise and client risk. If, Obel had the ability to sign arbitrary data, you could run into a bug and you could slash validators, which has happened, to be perfectly honest, not for Obel, but I don't know. The other thing I wanted to highlight is correlation risk. So we gave a talk at DevCon a few months ago about how to design distributed validators without adding correlation, because it's all well and good having these highly available validators, but if they go all offline at the same time, or they all get slashed at the same time, you've made things worse when you were supposed to make them better. So when it comes to how our clients talk to one another, SSV clients all share this shared gossip network, and all of the signatures flow through the same few nodes, whereas distributed validator clusters have no common infrastructure. And what I mean by that is you could take 4 different Ethereum clients and you could run them in your own data center, and you could use private virtual networking between them, and your partial signatures are never going out into the public internet, and they're never going onto the same nodes that the other clusters have. So if there is something wrong with that, a bad version, something goes wrong with the gossip network, it gets denial of service attacked and taken down, your cluster was totally independent from the other cluster, so you don't go down together. The extra kind of benefit of that is if you don't have a shared gossip network, you're not taking multiple hops across the network, and that speeds you up, and it also means you pay less cloud costs. The most expensive part of running a validator in the cloud is egress costs, which means data flowing out of your system. Whereas if you instead are using private networking, you're not going out into this message bus, you're going to save costs and you're going to be faster. And the real challenge with distributed validators is, can these be as profitable as a single validator? Because if they're 20% less profitable than a normal validator, people will be like, I don't care if I'm more safe, I want the money. So we spend a lot of time being like, how do we not introduce correlation? How do we stay fast? How do we get the same inclusion distance as other validators? And most of that relies with having independent networking and have direct TCP connections between nodes, instead of having this shared bandwidth constrained multi-hop gossip network, which they're kind of the two I'll talk about for now. There's more on our blogs if you want to go find them.
There's also a different economic game being played. So an interesting way to look at this space, which is more or less outside of anyone building DVT technology, it's more like the middleware renaissance that's happening at the moment. A core client is only ever allowed to take on 50% of network use, right, before it basically gets socially slashed and actually causes harm to the entire network and all the participants inside of it. Liquid staking pools, for example, they're limited to a 32, 33% gain. clients are limited to a 50% game. Middlewares have no limits, or actually what we're trying to figure out is like we're testing the limits to see how much can be run in like an individual middleware basis. So like we look at the more mathematical opportunity of what we're going after is like not playing those games, because those games, if you become successful, you actually pose risk to the network. Whereas at the middleware layer, what we're able to create is like an additive layer, where the more people using it, the more network effects there are, and actually the more it protects the network. So it's actually a completely different economic game as well.
I think this is best suited to an analogy with MEV. So most people are familiar with MEV-Get, which was like a fork of Get, and it was more or less a standalone client. They were, massively successful pre-merge, and all of a sudden it kind of turned out that 90% of mining pools were running MEV-Get, and that was a massive client centralization risk. I showed you the Get running 80% of the network. It was MEV-Get was 80% of the network at one point. So the all core devs and stuff saw this and were like, okay, this is trouble. MEV is a thing. Everyone wants to extract MEV, fair enough, but we need to come up with a way that it doesn't negatively harm client centralization, and that's where MEV Boost came into play. So MEV Boost is a middleware, and it's more specifically a sidecar, but it works with all of the existing ELs and CLs, and that's super important because it was a direct replacement for them, and then they were like, no, let's think differently about this. How can we have MEV Boost be additive to the clients? So when we were designing distributed validators, the original early designs were make a validator client, but then we talked to people and talked to customers, and they were like, A, we're not so sure we trust running this new validator client that does fancy things, and B, what happens if you're super successful, like you're not really going to go past 33%, are you? So this is why we're implemented as a middleware. All of the different client teams can use OBOL, and the goal is to be additive, not a replacement. Another question? We were that good, were we?
Yeah, not bad. Thank you everyone for coming out today, for supporting staking and supporting us. If you guys have any questions for us, we'll be over at the booth for a bit. If not, you can find us on the internet. Thanks again.
I'll let you go get your food now.
Thank you very much, Colin Odoshin, for having this talk. And thanks to all the other speakers as well. We are closing the stage for now for the lunch break. So food will be served in the main hall. We can return back to this stage at 1:40, 1:45. We'll have the countdown again for our follow-up panel on validator regulation, United States versus the EU. So definitely recommend that. And some other points to it as well. Also remember there will be breakout sessions at 3 in the main area, which is more like a workshop style, where you, if you think you can contribute, speak about validator decentralization, validator privacy, community building, and so on. And also remember, if you don't have tickets for the after party this evening, you can also go to the entrance, and the people there will help you get a ticket. So see you after the break. Thank you.
I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper, cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers, go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor, pussy in the floor stay wet like a river. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screen? I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweat the RIP, practicing Tai Chi. Keep it chill, mental LIT, keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah, I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor stay wet like a river.
All right, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. No time for a quick nap. It's getting wild. Next, Alison Mangiero, Proof of Stake Alliance, and Julius Schmidt, Staking Facilities. They will be talking about regulations for validators in the US versus in the EU. Clap, please.
Hi everyone, how's everyone doing? Hopefully got some good lunch, and now we're very excited to talk about everyone's favorite subject, which is regulation. So I'm Alison Mangiero. I am the Executive Director of the Proof of Stake Alliance. We are an industry alliance that advocates for the proof of stake, for various proof of stake ecosystems really in the United States to ensure that there is fair and forward-thinking legislation and regulation. So I'm very excited to be here today at a summit that is solely focused on staking, as we are. So I want to leave you with three things, and I'm going to talk about them at the outset so we can keep them in mind as we move through the presentation. In terms of the regulatory landscape in the United States right now, various DC players are now focused on cryptocurrency. I think we know this, but last year you had President Biden issue an executive order to basically prompt various agencies to do more research on cryptocurrencies, which resulted in a report that was released in September that outlined the first framework really for regulating digital assets in the US. Similarly, you have an ongoing, I just used the term pissing match between the CFTC and the SEC in terms of which agency is going to have the authority to regulate cryptocurrency, and that is ongoing. And we've also now seen a lot of action on Capitol Hill, where there is somewhere between 60 and 100 bills dealing with cryptocurrency that are being introduced, and this is just in the past year. So people are more focused than ever on cryptocurrency, generally speaking, in the United States. But that said, because this talk is, of course, specifically on staking and regulation and legislation that will affect staking, it has not been the direct focus of many of those laws and regulations. And I do think there is ongoing confusion and perhaps some misconceptions around what staking is and what it is not when it comes to the regulators. And that's something that is definitely going to impact how we're regulated moving forward. So my call to action and the thing that I want to leave you all with today is that we as an industry, or as people involved in these proof of stake ecosystems, we really need to align on industry principles, and we need to focus on educating lawmakers and regulators so that we can foster these thriving proof of stake ecosystems. There's a saying on Capitol Hill, which is, if you don't have a seat at the table, you're the meal. And so we want to make sure that as we advocate for staking, we have a seat at that table. So in terms of ongoing regulatory challenges, there are many, but I'm going to talk about three. As you can tell, I really like the rule of three. So first, staking versus lending, making that distinction. Second, the taxation of staking rewards, how those are treated from a tax perspective. And then the OFAC sanctions on Tornado Cash and what impact that might have moving forward. So first, in terms of staking versus lending, and I apologize to start off with a picture of Gary Gensler, but here we are. Right after the Ethereum merge in September, there was a story in the Wall Street Journal reporting on the fact that Gensler said that Ethereum's transition to proof of stake might make the underlying token, might make ETH a security. There are a number of issues with that statement, but what Gensler said actually, and is up here on the screen, that allowing holders to stake coins results in, quote unquote, the investing public anticipating profits based on the efforts of others, which of course is alluding to the Howey test, which is basically used to determine whether or not something is a security. And he also made another comment, which I think is very interesting, which is offering staking services to customers looks very similar with some changes of labeling to lending. So I think in terms of what this is signaling, historically, the SEC and the CFTC had agreed that ETH was a commodity and should be treated as such. This is signaling that he's trying to, I guess, use the merge as a shift in thinking to suggest that this is a security. We need to start thinking about how we distinguish staking from crypto lending by focusing more on securing the protocol for staking as a service providers, providing access to protocols, versus discussions about lending. I think that will help us from a regulatory perspective. I think it also suggests that more work needs to be done in terms of educating lawmakers, regulators on the differences between those things. Also, there's an issue here because there's a conflation between the underlying token being a security versus a particular staking arrangement being an investment contract. And I think we need to do work to distinguish those things as well. But I don't think this is going away, and it's something that we need to pay attention to. In terms of taxation of staking rewards, so here we have a picture of some of the posts the team and Josh Jarrett, who is a staker that we have supported in his lawsuit against the IRS. And so to give you a little bit of background here, the IRS has to date never issued any guidance on how to tax staking rewards. The best we have is guidance on Bitcoin mining from 2014, which suggests that at the time of receipt, those tokens should be taxed. Jarrett requested that the IRS basically give him a refund because he had classified his Tezos tokens, and he's a baker on the Tezos network. He had said that those were income, but they should not be treated as ordinary income. They should be treated as created property. So just like when you bake a loaf of bread or you write a book, you're not taxed on that property until it's sold. And he basically said through his efforts validating the network, he's created these reward tokens, and therefore they shouldn't be taxed until the time of sale. So we at POSA have been supporting the work of Abraham Sutherland, who's an attorney who's been writing about this for some time, and of Josh as he continues to move that forward. All of that to say, it's nice to try to move these things forward in the courts and to have a litigation strategy, but we're also working on a legislative fix where we would actually amend the tax code so that it would say that staking rewards should not be treated, should not be taxed until the time of sale. And so we were very excited that in the Lummis-Gillibrand bill, which was introduced in June, there actually was in fact language that suggested that. That bill was introduced. We'll see what happens. Actually, today is election day in the US, so if anyone else is a political junkie, you can find me later kind of staring at my phone, seeing what happens there as the results come in. But we're hopeful that either as a standalone bill or as a part of an overall package, we can make take some steps forward on this taxation issue. And then I think a lot of us have been paying attention to the OFAC sanctions on Tornado Cash. So the Treasury basically sanctioned Tornado Cash, and it shows really that there is a clear lack of understanding in terms of how you deal with a permissionless protocol. And there are many, many issues raised, but since we're talking about how this affects stakers, validators, block builders, people in this space, I have this quote up here from Paradigm, who I think wrote an excellent report on this topic if you haven't checked it out. And basically what they argue is the most pernicious result of the OFAC sanctions is that they have the potential to be misinterpreted by base layer participants, which includes validators and other actors such as builders, pool operators, relays, searchers, and sequencers, as requiring the censorship of blocks involving sanctioned addresses. This basically means that base layer participants would either exclude any sanctioned addresses in the blocks they propose, or refuse to attest to any blocks that include those sanctioned addresses. Either action could result in the respective network becoming censored by default or forking into two incompatible versions. This should not be the case. And if you look at the rest of the report, they show that in fact, they don't think this is the case. The issue is that Treasury, when they issued FAQs on what exactly this meant for industry, did not address any of this directly. So again, there is no formal guidance on the issues. We believe that validators, block builders should not, there's a lot of gray area, but that in fact, this doesn't have to be the case. And this is something that we're going to continue to work on as an issue of kind of critical importance moving forward. So where do we go from here? I think we need to do two things. One, we need to go back to basics. And two, we need to anticipate what kind of innovations in the staking space could lead to enhanced regulatory scrutiny and get out in front of it. So, you know, I gave you a Gary Gensler picture, so I'll give you a Drake meme. So we need to start doing ourselves some favors as an industry. So love you guys, love the way you market your products, love all of it. But when we say things like earn passive income, or this is the guaranteed return, this is my yield, this is an LSD, those things are very problematic from a regulatory standpoint in the US. Much better is for us to highlight network security, the reasons why people are validating blocks and building blocks in the first place. As I said earlier, showing that staking as a service providers, they are giving people access to various proof-of-stake protocols using non-financial terminology like staking rewards and inflation, receipt tokens, versus things like yield and LSDs. This will help us a lot in our conversations with regulators. So 2 years ago, POSA came out with some industry principles basically outlining this. And I think there are real implications for the reasons that I discussed in terms of using this kind of language. And so I think collectively as an industry, we need to go back to basics, align on those principles again, and ensure that when we are talking to regulators, lawmakers, or the general public, because I think as some of you, if you saw yesterday the decision regarding library where the SEC won, they pointed to a lot of their marketing statements and said that this is part of the reason why they're considering these things securities. So we have to be thinking about that on an ongoing basis. So I'm going to suggest we do something kind of crazy. Define staking. I think this is a term that has been co-opted. I think people mean many different things when they use the term staking. So I think even if that's distinguishing protocol staking from some of the things that are going on in DeFi, or distinguishing that from some of the programs that the centralized exchanges are running, we need to be precise about these things, and I think that's very important. In terms of areas of focus that I think we also need to be thinking about, liquid staking and MEV, I mean, this has been a topic of a lot of conversations at Staking Summit today generally. We at POSA have been doing a lot of work on liquid staking. We actually have 2 white papers that we're going to be ready to release later this month on both the nature of receipt tokens and how we think those should be regulated, and also on the tax side, whether or not you have a taxable event when you move in and out of an underlying token to a staked token. And for us, being proactive, producing those legal white papers with white shoe law firms, circulating them again to lawmakers, regulators, the general public, and also clients of our members, I think will just be incredibly helpful. And a next area of focus for us is going to be MEV. I think we have to own the narrative there and explain what is actually happening and the roles of various players in the space. Otherwise, that narrative is going to get away from us. So this slide is largely for the photo op because I wanted to have this on the screen. But I will say, in terms of POSA and the Proof of Stake Alliance, we do believe that staking is the future, but we want to ensure that there aren't existential threats on the regulatory side that will not allow the industry to thrive moving forward, because as blockchains are global and the communities that use them are global, we want to make sure that there is a favorable regulatory landscape in the US. We're looking at a landscape now where 19 of the 20 top smart contract platforms use proof of stake. $600 billion industry, we need to make sure, again, that we have a seat at the table. So we'll be doing more talking about regulation. Happy to answer any questions. Please feel free to reach out to me either via email, or my handle across pretty much every messaging platform you can imagine is amanjero. Would love to connect with you guys. POSA is a membership-driven organization, so if there are issues that you don't think we're dealing with, that we should be dealing with, really genuinely mean, please reach out and let me know. But since the US is only one piece of the puzzle. I would like to invite up to the stage Julius from Staking Facilities, who's going to talk about the regulatory landscape in the EU.
Yes, so hello everyone. I'm going to try to cover the EU side of things in terms of regulation on staking. Just a second. All right, perfect, we're there. All right, maybe to kick off, just a short background of myself. I'm COO and co-founder of Staking Facilities. I studied European studies with focus on politics, and after that also spent some time at the European Parliament. Out of that energy, we started the EBA, which is the European Blockchain Association, a community-driven a group that tries to educate and lobby in terms of blockchain industries. Maybe a quick more information. So the EBA handles different topics. It's not just proof of stake. The proof of stake working group is one of many groups. There are groups also on sovereign identity. We have tokenization and custody and so on. What we're trying to do is, as I said, lobby actually, and also a main focus is actually educating regulators on topics, same as for the US. The main problem right now is a lack in knowledge on topics. So the first thing that we did actually a couple of years ago is write a staking infrastructure provider position paper where we really depict how our business model actually looks like, how the relevance for these networks is, and what we're trying to achieve. So on a European level, we have, it's a bit different than in the US, so I'm not going to talk about taxation, since taxation is regulated on a national level and not on a European level. On the European level, we have this big thing coming up, which was decided on in 2020, which is called MiCA, Markets in Crypto Assets. It's a directive, which means it will apply to all European member states from the point in time where it goes live, which is likely going to be from 2024 on. And it's going to cover basically, or it's going to start with dealing with a lot of basic topics in terms of crypto regulation, setting terms. So maybe to go a step further, what is MiCA focusing on? It's mainly focusing on issuing and offering of crypto assets, trading. So the exit point from fiat to crypto is basically the main focus. It really focuses on the definition of key terms. What is a crypto asset? What is a digital asset? And it also provides various regulations on providers that actually deal with crypto assets. Main focus there on exchanges, trading platforms. So obviously the big question is or maybe one step back, what are these regulated service providers that are currently tackled under MiCA? I'm not going to go through everyone, but here you can see it's mainly focusing on custody and administration, operation of trading platforms, exchanges, a lot of different terms. No one is talking about staking, or there's no specific paragraph talking about staking. So the big question obviously is staking regulated through MiCA? And the answer to that is no, likely not. It's not depicted in a specific paragraph, but with a big but, because not being regulated or depicted is not necessarily a good sign or just a good sign. So I just picked a couple of paragraphs where you can see where the confusion that also Alison talked about may arise. So in terms of the custody license, there's always the term of administration of crypto assets. And we talked about the knowledge gap. Since regulators don't really have the understanding of the space that we do, if they look at a staking operation and they see that someone delegates tokens which increases the voting rights of a validator, or that you could argue that it increases the voting rights of a validator, there could be the assumption that is actually the administration of voting rights for someone else. And that could mean regulation under the custody. Another perception, and I'm not trying to say that this is actually what's going to happen. I don't think there are very, very good arguments against all this, but I'm trying to show you how people might think. Another one is the reception and transmission of order for crypto assets on behalf of third parties. So you could, in a really bad way, argue that with delegating your stake and paying for it through rewards that you're giving away, you're basically buying computing power from someone to validate, and therefore, again, that could be another way on how regulators could say, like, staking or staking providers are somehow regulated under MiCA right now. Another topic is the transfer of rewards. Could also be if you have some off-chain solutions, if you have some extra built contracts where you deal with customer funds and you transfer them, actually you might fall under the regulation. So the big question also is, what about liquid staking or liquid staking tokens? Since MiCA regulates different kind of tokens, the emitted token from liquid staking protocol could, and that is what we currently think, could be regulated as an issuer of a crypto asset other than e-money and asset reference tokens. So e-money regulated under MiCA are mainly focusing on stablecoins, and asset reference tokens are, for example, stock tokens or something else. So we're not talking about Ether or something. So it's very likely that an STETH token or something is not referred to as e-money or asset reference tokens. If regulators would say it could be regulated as a crypto asset other than this, then these protocols would need to follow certain rules, which would mean you need to provide a publicly accessible white paper which contains certain things. You can read through them right here. So information on the offerer. I think these are technically, you could deal with them. The second one is provide a right to withdrawal. That just means that if you buy something, you have the right 2 weeks to give it back. Should someone somehow be, you can deal with this as a proof of liquid staking token provider, I'd say. What would be really bad is that if regulators would actually say that it qualifies as an asset reference token. There would be way more regulatory guidelines that you need to follow, the reporting rules. You need to deeply depict the underlying infrastructure. So that would be really bad in terms of a regulatory approach to liquid staking. So maybe an outlook from the European perspective. As Christine Lagarde recently said, we should regulate the activities of crypto asset staking and lending, which are definitely increasing. So there's one thing that also Alison described. There is this confusion about staking, lending. Staking is always, or in a lot of cases, and it was actually also the case in Germany in terms of taxation, they see borrowing, they see lending, and they see staking rewards, and all put them in the same box. So in terms of approaches, in the next, I'd say, 2 to 3 years, I don't think we'll have specific regulation on an EU level in terms of staking, but the awareness is rising. And I think what we need to do is really educate regulators on how the processes actually work, how important staking is for the security of these networks. And in Europe, I'd say we have the chance to really have a positive impact. The European Commission is having contenders also for public projects to hand in or contribute to approaches. And also, for example, on the German level, with the EBA, there was a taxation approach where they basically said staking rewards have to be taxed the same way as lending and borrowing. And with the EBA, we wrote a statement. A lot of different players on the German level also replied to that draft, basically saying that it's really dangerous for the security of the infrastructure if you put it on the same level or if you regulate it in the same way as lending and borrowing. And that actually led to them changing the draft. So staking was not included in the taxation, or it basically was not taxated in the same way as staking and lending. So from our perspective, in the next couple of years, we'll from the EBA perspective, we'll definitely work on providing education for regulators on different levels. We're trying to engage in communications with regulators. We're trying to host events as well to really get the knowledge transfer from us, from this community, to regulators. Yeah, that would be it from my side. This is my staking facilities contact, but if you want to talk anything EBA related, reach out to me. I'm happy to chat. And now, Alison, we can, I think, talk a bit more on the difference between the US and EU regulation. I got it. Help yourself. All right. I think we're gonna have questions in the end, but maybe a first question from my side to the US, since obviously we're different regulations, but how do you over there, or what's your approach on addressing regulators? What are the ways that you choose to actually engage communication?
Yeah, so in terms of POSA and the Proof of Stake Alliance and how we engage, I would say it's basically, as I guess I always say, three things, right? So one, we try to work with legal experts and people in the public policy space who are well respected to produce work that we can then point to. When we're working with those folks, we try to bring those legal experts and public policy experts together with our members and people in industry, so that the people who are writing the legal white papers, the public policy papers, the comments that we submit to Treasury and the various agencies, really do have a nuanced understanding of the technology, and that's informing the way that those opinions and papers are written. So I would say one of the important things before we even get to talking to the regulators and the lawmakers are making sure that we have the right people in the room, making sure that we have the gravitas of working with folks who are well respected, and publishing papers. Like, for instance, when we were doing our tax work, we wanted to make sure that it was published in tax notes, because that's the publication that people who are working in tax on the Hill, that's what the tax lawyers are reading. Again, great for us to publish in our own trades, but then we're largely talking to ourselves. So first thing is getting the right people in the room. Second thing is making sure that we have those experts that we're working with and it's in publications that people are actually reading. And then to actually answer your question, once we sit down with the lawmakers and the regulators, a lot of it is education. A lot of it is still getting them to understand, what staking is, what proof of stake blockchains are, what are the roles of these various players in the space. So I would say a lot of it is still education at this point, but I don't know what you're seeing in terms of EBA and on the European side.
It's a similar approach. I think what we see in the space as well is that we use a lot of different terms for different things, and I think also for us, the first step is really bring the right people to the table, also first our industry, and agree on certain terms, because if you start communication with the regulators and you use different terms for different things and provide extra confusion, that doesn't really help. So we're trying to really also in ourselves sit down and try to really frame things in a short, precise way, so that if we sit together, we also host events in the same way, write papers that you already provide a solution or kind of a definition for certain terms that really help regulators then to easily understand certain terms, and that you can basically provide a foundation of communication for then the topic itself.
And I know, so a lot of what we talked about obviously is education and the importance of education, and I think I made a joke at the outset about, everyone's favorite topic is regulation, but I do think a lot of people in the space tend to see it in a negative light. But what do you see as some of the positive impacts that regulation could have for the space?
I think regulation is always two-sided. On the one side, obviously, a good regulation really helps, or would especially really help our space in terms of adoption. And also, I think in some cases, if we would agree on certain terms for certain things and just have certain rules that are kind of, or at least descriptions that are set, that would definitely help the industry as well. And I think the main thing also is that regulation in a good way can also really lead to more security for everyone that is using the infrastructure or this space. So the counter side of that obviously is if regulators that don't really understand what's going on try to regulate something that they don't understand, then the outcomes can be bad for customers, for service providers, for everyone. And I think right now, same as for you, it's the right time to engage in these conversations. But there's definitely also a positive side to regulation, certain standards, also for staking service providers. I'm not saying that I'm in favor, definitely not for regulating staking service providers with a license or something, but done in a certain way or community driven, that can definitely also lead to more transparency for customers or people to choose a service provider. So
yeah. I mean, I think in terms of something that you said just struck me in terms of this being the right time. I think that's absolutely right. I think people are paying more attention. I actually remember when we first started, one of the first lobby days we did in 2019, we said, okay, we're going to talk to you about proof of stake blockchains and staking.
Yeah.
And the person will remain nameless, but the person on the other side of the table was like, okay, so tell me, are you Bitcoin or are you Libra? And I was like, we're neither one of those things. But now people actually, I think, care and they want to become educated. I think it's clear that there will be some kind of regulation in the US. I think it's looking like they'll probably start with stable coins and then go from there, but people are paying attention. So it's important, to your point, to actually help people understand so that they're creating the best laws that they can. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and I think if you just think one step ahead, like institutionals that are now getting these licenses for trading assets or holding these assets for custody, obviously the customers, the next thing they want to do is stake these assets as well. So they're not just going to hold them or want to hold them. And at that point, these institutionals have to deal with, well, how is this regulated? How do we need to do this? And then they're going to talk to regulators. So we have the unique chance right now to address things first and really shape the way people talk about staking and also the industry in a positive way. But there's really a need that we actually do it, because I think otherwise people that might not be that knowledgeable be the ones that lead communication in these terms. So yeah, I think that's definitely an important road.
Yeah, it's happening, and I probably shouldn't admit to this, but I was checking my email quickly when I was off stage, and I actually just got an email that said, that showed actually the IRS had put out their priority issues for 2023, and for the first time ever, staking is on the list.
Oh, okay.
So it is something that now they're going to be paying attention to, and so again, we'll have to keep pushing forward.
Yeah. Should we open up for some questions? Yeah. I don't know if we have
I think there's a microphone over there.
Hi, thank you so much for a great presentation. I couldn't agree more. If you're not at the table, you are the meal. So it's about being there, educating, taking them by the hand, and actually helping them produce sensible legislation. So my question is, you're an alliance, so professional membership organization, I'm guessing?
Correct.
What would you like shout out to the industry? Do you see enough support? Do you want every crypto-related company to join you to participate? Because on my side, I do not always see enough support from crypto Web3 businesses in terms of regulation.
Excellent segue. Yes, all of you should be members of POSA. I see some of our members are here, and so we are seeing. What's interesting for us is there are a number of trade associations in the U.S. that are focused on the blockchain space, Web3 space, digital assets writ large. For us, we are a niche. You know, we want to stay completely focused on staking. Our members who are active are very active, and we're thrilled to have them involved, and we're lucky that we have representatives from the L1s and some of those foundations, some staking as a service providers, infrastructure providers, you know, members from various parts of the ecosystem, but we do need more voices. And as much as these people like to hear from me, they really want to hear from people who are in industry. So I think, to your point, the best thing we could do is get more people involved and actually ensure that their voices are heard. If they want to actually, we do lobby days where we bring, you know, people who lead those companies down to DC, and we have meetings and make sure that happens. But I think you're right. I think we can always be doing more and should be doing more.
Yeah.
And Julius, what about Europe?
Absolutely. I think Europe is always pulls us, I think, in a way, a couple of steps ahead from the EBA because we're a community-funded organization. And I'd say in terms of regulation, we might also be a bit slower. But definitely, I think the industry in general is not maybe, or especially in Europe, not focusing enough on regulation. Like, I think a lot of the protocols itself or projects think my project is based somewhere else, so I'm not really have to care about MiCA or something. But the problem is, as soon as you are addressing the European market, you are regulated under MiCA. So even if your company is based in the US, wherever, and I think the same goes for the US as well, as soon as you can argue that your product is somehow addressing a European market, a US market, you are regulated. So I definitely think you can also join the EBA. We're also looking for members. Every voice helps. I think also the bigger players in the industry need to wake up a bit, foundations, and really engage into these topics because they're coming. And as Alison said, I think in the end, the focus is a bit more on the US right now because regulations are a bit tougher from the US side, or the SEC is faster and probably also a bit more harsh to deal with. But we definitely should also focus on the EU because MiCA is coming and we have a great opportunity right now to actually have an impact there.
And one of the things that I will say, and I didn't tell our marketing people I was going to do this necessarily, but like we're starting to work more closely together because having silos isn't great either. So in terms of regulation in the EU, regulation in the US, like we need to get on the same page. Of course, the regulatory agencies are different and the laws are different, but we need to be having those conversations.
The problems are fairly similar.
Exactly.
Like as we said, like education, mixing of terms, the problems are pretty similar. So yeah, we'll definitely work more closer together as well. All right, I think time-wise, we're done. So thanks a lot for your attention. If you want to talk, I think we're both here.
Yep. Yeah.
So enjoy the rest of the day, and thanks.
All right,
again.
thanks, guys.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Alison. Thanks, Julius. First of all, we found a wallet and a phone in the lobby. We put it at the check-in, so if you're missing something, get it there. Next panel, we have David Wise from Galaxy Digital moderating, and Pranith, Eternal Ventures, Clayton Menthel from Figment, Howie from Tencent Cloud, and Gleb from Greenfield One. We are talking about delegation versus Whitelabel versus self-hosting. So welcome with a big applause, the panelists.
Hello. So my name is David Wise. I am the head of blockchain infrastructure for Galaxy Digital. And with me, we have all the folks who were just mentioned. Guys, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell the audience what exactly you do, that would be great. Gleb, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can start. Yeah, so my name is Gleb Dudka. I'm with Greenfield One, so that's a European-based crypto VC. Before that, I've been writing some research for staking rewards back in the days, and also co-founded one of the first enterprise staking units with Deutsche Telekom. Like, we were running all sorts of validators. Yeah, and with Greenfield One, so I think my kind of main perspective would be running validators and nodes as a VC. So kind of what type of participation can VC have in that space?
Praneeth?
Yeah, thanks. Hey, I'm Praneeth from Ethereal Ventures. So we're a global first team who set up our fund after having invested off balance sheet from Consensus for several years. And we've always had a bias of backing highly technical teams and building and co-building infrastructure with them, and also kind of securing this, especially very early on in the stages of this product and network. We run infrastructure. We also choose to work with professional partners. We also across different capacities and networks, and happy to kind of present that perspective as we kind of think about working with different participants in the ecosystem.
That's great. Clay?
Yeah, and I'm Clay. I'm at Figment, do protocol strategy work for Figment, and also I'm a partner at Figment Capital. We're an enterprise-grade staking solution primarily for institutions, whether they be crypto-native VCs, crypto institutional, or more traditional financial institutions entering the space. But we also run a lot of public infrastructure for anonymous token holders as well, and we actively invest at the infrastructure layer of the space.
Howie.
Yeah, so hello, this is Howie from Tencent Cloud. So we are a global cloud provider, operate in 26 regions like Google Cloud or AWS, but we do have tailored offers for staking industry especially because we believe staking is the future, and we are, as a serious cloud vendor, we are crypto ready. And also from my personal perspective, I have been working as a software developer and software architect, solution architect for around totally 19 years.
Great. Thanks, guys. So just to set the stage a little bit, the three different methods we're evaluating here for staking, right, are going to be delegation, white label, and spinning up your own infrastructure. And what does that mean from a financial perspective? What does that mean from a infrastructure perspective? And then what advantages does each method sort of confer based on maybe non-financial, non-infrastructure portions of this pie here, right? So Clay, I know that you guys do a lot of white label stuff. So what's the pitch for running a white label service, and what sort of advantages do you think having someone run a white label validator for you or staking infrastructure for you confer, other than just removing the need for running your own infrastructure yourself?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that the difference between delegating to another validator in comparison to running a white labeled validator is kind of like the baseline difference between proof of work and proof of stake, right? Like, people own these tokens. These tokens are being delegated on chain, and it's visible. And you are publicly doing it in a way to where it's like not just adding more hardware to a mining pool or in trying to find the cheapest form of electricity. You're an active participant with assets, and it's visible, and you're around an entire community from a staking perspective. So from a branding perspective, that's super valuable for some people. They want to showcase that they're supporting a chain, and they're willing to run that own infrastructure themselves, or through someone that will provide the service for them. But they want to be visible on chain. I think that's going to be more important for the future, especially when you start seeing Google Cloud or gaming companies for game chains showcasing that they are supporting this themselves and are paying for it. On the hosting your own self difference, running this hardware can be expensive depending on the chain that you support. There's plenty of chains, even from a validator set perspective, since there's a limit, or just because of the hardware cost itself. The delegation size from white labeling or running it yourself is not economically viable on a lot of the chains, or the amount that you need to purchase outright, even just to get in the active set, becomes very, very much way too expensive for 99.9% of people that live on this planet.
Right. That's fair. So I know, Gleb, you guys do all three of these, right, at Greenfield. So under what circumstances would you say spin up your own node?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of active involvement in the networks you support as an investor, I think the paramount is always running own infra, because there you're responsible for decisions you make, for the governance you make, and then you're also supporting decentralization because you're not trusting someone else to operate your nodes. I think from the macro perspective, what we love, or what I love about this space is that unlike Web2 VCs, there are a lot of different ways how a fund, how an investor can actively engage in a project's investor supports, right? Can provide liquidity, can operate nodes, can do all sorts of stuff. So I think we often try to maximize running own infrastructure. To be honest, we don't do any white labeling, and sometimes we delegate. There's when we talk about institutional investor engaging in staking, there's always kind of the second layer of like regulation. There's a lot of still things which are not fully clear, and I think a lot of funds, especially the ones based in a more like, let's say, old-fashioned and more traditional jurisdictions like Europe, there are a lot of nuance you have to navigate. So I think we are trying as well to navigate that, and also making steps that would allow us to be more and more engaged, also like as a runners or like node operators directly, and less as delegates.
So I feel you on the governance perspective and the regulation perspective. In the US, we have a lot of similar concerns, right? I think you see a lot of bigger companies just not voting when they spin up these validators in various chains that require governance. Do you think that is a good thing for the ecosystem? I mean, I'd imagine that it wouldn't be, but it's the requirement for a lot of these highly regulated ecosystems, right?
Yeah, I think that's a very tough question, right? I mean, there's also kind of two schools of thought where there are investors or VCs, because they oftentimes have a quite significant stake in those networks. Whether early on the VCs should basically participate in governance, because normally if the VC has like 5% of the network and the governance participation is like 10, then basically one entity can swing the whole vote. So I think that we talked with some teams, and some teams actually prefer us not to participate in governance because they want to kind of, let's say, have a community evolve more like grassroots style. But I think ultimately, because we are aligned with the projects we invest in, we would want to participate in governance more, and I think we should do this. And again, the legal aspect of that is still to be defined. I'm in no way like a legal person. So I think we are trying to play within the boundaries which we're allowed to, and we try to max out on the participation, but I think there's still a lot of room for improvement there.
I'd agree with that. Praneeth, you also, you perform all three of these, correct? So what advantages might just straight delegation confer as opposed to like spinning up your own infrastructure or white labeling?
From our standpoint, I think what we fundamentally care about is working with teams early on as part of their product lifecycle, and just kind of being a source of support, especially when the team is really at the stages of slowly starting to decentralize and kind of involve third-party players, so to speak. So the way we see ourselves adding most value or being very meaningful is really very, very early on in the stages of the network, where even as part of the test nets, even as part of like very, very early experimental setups, we kind of stand up infrastructure. We basically see what works, what breaks, providing that feedback to the team, actually looking at network activity, trying to see what's happening, and getting a better understanding ourselves. And then kind of slowly over time recognizing that, as things progress, as the network matures, as the ecosystem grows, it's like there is a need for specialization. So no one basically can kind of do multiple things, and so we try and basically start involving other participants who are dedicated and actually doing and running infrastructure from a very professional standpoint and making sure that they are involved in the network. So that's, and from your question around delegation, I think the point around delegation is one where we feel if there is enough alignment in terms of our vision for the network, as well as what these validators are doing and what their records have kind of been in working with networks, that's the way we choose to kind of delegate. But back again to Gleb's point, right? So there certainly are networks where we feel we want to have a say in the way governance plays out. We strongly believe in a particular vision for an ecosystem network, and so we choose to keep doing that.
So would you say that, like, for a network that is based on a technology that you already have a core competency in, you're more likely to spin that up yourself, whereas something more experimental, you're probably turning to some other folks? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, yeah, as it relates to core competency, I think that probably plays in when, say, like maybe the question has probably got to be interpreted this way, in my opinion, where core competencies are probably a function of how far along the network is, and if things have actually reached, like a plateau in terms of, as it relates to people, a sufficient number of people having understanding and the stack having reached maturity, that you can actually have specialized functions kind of come in and step in and do this. So I think it's the more experimental stuff that frankly is more fun for me, and just to kind of play around and see how things stand. But I think it's this transition from being experimental to kind of being a place where the network can actually mature and grow that we fundamentally care about and want to kind of participate in.
Got it. So do you think that, I know this is just an open question for all of you, do you think that the bar for learning how to deploy this infrastructure is high, or should like your standard DevOps engineer be able to like walk in and figure it out within, a couple of weeks?
I mean, it depends on the quote unquote like home staker philosophy, or an institution that is likely running this in the traditional space as well at some capacity. I think the barrier to entry from a home staker perspective is very high. Like most of us in this room do not run an Ethereum validator, even though we're probably like the most likely people in the world to be doing it. And the amount of ETH staked removes the ability for most people to participate as well. I think education can be helpful in that regard, but also like having solutions that lower the barrier to entry to participating at any capacity without fully owning up and down the stack the validator is how you get more people at the staking layer, and you don't have concentration by specific groups of people or entities, especially centralized exchanges.
Now, conversely, when you start to spin up these on-ramps, isn't that another sort of way that these networks become more centralized?
Yeah, definitely. But I think those are all questions that need to be asked after the baseline goal gets completed, right? It's like our goal as a staking provider is, staking the stake rate of a network increases the security of the network. If you increase the stake rate and increase the security, then you ask questions of where that stake is coming from and where there are, specific like problem points in the validator set associated with concentration. But if you do make it complex enough to where the only people that are capable of participating on chain are large allocators who have strong technical proficiency, you're going to get a Nakamoto coefficient that existed on Ethereum Proof of Work, which was 3.
Right. It's an interesting problem for the industry to solve, right? So on one hand, you do want to secure the network and get that under our belts, so to speak, right? But the lower the barrier to entry, the better for the network as a whole, the better for the community as a whole, the industry. So once you reach that point, like what are some other methods that you might start looking at for promoting decentralization? Is it just pushing more people to participate?
Probably I can say that so ultimately the vision of decentralization or participation of the community, like everyone to own a computer at home to run as a validators node, that probably is the best thing that for the decentralization. But the reality is that is not very much possible. We still need some kind of centralized infrastructure which brings a lot of benefits, or even make it possible, like a home staker cannot really say run something at his home, but I would say probably in the most makes sense that he would still need to run something in cloud just to be self-hosted validator, so that typical for cloud computing industry, we get something like 99.99% SLA guaranteed availability for cloud machine or cloud storage, for example, which means 4 minutes downtime per month, which is even cannot be guaranteed by anything running at home, considering the network situation of home connections, which is shared, and electricity, whatever. So overall, so that's why we think that multi-cloud to be a kind of vendor, not to be locked by specific vendors, or from another dimension, technically distributed cloud, which in the sense of geographic locations, separated resources or computing, which could be the next meaningful step for us to go decentralization and participation for everyone. So especially when lower spec machines could be kind of aggregated together to provide such possibilities. And that's what we want to help here.
Okay, so as a cloud provider, what other portions of this pie can you start to provide services to people for? Like, do you think that you could enable home stakers by providing engineering services, or like a push button deployment for a node? Is that sort of thing on your roadmap, or what are you guys thinking about?
So I think for us is we think so in the Web3 economy, so it's basically a more kind of shared economy, which is collaborations between partners, different companies in the ecosystem. So for us, so we still want to focus on the infrastructure side, but does not mean that we provide everything like standardized. For other vendors, we do have tailored specifications for different types of protocols if that is needed for our staking customers, for example, and also tailored service for support for your operation, to build operation models or patterns for your usage, which is automated by Terraform. We can make very fast or quickly patch releases for Terraform provider from Tencent Cloud, which add an API so you will need, which proved to be for some of the staking customers very important, because they have to operate across different teams isolated for different protocols to automate them.
Right, right. Now, I think that some of the language that we've developed around staking was sort of developed, there's a little bit of a segue here, it was sort of developed before the merge, and yet ETH has sort of emerged as the dominant staking currency, right, or token. So sometimes when we're talking about these things, a little bit of a shift in language might be necessary, right? So when we're talking about white labels in terms of like ETH land, like what are we talking about here? Is this?
Well, yeah, I mean, white labels don't necessarily exist on Ethereum.
Right, exactly.
It's you know, one validator, one withdrawal key. So that's not necessarily something that you can even offer.
So really the equivalent would just be infrastructure as a service, or you know, maybe a pool that you're sending your token out to, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can bake a lot of things on top of the solution that you're offering, and you know, I'm not sure if cloud hosting services will eventually offer this in the future, but we bake in MEV solution to boost our reward rate. We are building out a liquid staking solution in partnership with Coinbase Cloud, and we're likely be leveraging a DBT solution or both of them, like OBOL or SSV in the future. I think to lower that barrier to entry, there's 3 things that people care about when staking, especially when you're looking at it as a purely financial decision associated with an asset that you like and you care about the community, et cetera. But you don't want to lose your money. You want to make as much as possible, and you want to be able to sell it whenever you want.
Right, right. So really, no one wants to be locked into any sort of staking on bonding period, and yet that's sort of like the standard for that's the mechanism by which we secure the network, right? So some sort of abstraction on top of that is what makes sense for most people, is what you're saying.
No, I mean, as it relates to that, I think we touched upon the point of, like DBT is one of the things that could basically help maybe less than professional setups to also fundamentally do things as a coordinated group. In some sense, that might make it much more easier to actually promote the capabilities of like home-based validators to kind of come up and do this. And I think Opal was making, I think they were closing out the presentation with the point that validators should not be run by individuals, but rather by communities. And that is something that we should ultimately kind of think about very, very strongly as we really think about how staking would move ahead in some sense. So I think it's a hard decision to kind of run infrastructure. It's hard work, but I think kind of distributing the burden across different groups would certainly be helpful in kind of adding more resiliency and more redundancy to the broader network.
For sure, I could see the advantage of turning to that model, right? Now, as a VC, Gleb, when you're looking at more community-funded groups, like do you make a conscious effort to like support them, or are you more as a method of like supporting the community and supporting the ecosystem as a whole, or are you more focused on just capturing as much value as you can for the company?
Yeah, I think the second one sounded a bit too like evil, even at some point. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to delegation, what we are internally developing right now is to kind of delegation program. So there are like a bunch of VCs in the space. They try to spread their stake across different entities who they think are like aligned with the values of the VC or like of the investor. So I think that's the ultimate goal, and I think that should be the right approach, not to hold all the power with you, but then to try to like disperse or distribute some of that power onto the community members who you think are aligned.
I'd agree with that. I think the other thing I start thinking about is limiting blast radius, right? So in the event of a slashing event, if you're hosting everything yourself, you're going to get hit pretty hard, especially in the ETH world, right? But if you're spreading out your delegations, if you're spinning up some white labels, then maybe that slashing event doesn't quite hurt so much.
Yeah, definitely. That will be like one of the risk management or like portfolio management topics, is how do you like minimize risk while obviously maximizing liquidity, return, etc., while also kind of supporting the community. So that's just would be one of the variables within the framework of like asset management. Yeah.
For sure, for sure. Let's see. Do you think that, here's another open question for the group, do you guys think that the future of the staking industry has more of an institutional bent to it, or do you think this is going to be driven by the community and these smaller stakers? Like, are we going to see folks passing governance that limits the amount of power that could be sort of centralized in one larger player?
I think it's going to happen at the same time. I think that the benefit of proof of stake and crypto in general is that it creates an equal playing field to the value layers of this digital world that we're building. So whether that's consensus, execution, DA, if you can freely stake on a network and you can access the token as an institution or an anonymous, single, investor in the space, that's a huge improvement in comparison to what exists in the real world. When you talk about equity, you know, governments and countries that we all live in should still be responsible for that. I think baking it into the protocol layer will lower the adoption curve at this point in time. And you know, understanding, you know, concentration in these spaces that we're trying to build is problematic, but in general, the goal is to get, you know, the space from 10 million people using crypto on a monthly basis to 1 billion, right? And decentralization is like a baby that turns into an adult that you walk away from and let them buy their own house.
Right.
And this space is still in like toddler child mode, and like, you know, you don't want to just plant the seed and walk away, and like, you know, the core founding teams of like a lot of these ecosystems that we support, you know, want to be involved and want to still direct. And you know, unfortunately, especially when you're talking about voting systems, that requires them to have voting power on the network.
Right. I think we're at time here, so we're going to have to say goodbye. But thank you all for listening in, and if you want to chat, we're all available. You'll see us around on the floor, or you can reach out on the internet. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks for all the interesting discussions. Our next panel will be A Tale of Self-Staking and Decentralization, discussed by Julian, Stake Capital, Chris, Chainflow, Alan, SSV, and Eve, Bitcoin Swiss. Moderated by Mirko. Big applause, please.
Test? All right. Perfect. So this is a panel about decentralization. It's actually one of the most important topics, I think, and it's usually pretty underexplored. So I'm very grateful that we have like great minds from the industry here to discuss decentralization, as it's one of the key values of like what brings the crypto industry together, and staking is a huge facilitator of like decentralization through all the validation and governance and everything. So I suggest we just do like a quick round of introductions. Chris, if you want to start, just like a very brief intro.
Sure. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm the founder of Chainflow. We're a small, independent, and bootstrapped validator operator on about 15 chains right now.
I'm Alan. I'm leading a project called SSV Network. We're the first implementation for DVT, which is a distributed validator technology layer.
My name is John Butulu. I'm the founder of Stake Capital Group, where we invest in a space as a family office. We also run a quant, so all type of quantitative arbitrage type of things. Also build projects such as Rekt News, the underlying investigative firm for exploits, and also like we do like videos and type of music. We have also Blackpool, the leader in the NFT market as a hedge fund. We control, for example, manage Sorare, Immortal type of games. StakeDAO, it's asset management. We have $300 million US. And yeah, so we also studios. We build a lot of different companies, and we invest, and we also do stuff on the market. So for us, staking is a huge part of the business on the quant side.
So I'm Yves Hohenstein. I'm head of staking at Bitcoin Swiss. We're a Swiss broker, custodian, and staking provider, focusing mainly on institutional clients.
Great, thank you. So this morning we actually talked about like bringing staking to like 1 billion users. Like exchange staking is going to be a big part of that, because not everyone is like ending up running their own validators. Like I have a question for you, Julian, as like an early validator and innovator in the whole DeFi space. Like how do you see the risk of stake centralization from like exchanges around the world?
It's a good question. Well, the concept of accumulating governance power or tokens in this case, and being able to validate the chain, it's obviously against the concept of decentralization in the sense that normally anyone should be able to validate and anyone should be able to be part of the system to provide value back to the network. I believe this is part of the technology that for now there's none of those blockchain that can be fully decentralized because on the protocol level this is not possible. So in order to have fully decentralized network, you will need to achieve like algorithm or stuff, the mechanism of keeping the chain safe to run on all the different devices, and more importantly, like for example on smartphones, so anyone could be part without setting up huge infrastructure. So until we get there, the importance of centralized exchanges and, for example, other providers that are doing some consortium to accumulate governance powers such as Lido, I think it's quite interesting in the sense of the nascent space. And we have to make sure that those people, their goal is they exist as a business because they run and they provide services. What we have to ensure is that they don't get enforced to do certain action that are against the community and the blockchain. I think that's the most important aspect. But in normal life, centralized authority, they can act very nicely as long as their interest is aligned with the future or the vision of the technology they're trying to support. So this is what we have to do as a community, make sure it's aligned interest.
Yeah, that's great. And maybe then a question for you is from like Bitcoin Swiss, one of the largest custodial staking providers. Like, how do you see your role in the industry, like providing staking services?
Well, I would say next to the whole requirements on a technical level, there's also a lot of knowledge still required to participate in staking, which is not yet appealing to a large portion of people who would like to participate in staking. And one of our roles is to support them. So we are an intermediary, we're a financial services company, and we take over the whole process for them. So we give them a peace of mind. They don't have to deal with self-custody. They don't have to deal with staking transactions. But that comes at a price where we then cover a certain fee for that.
Yeah, that's great. And like, Julian, how do you actually see like the whole liquid staking and MEV space? Do you think that is like more like an opportunity for decentralization, or it's more of a risk for decentralization moving forward with the innovations around liquid staking?
Yeah, I think like liquid staking is an interesting concept, and I was one of the first one to come up. I actually created the concept of liquid staking in the white paper that was published in before the Lido project, for example, and then work with Constantine and all these different things. But liquid staking it's a layer of abstraction to something that should be able to give everyone the opportunity to directly control their asset if the asset is liquid on the market. But at the end of the day, if you have only one provider of liquid staking, then you end up with the same problem. Because if the liquid staking operator or the smart contract, they are, like what happened to Tornado Cash, for example, they are enforced to do certain things because they cannot prove the KYC or AML or whatever, the money flow, then you become as unsafe as if you were using a centralized authority, like for example, not saying this is unsafe, but like more centralized funds. So liquid staking is a huge opportunity as long as we make sure as a community that we want to get into decentralization and not necessarily accumulate the biggest asset under management, because then it brings risk to the ecosystem. So we need more liquid staking, such as the brilliant and amazing project Lido, We need many of them, and they need to potentially collaborate between each other, but be in different jurisdiction and location in the world to make sure that we are stable and safe as a community. And then on the concept of validators doing liquid staking or participating in liquid staking, this is something that we've done. We were one of the first ones to do in Stake Capital. It's not to just do validations as a service, but use validation for the different operations that we are doing in the quant side, for example, arbitrage, market makers, liquidations, all these type of things that require a percentage of validations. And if you have liquid staking, then it can help you. So I think for now we believe staking is about capturing value from the validation, so capturing a percentage of the inflation of the protocol as if you were the Fed. But actually you have an amount of different services and extraction of value you can get, some MEV and also different lobby and marketing or whatever.
Yeah, that's a great point. So I think the whole space is getting more modularized. Like there's the liquid staking, the MEV and everything, and there are a lot of innovations happening in general. So Yves, like from your side, like what do you think is the biggest challenge for decentralization in general?
I would say again, one thing is the knowledge topic. So that's still too difficult for many people. Then as you said, Julian, before, you may, if you look at Solana, for example, you may need significant investment in hardware. And I think we have to get somewhere where we can have it all on our phones, etc., to really get distributed. But then there's also like financial limitations. If you look at Ethereum, for example, 32 ETH is not little money for the majority of the world. And that all together basically are impediments to really try to get into that new field. And then the next thing is you have to look at the whole value chain. So as you just said, what does it help me if I have 100,000 validators, but then I have 5-6 relays for MEV that control everything? So we have to look at the whole chain as well.
Yeah, certainly. And Chris, like from your perspective, you're like a self-funded validator and like a big decentralization advocate, like doing a lot of education in the space as well. Like, how do you see these things, and how is it actually possible to track decentralization? Something that Yves just mentioned, like there are like many nuances to decentralization, right?
Yeah, I think quickly to touch on what Julian said, it's difficult to attract stake if you only provide core validator services. So for smaller individual operators, the challenge is how to differentiate our services in, say, a very competitive pool. Doing it by fees doesn't really work. Usually what happens, somebody that's looking to stake will go to a block explorer, they'll look at the top maybe 5 to 10 validators listed by stake, look for the lowest fee, and pile their stake onto one of the validators that already has a lot of stake. So one of the challenges is to figure out how to break that process that delegators use in order to get them thinking more consciously about who to stake to and how. To briefly touch on MEV, I think the democratization of MEV tools, like Skip, for example, is doing and Jito Labs is doing, will go a long way in helping level the playing field when it comes to offering MEV revenue share for validators to delegators. So I think that's a positive advancement. And then to your question about how to track decentralization, I typically think about it in 2 ways or 2 different layers. I think about it at the capital layer, and I think about it at the infrastructure layer. At the capital level, we typically look to a number like the Nakamoto coefficient that is a simple measure of the number of validators that control 33% of stake on the network. And then at the infrastructure layer, things can get a little bit more complex because you're looking at the entities that are running the hardware, you're looking at the entities that are owning the hardware, and then you can even get into things like geographic location, where do the servers stay, who owns the data centers where the servers are. So there are a number of layers that you can look at decentralization. I would say that the 2 main layers, though, would be the capital layer and the infrastructure layer.
Yeah, so that's, yeah, I mean, there's a very wide range of how you can run a validator and how you start validating, what's your setup. Alon, like from your perspective, like how can we incentivize more people to run their own nodes with a diverse set as well, like some bare metal, some in the cloud, and like how do we get to that diverse validator set?
So I definitely focused on the, me personally, on the infrastructure or hardware level. I think that's, especially in Ethereum, it's very important because ultimately somebody else can actually earn the money, but the validator key is the one that making the votes. And I think that it's not just about home stakers, but in general, how do you increase the amount of independent operators that work in the ecosystem, right? And I think that we are starting to see interesting protocols enabling smaller operators, home stakers, to plug in themselves into this liquid staking type of deal. And that's really important because that's probably the biggest barrier or the biggest disincentive for them to actually do that, because you're not only required to run 32 ETH validators, you're not liquid like everyone else. And so plugging into that is really important, stuff like Stakewise V3 and Rocket Pool and so on and so forth. And so I think that really creates a lot of interesting ways of doing that. I think it's, by the way, it's very parallel to what happened with DeFi, where the DeFi movement began where individuals, which later on became whales, but individuals being able to put liquidity in, gain something from the system, and that creates a whole new industry. And so I think that's interesting there. I definitely think we need to think about who is controlling the validator key, especially in Ethereum, and having a diverse set of those independent operators.
Julian, from your side, like how do you see like this space as we grow into like running more individual validators from like individuals around the world? And we see that in DeFi as well, like many projects get exploited, or like there are hacks or something like this. Is there a risk for like going more towards the way of like everyone is running a node on their smartphone kind of, or like going the very decentralized route of staking?
Well, normally if we achieve fully workable decentralization, normally anyone should be able to run a node. And the node is not, it's not because you go down for a couple of hours or 20 hours or 24 hours that you get slashed. In a theory, a fully decentralized network will require a sufficient amount of nodes that can actually go and disappear from the validation set. So the vision of having phones and you can turn off your phone when you go to bed, when you go to sleep, or in a plane, stuff like that should be possible, and the network should be able to support those type of behaviors on the network. So unless we are capable, on the game theory, mathematically speaking, algorithmic way, to have those things work together, then it will be impossible for normal users to run validators, and it will be really risky. For example, I've seen a lot online, people advocating for dApp node to run Ethereum validations. I mean, dApp node is fantastic, and it's part of the way of providing and having access to the blockchain. I think we should all do type of dApp node, but in the sense of telling people that they should run the dApp node at home for validating, meaning also earning and making validation, it's kind of very dangerous, and it's really costly. You need to have your own access to internet. If internet shut down, then 5G, 4G, you need to have your own backup on electricity. You need to have like all like security at home. This is kind of a business. It's not like, not everyone can run their own Uber infrastructure, but everyone can buy, get a cab. So it's two different business. We need to be cautious. Running a dApp node for the spirit of freedom and having access to your own RPC, and actually running a dApp node just as an observer node, it's more important than running a validation as a dApp node, because you will, by order of magnitude, you will have way easier access to the RPC model than actually proving the validation set. So yeah, it's unless we have the technology ready for that, for individuals it's dangerous, and I will not recommend doing this. I will probably like just incentivize them to stake into liquid staking or in centralized authority like Bitcoin, because It's like the concept of saying not your key, not your money. But I mean, this works for 1% of the people in this world. 99% of people don't actually and shouldn't be doing not your key, not your money. They can use system in place, central authority, or like other type of services that will make sure that money is not stolen in one way or another. Because if we all have our key, our money, then there will be a lot of, this world will be way more dangerous. Yeah.
So do you think, Alan, like the DVT technology can be a solution to that? Like enabling many more people to run their own validators, making it much more easy?
Yeah, I think what happens is if you combine the application layer, stuff like Rocket Pool, Stakewise v3, and even now Lido with kind of their push towards permissionless operators joining their network, combine that with kind of an underlying infrastructure like DVT. I don't know if everyone knows what DVT is, but it's basically a protocol which enables you to take an Ethereum validator, split it up into independent operators, and then they together can work with a consensus protocol and threshold signature scheme to actually operate that validator. And so if you combine that with the applications like Lido, what they're pushing, Rocket Pool, Stakewise, and others, then you could definitely open it up to not just being able to run at-home operators or small-scale shops that run infrastructure, but also create the economical incentive behind it. There's enough money to go around, and I think it's crucial not just for the Ethereum ecosystem, but also the players in it. The more we increase the systemic risk on Ethereum with centralized staking, the more we all tend to lose. And so it is a game which we will lose eventually if we don't do something about it. And so in this case, I think it's, first of all, it's necessary, but it also, it's very plausible if we create the economical incentives. Right, if you run your own one validator at home, it might be not economical, but if you can have like a fairly modest setup, which doesn't have to be the best quality, but enough because it uses something like DVT, and you run 20, 30 validators, you might even make some returns on it. And that's enough to unlock more operators within the network.
So do you think, Eve, like from your side, this can actually be a good like counterpart, like DVT being kind of like a decentralized solution to like getting to 1 billion users in crypto, and exchange staking being more of like a centralized solution, like more of the convenient solution of getting to 1 billion users? Or like, how do you see these two sides of the coin?
I believe that DVT is really good at addressing one main of those obstacles, which is the whole operational risk of slashing, etc. I still believe it's not something for my mom as a target group. So I believe there will always be various groups of people. There's those people who want to have control, or they have an ideal behind something and the decentralization. Then are the others that are just, they don't want to touch anything they don't know, so they rather trust somebody, even though we talk about trustless systems, but in the end there are still many parties involved which either help with complexity or provide some additional trust of proper execution, maybe more than actually fraud. And then there's also those people who are just, let's call it lazy, or they go for maximum profit. So let's take the Lido example. With the increasing power that Lido has, they have more and more opportunities to do to extract MEV, even across blocks, etc. So there's a tendency that they will have even higher APR. And I assume there's a lot of people who don't really care about the centralization that comes with it, and just go where the highest APR is. And the same, you could have the same discussion about the whole flashbots topic, etc., and the censorship. So we have to create some incentives to not only rely on the belief in the good, because I think there's a large portion of people out there where 99%. This is not there's not the primary motive exactly. Yeah.
I totally agree. I think that ultimately it's up to you guys to make the best technical decisions for your clients and use like the best go-to technology you can. I don't expect the end client to use something as sophisticated as DVT, but I do expect the developers in kind of those big exchanges to consider it and make sure that they choose right.
I do agree, and I mean, that's a topic we're looking at DVT, mainly for operational safety, etc.
What do you think, Chris, like, are the biggest incentives for people to run their own nodes and run validators themselves?
Well, I think the biggest incentive to run your own node is the core concept of self-sovereignty. I think ultimately if, you're in this movement because decentralization brought you here and the concept of self-sovereignty brought you here too, I think running a node is a very strong expression of that value. So to me, starting at that base layer is where it would start for a lot of people. For other people, I think they may enjoy the technical challenge, which, is not easy, but it's not impossible either. So I think that other people enjoy the technical challenge. And then from there, I really think, again, if you're here to contribute to the core value of decentralization, which hopefully is the foundation that brought us all here, running your own node is an expression of supporting the network as an individual. And we need a lot of individuals running a lot of nodes to ensure these networks stay decentralized and ultimately stay censorship resistant.
So do you think the exchange staking...
Actually, one thing, like running your own node doesn't mean like you need to validate. That's very important. Because if you run your own node, and having access to your own RPC, it's super simple and it's not risky. And you're actually providing a lot of value to the network because you are propagating the transaction, you can serve RPC and all different things. So actually it's more valuable to, more viable, but for the community to actually run a node without validating, for example. Like through a DApp node, which is a fantastic piece of, they build everything for you, it's plug and play. Yeah.
I think that's the most important part, that you make it, if we want to get out of our 1% sophisticated, altruistic, idealistic people, we have to make it as simple as possible. So either download a Validator app on your phone or just use an app on your PC, or nowadays with the big cloud providers, they have finished node services that they offer just to make it easy to get this adoption.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think it proves that there are like so many nuances to decentralization. Maybe as a closing thought, kind of, Chris, like, what do you think is the most decentralized blockchain to date, and why is that?
It's somewhat of a loaded question, but I'll give it a shot. I think the first thing I think about is absolute decentralization versus relative decentralization. I think generally in terms of absolute decentralization, we're all trying hard, but we still have quite a ways to go. And I think those of us who do care about this value of decentralization need to work really hard to ensure that as new entrants come in, we educate them and help them understand that that's the reason that we're all here. In terms of relative decentralization, just trying to speak as, I guess, objectively as possible. If you look at the Nakamoto coefficient of the networks we track on a website called nakaflow.io, when you look at Solana, you look at Thorchain, and you look at Avalanche, they're all up around in the 30s, which is the highest that we're seeing. If you're talking about number of nodes and client diversity, I'd probably put Ethereum up there. And then when you're looking at, I would say, community and just overall decentralization of the community and the process and how the ecosystem is growing, I would point to Cosmos.
Cool. That's great to hear. And I'm really enjoying that. I think it's a great and very important conversation to have.
We can have the view from our side, no? To this question.
I have a suggestion for another coefficient called the AWS coefficient, which is if you turn off the AWS, how many blockchains will crash?
Exactly. What about Hetzner?
I think there's a
Hetzner killed us off anyway. So.
It's a good point. I think there's a difference between decentralization and censorship resistant. And none of the chain out there are decentralized. If you think about censorship resistant, the two major blockchains that you can consider better in terms of censorship resistant are Bitcoin and Ethereum. I don't think Cosmos, Avalanche, Solana are censorship resistant or decentralized, because as you mentioned, also like all those different nodes is a very closer, very controlled set of validators. But yeah, I think the two major blockchain are Bitcoin and Ethereum in terms of censorship resistant and so decentralization.
I also think that values like the Nakamoto coefficient, for example, to give you an indication, and there's, like you just mentioned, that website, there's others as well that try to create this transparency about some qualitative aspects of certain protocols. But then again, we must not be naive and believe that this is the full truth, because we do not know which addresses, for example, are controlled by the same entity behind it. And we do see that this often happens where large entities, whales, etc., control a whole number of addresses, nodes, etc. And that's the transparency we don't have actually across all the chains.
And that's a very good point, because if you, for example, you run validators, you guys are regulated or you have a balance sheet and you're accountable for giving the truth and transparency against authorities. So I will be more confident giving my money or staking to those guys than staking to an anon validator where I don't really know where this staking is coming from and if this person is associated to someone that I'm against you. So this type of concept of anonymity as someone providing service is really different from anonymity as a value vision, as a protocol that we're all following. So, for example, I don't use applications that are run by Anon because they are providing a service and they're supposed to manage my money. So I'm really not confident with that. I'm confident with a protocol being run as multiple different parties, but not as an Anon providing me a service, because at the end, we don't know what it's capable of doing. Even if everything is on smart contract and the actions on smart contract has to be voted by the community, then it's a little bit safer. But otherwise, it's very dangerous. And we know on fake news, our best clients are Anon people. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the one note I would add about the metrics, I agree, the metrics are a start of a story, but they're not the full story. Like, you can look at Solana, for example, and within their Nakamoto coefficient of 30, there are 15 anonymous validators. We don't know who's running those. So, but I do think they're really helpful in starting to tell a story and helping people understand the concepts that we're trying to get across. Because I think as the noise more and more builds around what's now called Web3, that we need to be able to tell these stories in a way that at least is starting to get across to a lot of these people that are entering today, so we can then explain to them why this is important. So I agree that these metrics are far from the holy grail of trying to figure this out, but I think they're a useful starting point to have the conversation like we're having here.
Awesome. Yeah, so I think we're all on the same page that like decentralization is a very important topic, but there are so many nuances to it, and there's many things to be explored, and like there are like a lot of technicalities that we have to aware of, and also like there needs to be a lot of education happening to people what decentralization actually means and how someone can contribute to decentralization, which doesn't necessarily mean to run your own validators. It can be something else as well. So yeah, we are running out of time, unfortunately, but if anyone has questions, I think everyone will still be around in the area. And yeah, feel free to hit everyone up here with your questions, and then we are moving over to the next talk. Yeah, thanks for being on the panel, everyone. I think that's a great discussion, very important to have. And yeah, please give a big round of applause for everyone.
All right. Hope everyone enjoyed that great panel. Just a quick reminder, we have breakout sessions in the networking area, 4 of them. So it's just down there, like in the networking area. If you want to participate, feel free. Otherwise, we'll do a quick recap after the next panel. So if you want to stay here, it's also fine. Breakout sessions will be designing incentives for decentralization. We have self-replenishment funding mechanisms, as well as traditional infrastructure meets blockchain infrastructure and proof-of-stake privacy. Our next panel will be how to governance forming alliances. It will be discussed by Mateusz from Polygon, Michael from Phantom, Will from Kusama, and Martin from Q. So, moderated by Daniel, Validator Commons. Big applause.
Hello, everyone. So yeah, I'm Daniel. I used to be at Stakefish, but now I help with Validator Commons, a working group for validators. So I think what we first do is do quick intros, name, title, and the organization or blockchain that you work with, and then we can get into some questions. Yeah, you go first.
Hi everyone. My name is Will. I'm a member on the Kusama Council. I'm very associated with Polkadot and Kusama, you know, substrate-based chains. Yeah, so I'm also a validator on both networks representing a global stake, Lucky Friday. So if you see us around, please stake. I pass it on to the next.
Thank you. My name is Mateusz. I'm the governance facilitator at Polygon. So I basically oversee all of the governance-related efforts across our products.
Hi, my name is Michael Kong. I'm the CEO of Phantom, which is a layer 1 blockchain protocol that's EVM compatible. And yeah, happy to be here today, and thanks again for the invite. Really appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Martin. I'm with the Q protocol. I'm one of the co-initiators. You can find out about the Q protocol on q.org. It's a governance-focused layer 1.
Cool. So I think maybe most of you all are pretty familiar with like the staking infrastructure, but I think for perhaps this, right, not all proof of stake blockchains have a level of the type of on-chain governance that we will probably be talking about today, though there are different types of governance that you could express technically. But right, we have like a collection of different L1s, or what we would call L0s and L1 chains. Maybe you can talk about the L1, L0 stuff too when you do it. But yeah, let's hear how each of your ecosystems do participate or facilitate governance with the infrastructure service providers that you guys host or want to curate through the validator set. So we can go down the line as well. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so just to give some background on the governance for Polkadot and Kusama, it's most of the votes, right? So we have 3 main entities, and I will call the first one any stakeholder. Anyone who owns a token can initiate a governance proposal. Anyone who owns a token can vote, right? So it's not specifically based to validators. There is another entity called the council, and the council is elected by any of these token holders elect the council. The council has a special role in that it governs the spending of treasury funds. It has some other aspects, but I'm keeping it simple. And there's a third body called the technical committee, and that technical committee speeds things up if necessary, right? So that's more or less our structure. There's a vote every launch period, which is 7 days on Kusama and 28 days on Polkadot. So the difference really is some timing between the 2 chains, right? But the core is very similar. We are transitioning to a new governance model, maybe next week, maybe this week. It's that soon with the TM, right? And this new governance model removes some of those responsibilities under the TC and the council and puts it all to the people, right? So all to the token holders. And it provides some more concurrency so that you can vote on multiple things at the same time. So that's some of the, that's our framework. In terms of validators' involvement, we vote just as any token holder, and with the bonds that we provide, not necessarily the bonds that that people nominate to us. There is a delegation system, so if you believe that someone's responsible, you can nominate your validator in, and you can delegate your votes to him. And finally, you know, in Governance 2.0, we can separate that a bit more, right? So,
cool. Yeah, Matush.
So for Polygon, I would differentiate between two layers of governance. The first one being the network layer, and the second one the community layer. So for the network layer, we basically emulate Ethereum in that we rely heavily on rough consensus. We are a Cosmos SDK based layer 2, and so we do rely on the validator's stake to make decisions about where the chain should go, what kind of upgrades should be adopted, etc. And from the Cosmos SDK, we also have the on-chain governance module, which can be used for parameter changes on one of our pieces of architecture, which is the Heimdall. For the community layer, we also recognize that things like ecosystem building and you know, grants, all of that can benefit from a certain degree of decentralization, and so we've been experimenting with new primitives there to introduce that. A couple months ago, we have introduced a zero-knowledge private voting that is also Sybil resistant. So something like what Gitcoin uses, but we also do it fully on-chain. The claims themselves, the reputational claims, which, for example, say you're a unique person, they are on-chain and they can be you know, verified on-chain as well, and they can then be used to participate in governance. And so the main experiment we ran was a round of grants, or a grant battle, so to speak, where any person who could verify that they are in fact a unique human using some sort of, you know, off-chain verification resulting in an on-chain claim could then participate in voting and in building that program. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So Phantom is a proof of stake network. It's always been proof of stake from the very beginning. And the proof of stake mechanism right now, which we're thinking about changing to make it a bit better and a bit more efficient, is like quite straightforward at the moment, right? It's just you vote to confirm transactions, so you can you can set up like validator nodes, and then people can either stake directly with the validator node, they can delegate to the validator node, and the validator node owns some of the fees, or if you set up your own validator node, you keep all the returns yourself, plus 15% of the rewards that are issued to the people who delegate to it, right? It's not delegated proof of stake though, it's a purely proof of stake chain that is leaderless, meaning that all nodes are created equal. So anybody in the network can set up a node whenever they like to. All nodes follow the same behavior. There's no like governing council or any like points of centralization in that respect. So that's like one aspect of governance, and you need 2/3 of the total validating power of the network to confirm a transaction into as part of the final chain as well. The other aspect of consensus or governance has to do with like what you can vote on as well with your staked FTM. And you can vote right now on like plain text proposals. So these are like indicative proposals about what you'd like to see change on the network itself. And you can set a threshold of say 66% of staked FTM participation. But we're also implementing right now in testnet being able to change directly the network parameters themselves. So for example, being able to change like the minimum staking requirements for a validator node, being able to change how much rewards that stakers get and delegators get, etc. So there's a number of different parameters that people will be able to directly vote on, and if that threshold is passed, then people can call a function to basically upgrade the network to make those changes in the network, because all the staking is governed by what's known as a special fee contract called the SFC, and so that distributes rewards and basically like organizes how the entire proof of stake system works on Phantom. So we also have like a separate smart contract connected with the overall like proof of stake network network part of the chain as well.
And yeah, Martin, I guess new protocol with Q.
New protocol. As I said, the Q protocol is very much focused and built around governance. So going into all the details would probably not be something that we have enough time for. So I'll just keep it brief and focus on three things that differentiate the Q protocol from other layer ones. So firstly, the whole governance framework is built around a constitution, which is obviously called the Q Constitution, which is the framework. It's actually a legally binding contract between all participants that act within the network, all stakeholders, whether it's nodes, validators, participant token holders, or even applications that build on Q. So that's the first one. Secondly, there have been other layer ones that have tried, experimented with constitutions or similar concepts, and those have more or less failed, I would say. The reason being that those constitutions were not really enforceable within the protocol. So the infrastructure, the architecture that we've built in the Q protocol is really tailored towards ensuring that whatever the constitution says can actually be enforced within the protocol. So without getting into all the details, but some of the aspects that are relevant here are, first of all, there is a second type of node besides the validator nodes, which are called root nodes, which are independent both logically, functionally, also in terms of incentives, independent from the validator set, that have special governance functions and have the task to enforce the rule set. There is a dispute resolution mechanism, which is important. If there are disputes, how are those resolved within the protocol? And all of that is baked in. So whenever there is a decision to change the protocol according to its rules, we make sure that the protocol has the means to actually enforce that. Thirdly, the rules of the system don't only apply to the layer 1 itself, but can also be used by applications or DAOs building on top of Q. So you could have an application, a DeFi application with a certain rule set that can integrate into the Q governance and thereby make the application itself more robust and essentially just prevent governance exploits.
Cool, thank you. So this is, anyone can take this question now. There are many proof of stake protocols, L1s, L0s, that have staking implemented, but not all of them have this sort of participatory on-chain governance aspect. I think most of you guys do have that in your ecosystems. What would you say is the advantage, or why did you select that particular feature to be exposed on your blockchains and the pros and cons of it versus not having it, right? Ethereum, for example, does not have that type of participatory governance, right? And a lot of people have, compared it to like a tyranny of the devs versus tyranny of the majority kind of situation. So maybe why you do believe that having this participatory on-chain governance for people who are both technically sound and not technically sound to have the same type of kind of voting power, and then what you guys think is special about your process, right? Because as an example, with Kusama and Polkadot, you have a technical council versus not. Some of you guys don't have that type of separation.
So I think overall in the decentralized spirit of things, that participation is needed. It shouldn't be imposed. We shouldn't impose that, okay, in this runtime or in this binary, there's going to be a change to the min commission or a change to the number of validators, and you just have to accept it. There should be a way in which the community by large, in the spirit of decentralization, votes and comes to a consensus. And that having token holders participate is a good way to get that view and have that inclusion in the decision-making process. So that's where governance 2.0 goes. Giving the people that power to make their own decisions. I think as well, when we look at regulatory bodies looking for someone to target, if it's the council or TC or, an identified body making the decisions based on everyone else. I think, removing that, and that's what Governance 2.0 goes towards, I think that's, a direction in in the spirit and keeping of things. That's just, one opinion on it. So I don't know what my other colleagues would say.
So I think I would push back a little bit on the idea of Ethereum as not having an on-chain participatory aspect of governance, and that is because the consensus that is gathered in validators does not have like a coordination layer over it, but it's still pretty inclusive. I can go in there and propose things, and as long as I can get consensus by any means necessary, those means aren't kind of given from any top organization. As long as I can gather that consensus of first, client operators and then the validators themselves, then I can impose any sort of change I want. And so I do, however, see that the aspect of what is interesting in like a designated on-chain module, right? It is that this participation is sort of empowered, right? If it has like a clear route towards execution, then it does add to what you've mentioned, the dilemma between the tyranny of majority and the tyranny of devs. I believe that the greatest place blockchain can find itself in, or on-chain governance or consensus-based governance can find itself in, is something that Aristotle defined in his political philosophy as the wisdom of the crowd, basically. If I am a sailor and you are a doctor, then we can basically go on a ship together, and I can sail it, and you can heal me if a shark eats my leg. That's basically what it means, that we can benefit from the wisdom and the virtues and the expertise of each of the members. Whereas if we rely on only one person who is a very good sailor, a very good doctor, if they die, we're done.
I'm trying to keep things very simple, but there is another body in Governance 2.0 called the Fellowship, which provides that they can be the sailors or give some direction and stuff like that. But I understand your point.
What would you? I love the Aristotle quote, but like, what would you say to the Osho quote that everyone is like memed to death, right? Like, democracy is for the people, of the people, by the people. But if the people are not as smart, right, then you have democracy. By
you put it very politely. I know what you're talking about.
So I'll also grant an answer from Aristotle here. The issue is that people are not virtuous, right? Which in our today's words means they're not educated. And why they are not educated? That is because in democracies, they only learn how to be ruled, meaning how to be participant of the system, but only like in a sort of person being ruled over. And Aristotle would define the virtue of a good citizen as the virtue of both knowing how to be ruled as well as knowing how to rule. Meaning only when you have the two of those can you have a virtuous citizen who is able to push the whole thing forward. And so what blockchain does, interestingly enough, is it allows for that convergence to happen, because anyone right now can go in and propose a change, whether on chain or off chain, and have that be kind of his way of participating. This isn't possible in our regular democracies. This is why we deal via representatives, right? We don't have direct access that is now granted by this technology.
Awesome. Yeah, Michael.
I would push back a little bit on the wisdom of the crowd. I think it works for many things, but by far not for all. So if you go with the wisdom of the crowds, often you end up having the kind of tyranny of the majority, and versus tyranny of the devs or tyranny of some group. Really, I would like to have basically a tyranny-free protocol. That's the ideal, and our way of going about it or implementing is to have a framework that is known to everyone. So you know the rules and you can participate openly. It's completely free, permissionless, open source. But if you participate, there are boundaries within which you can move and within which decisions are made, and it's transparent for everyone. So you kind of try to avoid the situation where a silent minority is basically taken over by a silent majority is taken over by a loud minority, or the other way around.
Yeah, just kind of like 2 points I want to mention. One is about when it comes to democracy, what it means to be voluntarily engaged in democracy and what it means democracy by the government, right? Because I think a lot of people out there who criticize, say, proof of stake or governance say, oh, well, you see, democracy doesn't really work because it's like a tyranny of the majority. There's a big difference, though, between democracy when it's voluntary and democracy from the government. And that is, one actually is voluntary, the other one is not. Because if I don't want to participate in a particular network, if I don't like how it's governed, if I don't like any aspect of it, I can always choose to opt out. And how that network is voted upon doesn't really impact my life because I can opt out. The big difference with government is that you can't opt out of government, right? If you don't participate in voting, well, some countries, like such as Australia, where I'm from, have compulsory voting. But even if you don't have compulsory voting, people can vote to impose things on you, and you can't opt out of it. So that's a big difference. It's not really tyranny of the majority when it comes to blockchain protocols because it's all voluntary. The other thing I like to mention is when it comes to just control over developers versus validators, etc. I think they're all complementary together because the problem with the wisdom of the crowds is that there's always information asymmetry, right? And there's no right answer to it. If we lived in a society where everyone had perfect knowledge, everyone was experts in everything, then it would be different. But the fact is that we're not, right? So people are always trusting other people. People are always trusting that the devs push forward the code. It's not necessarily the case that all the validators know exactly what the code is being pushed at because they're not all experts in consensus, right? And vice versa. So a lot of it's based on trust, and a lot of it is basically people coming together in consensus and having the right economic incentives in place to make sure that people behave appropriately, so they're confirming transactions that are supposed to be confirmed, and that the code is running well. And so, in my opinion, if you have the right economic incentives, you can have a system that works pretty well, even though even though there's a lot of information asymmetry that might be taking place.
So both what Matush touched on and what you touched on, Mike, is that, right? I have a question then, because you brought up the multiple client ecosystem for Ethereum, and then perhaps that type of governance that they do have is the right to express which type of software that you run on your nodes. So there's a interesting example, I think a couple earlier this year, maybe you guys are all familiar with it, right? So I think it comes down to also what you were saying with virtue, right? If virtue is sort of this responsibility of the privileged who at least have this information asymmetry, where do you think the responsibility lies with how these ecosystems get propelled forward, right? So as an example, as a validator ecosystem that does get to implement and deploy these governance decisions into essentially what are live production environments, because we don't see a lot of these code changes going into a testnet before they go on to these blockchains. Whose responsibility is it to basically read that code, right? For the Ethereum example, there's client teams that have code that they push on, and then individual Ethereum validators will choose one of the many six clients. But then if there's a bug in the code, the majority of the Ethereum validators are not checking that themselves, or the client teams are perhaps not going through rigorous audits because, frankly, they're not very well funded. That also is happening, I think, more often than not at a faster pace, perhaps in these non-Ethereum proof of stake blockchains. The example is what happened on Juno. Don't get me wrong, I love Juno, but right, there was a typo in the code. None of the validators checked the code, and then $36 million went to a dead address. So then, if that is the expression of governance, even without this type of on-chain participation, where do you see the responsibility lie, both at the foundation level and also at the validator level? I'd actually be curious, right?
That was a question for me?
For all of you guys, right? Because you also run a validator. Yeah.
So I think that the type of responsibility needs to be defined as well, right? If we're talking about legal responsibility or just a general kind of, this all went down, where did we go wrong? I think that since for projects in our space, there are no bailouts from governments, right? We are not irreplaceable or too big to fail, as we have seen time and time again. I think that the responsibility ultimately rests with every participant of the system. It's just in a different degree and a different manner. So the way I would imagine it is that we have different checks and balances, similarly to what we have in established systems, where a president, let's say, the validators can execute code, but that code has been previously proposed by someone else. And so all of that is being checked by the judicative branch, which is the already existing code, that it's all functioning properly. And so all of those pieces, I believe, come together in that sense, and each one of the system's participants has their role to play. Even if we're talking about the regular user, I believe that being informed and making good decisions, even which chain or which application layer, which application you're using, I think this is also a part of that responsibility.
So maybe I can also answer this. For the Q protocol, there is actually a framework with different roles and responsibilities between different stakeholders in the system. So if you have code changes, if you have proposals that affect the code, there is depending on the level of severity, it has different thresholds, it has different approvals that need to be made, or veto rights of certain stakeholders in the system. Having said that, I think taking a little bit of a broader perspective, I think it's actually an opportunity for validators going forward. I mean, I don't think that this is an instance where the wisdom of the crowd works well. I mean, if everyone relies on everyone else to check the code, then no one does at the end of the day. And maybe take an analogy from traditional financial markets. There are expert companies which provide proxy recommendations. And I envision something similar to happen in the crypto space, where I believe today actually many validators don't vote, many custody providers don't vote because they're afraid of the liability. They maybe don't have the resources, but I think that's a wrong way to think about it. I think it's the right way to think about it is about a business opportunity, getting into that field, and ultimately selling also recommendations and quality checks as a service. And that's kind of the direction also that we want to go with the Q protocol, to have those specialized functions or opportunities for people that are specifically skilled and want to take up the role.
Yeah, I'll just like to probably break it up into 2 points. Any token holder with the governance 2.0 model can designate that, okay, if this is a technical matter, I'm going to delegate my votes to technical people. If this is a social governance matter, I'm going to delegate it to someone. If it's about treasury spending, I'm going to delegate it to someone. So you can direct your vote to respective parties that you think are responsible in their respective areas of interest. So I think that's quite useful, right? When we look at quality control and getting specific to applications and publishing new stuff, we in the Polkadot ecosystem, it's a bit different. We have a West End, which is, like a test net, right? But then we have Kusama. Kusama is not exactly like a test net, because when you push things to Kusama, there are people actually using the system in almost like a real-world manner. So it has helped us shield Polkadot from some issues that arose. We would push a new runtime. It worked perfect in testnet. We pushed the runtime into Kusama, and then we noticed something, and we're like, whoa, we need to fix this. But it never got pushed to Polkadot yet because it didn't pass that stage. So, things are a bit different in terms of that QA, QC type thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think philosophically and morally, when it comes to responsibility, putting the legal stuff aside, Ultimately, in the free market, each person is responsible, for their own actions, right? And so you kind of have like a race to the top in a free market, in that, even if you don't have the knowledge, as say like a core developer for a blockchain protocol or other aspects of the protocol, ultimately it's your responsibility. And if people, for example, if there's like a bug in the code or something goes wrong, you can always move to a competitor, right? You can always choose not to participate in any, blockchain protocol you want, right? So in the end, there's an economic incentive, as I mentioned earlier, to kind of like, develop stuff in a good manner, right? And so the economic incentive in terms of like a core engineer is that one, they can get paid a lot of money to build this sort of underlying technology. For example, it can be funded by, the validators or the participants in the network. Or two, they know that if their code is wrong, if something goes wrong, that people would just leave with the competitors, that they won't make as much money, and that their reputations, will be tarnished, right? And so there's clear like economic, and social incentives for people to kind of act in the best possible manner. Now, does that mean that there will never be bugs? No, of course not. And we've seen that time and time again. Does that mean that everything will always work fine in the end? No, of course not. But what it does mean is that there are incentives to get better and better quality applications out there and better software out there. And I think that's what is really, really crucially important.
Would you say then that I guess it's kind of like everyone's responsible for the problems. What about like so this is like law of the jungle versus like a very American-centric paternalistic regulation type of model, right? So then like, what about the poor retail that doesn't have the ability to think as deeply technically or look into the code themselves? Do you see that they just have to do their research and then rely and trust, and if they get screwed, they get screwed?
Yeah, well ultimately, just like in terms of like the goods and services that we buy as individuals, in the end, we're all people buying without much knowledge, right? Like we don't have knowledge about like, how did the fruit come to our supermarket, or, the quality of the fruit, or, the packaged goods that we buy and that sort of thing. And so, in the end, you do have to rely on people that, have more knowledge about a particular area, because in a sense, there's the specialization that goes on in the economy, right? It's called like the division of labor. And so you can't be an expert in everything, but you have to trust a lot of people. We trust a lot of people when it comes to like healthcare, like doctors, nurses, that they know what they're doing, because you don't really understand the technical implications of, how surgery works, right? But in the end, there are incentives for the experts to, as I mentioned before, try and like give the best service that they can, because if they can't, there's always competition out there, and people will gravitate towards those that have a good reputation, that kind of have proven themselves over time, and basically like engage in those services. And taking it back to kind of like blockchains of validation, people will gravitate towards validators and networks that they see are being governed in a proper way, where they think that the software is excellent in terms of performance and in terms of security. And so you kind of get like a race to the top. You get higher quality over time when you have a free market that operates. What gets in front of a free market is basically government intervention, right? Because governments, first of all, don't really have the knowledge of what like everyone else, particularly like wants or needs in the society. It's called the socialist economic calculation problem. And also, the government has a lot of perverse incentives in that, people would lobby the government in order to take advantage of, the power that the government has, which means that you don't get this sort of efficient race to the top outcome necessarily that you do in a free market. And so it's the government that really gets in the way of things. But if you let the market ride, you usually get much better outcomes in the end.
I don't know how much time I have left, but I think a good last question is, how do you address governance apathy, right? Validators are supposedly supposed to be voting on proposals to like help further the chain, but we often see not many do. So I'm curious, maybe that can be a last sort of answer from each of you guys.
All right, okay. So again, in Polkadot and Kusama, it's not just the validators, it's the token holders, right? So a validator has a vote, just like any other, but it may be seen by some as an informed vote. So, you might get some extra delegations and your vote may count a little more. So there are a few incentives, and this may be a bit, we are testing on Kusama, right? NFT, and there's some Sybil resistance built into this thing, so I'll keep it simple. NFTs as rewards. We trying to build, improve the voting experience as well. I think making it easy to say, okay, actually, I have it on my wallet right now. You can scroll across and you can see, okay, this is a topic that we are voting on. These are some human readable, and that's probably another point. We need to make these things easy to understand. This is what it's about. Am I voting yes? Am I voting no? Am I voting with conviction? Next. You know, so accessibility, there's incentive, which is, I think, you know, something to try and experiment with. But there's also accessibility, which I think is equally important. And to make informed decisions, I think we need to, there's a lot of focus on like staking and APY and stuff like that. There's also like a podcast that comes about every 1 week discussing the governance matters at hand. So those are some of the things that, you know, we're doing on our end. Yeah.
In general, I believe that whereas the entire blockchain technology has pushed forward incredibly far in the last couple of years, the governance space is basically stagnant. And the reason for it is that we see it as sort of a secondary over whatever else we're pushing at a particular time. And so I believe that we've neglected, you know, educating good governors. For example, we have not neglected good app developers, but when it comes to the actual act of governance, we are far behind in terms of education as an industry. And I think that education, along with empowerment within the frameworks, are the 2 points that will be crucial going forward. And coming back to the you know, the statement about the wisdom of the crowd. The wisdom of the crowd doesn't mean that the crowd is always right, or that everyone is an expert at everything. It's exactly the opposite. It means that the crowd sometimes knows well, and that's because they have combined all of their knowledge from different areas, right? So if I'm a power user, my contribution to any governance framework will be completely different than a validator, right? But I can still contribute, and that is on you know, kind of providing the necessary feedback, right? So the validators know which direction the wind is blowing. So that would be I guess my answer, which would be empowerment and education.
Yeah, I think there's kind of like a few ways that you kind of increase government's participation. One is like in terms of like economics. So for example, I don't know some of these protocols have been doing it, and we're kind of thinking about the idea at Phantom is, you know, in order to like, for example, claim your rewards, in order to get some sort of benefit, you know, you need to participate in some way in the voting process for proposals that come about. So there's like economic incentives that you can do to encourage voting. The other aspect of increasing like our voting participation is, you know, as the other panelists have said, like education, right? And so specifically for Phantom, you know, we have like a governance group, we have a variety of different groups that people have created in the community and the foundation has created, where we basically like discuss proposals that are being made. And so when we look at like a proposal being made, whether it's from the foundation or the community, you know, we kind of flag it and we say, you know, this is how it can impact you. And obviously as a foundation, we give our own opinion. And then, you know, basically the validators can decide, or the people who are delegated to the validators can decide which way they want to vote accordingly as a result. And so a lot of it comes down to just awareness as well. But you can also try and implement economic incentives as well, which is quite interesting because there's a lot of creativity there, I think.
So my take on that question of voter apathy is that, well, first of all, I think voter apathy is a fact, and we're not going to change that. So people just don't want to vote every week and on multiple protocols. And I think any governance system that relies on people, regular token holders, voting very frequently is misguided and bound to fail. So what you're trying to do at the Q protocol is have a layered system where certain types of decisions need a broad support by the Q token holder community, but other more technical decisions don't. So you have a tiered system where the majority you need, the threshold you need, and so on, and also the question who has veto rights possibly, that's determined by the decision type. So I think a lot of aspects of increasing voter turnout are good, are helpful, but I think they won't fundamentally solve the solution of voter apathy. We know that from democracies, where you have direct democracy, people don't want to vote every day or every week or even every month. So I think a governance system that takes into account of that is probably better than one that relies on very, very frequent votes from the majority of token holders.
Cool, thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you for the nice discussions. Basically, we are now waiting for like 3 to 5 minutes for the recap sessions of the breakout rooms, and yeah, basically 2 minutes break. Okay. We do now the recap of the breakout sessions. Basically, that will be 5 minutes each. They have a seat and just tell you what you basically missed if you didn't attend. So coming up on stage, Martin for designing incentives for decentralization. Then Tobias for traditional infrastructure meets blockchain infrastructure. And Jake and Sebastian for proof of stake privacy. Thank you.
Cool. Then, yeah, happy to go ahead. So we had a breakout session on validator privacy, and we talked about we kicked it off talking about a research project in which we identified all validators on the Gnosis beacon chain, which, for the ones who are not familiar, is very similar to the Ethereum mainnet beacon chain. And by linking the pub keys to their IPs, we're able to proof of concept an attack against validators, whereby you DDoS a validator for 5 seconds in order to prevent them from producing blocks and make the transactions roll over to you. Now, this has been known since over 2 years, actually. There's nothing new in that. What is new is that there's actually now, especially with the advent of significant MEV, significant economic incentives. And while so far discussion has been focused around introducing changes to the consensus algorithm, specifically single secret leader election, we're proposing to go in the direction of transport level privacy. And that's where Hopper comes in. Hopper is a mixnet that allows you to not just peer-to-peer send data, because when you send data from one peer to another, you inherently also expose your IP address. And that's what we used in our proof of concept there of de-anonymizing validators on the beacon chain. So yeah, we discussed with validators and node operators, and it turns out there are some ways of mitigating that, which are entirely unfeasible, unfortunately, for home stakers. So yeah, it's interesting to think about transport level privacy on the validator side to avoid attacks. It's not just attacks for profit. We also then discussed that indeed there is attacks which are just trolling, right? I know somebody's IP address, maybe Vitalik's, right? I find out where Vitalik runs his validator, and from then on I can just constantly hammer his node. That would be kind of an analogy of the Shanghai attacks that Ethereum has seen 2016. Back then it happened on-chain. I would expect that we do see something like this now happening on the transport layer. And to preempt that, I would like to initiate a discussion on transport level privacy, which any peer-to-peer system needs even more so than the Web 2.0 that we're all familiar with. We then discussed attacks. Somebody was asking, could you launch such an attack not just against the validators, but against the sync committee members? So if you attack sync committee members, that's feasible, albeit a bit more expensive. And by doing so, you would basically break these beautiful upcoming light clients. So light clients is an amazing thing because it makes data inherently trustworthy. But if you mess with the sync committee, you can basically break these light clients in the same way. So yeah, lots of interesting questions and Q&A on transport privacy on the consensus layer of Ethereum. And then we're talking about using Hopper as a mixnet to bring that missing link of transport layer privacy to Ethereum and potentially other chains that have similar issues.
Yes, oops. So I'm going to take over, I guess. A little short introduction first. So my name is Toby. I'm with T-Systems, which is a company that mainly builds digitalization services. Subsidiary of Deutsche Telekom, which is the largest European telco enterprise. And then maybe if you don't know those companies, often people confuse us with T-Mobile US, which we are also part of indirectly because we are a majority shareholder in T-Mobile US. So a little bit of background why we are here, because I think it's not as obvious. So I'm going to tell a little bit the infrastructure story first. So at Deutsche Telekom, what we have been doing over the last 20 years, I guess, is providing infrastructure services for various things. For instance, for the mobile phone. So what we have been doing is we have been building out all those telco towers, basically connecting everybody with each other and enabling you guys to call each other over phone. Then after that, we dug up all the holes in the ground to try to provide internet services for all of our German customers, but also in Europe. It's still an ongoing process. And then at some point you need to ask yourself, what is the next thing that we can support? And since 2 years we are also actively supporting the blockchain space. We have been starting out on Chainlink, where we are providing Oracle services. So we provide price feed data to the Ethereum blockchain. And then afterwards, we have been continuously building out our staking services. So we actually, like Chainlink is Oracle services, but we have been diving deeper into staking infrastructure, starting with the Flow network, which you might know from NBA Top Shots, and then continuously supporting multiple networks like Polkadot. But then right now we ended up on the Ethereum network, where we are also partnering with a liquid staking protocol. Actually, the guys from StakeWise are also here. I have seen them. But yeah, the breakout session, let's get to the breakout session now that the introduction is over. Since we are like a big telco infrastructure service, main goal was to get some kind of feedback from the people who are actually working in the blockchain space, since it's like a nice event to get some feedback who are heavily invested in the scene. And the first question that we wanted to try to figure out is what exactly is considered blockchain infrastructure. So on the one hand, you have the validator nodes, like providing infrastructure for maintaining the consensus for public blockchain networks, which is the thing that we are focusing on. But then, of course, there are also other infrastructure areas, for instance, custody, and then drawing on that, also enabling developers with easy tools to participate in the whole ecosystem. And then after that, coming with also digging a little bit deeper into the challenges that come with building a business around infrastructure for blockchain networks. Since there is a little bit of a conflict of interest when we have, for instance, like big players like Deutsche Telekom going into the space and trying to build a profitable business versus, and of course there's also always this point of delegation, since our business right now is maintained through the delegation that we receive and charging a small commission. There's an incentive on our end to receive as much delegation as possible, to be as profitable as possible. However, in the whole blockchain space, there's this notion of decentralization, and this is like a huge challenge, of course, always to keep in mind the decentralization aspect when trying to build out this business. And also with regards to cloud providers, we see things like AWS and other major like hyperscalers occupying more than 50% of consensus on some blockchain networks, or even close to that, and even the announcement of Hetzner stopping infrastructure support for Solana. So there are a lot of challenges with regards to the decentralization of the whole blockchain space, which we discussed in the session. Also, I mean, I don't want to occupy too much space, but also with regards, what might be interesting to share, we are not like Telecom is not used to like getting crypto rewards and also trying to build a business around this. So like the whole business case, communicating those things to management, maintaining the servers, but then also legal challenges that were all things that other companies also in discussion mentioned. And I think there's still huge potential in the space to grow, and things that need to be worked out. And incentivization mechanisms need to be built out to also focus on keeping things decentralized. But yeah, heading over to my colleague.
Hi, well, thanks very much for setting my part of the talk, because I'm from Rockaway Labs, and we want to help blockchains decentralize. And we think that this problem has two parts. Number one, someone has to do the hard work to map out the infrastructure and actually take into compute where there are concentrations of stake, how validators are doing in processing blocks, etc., and somehow build up a scoring system that helps identify validators that are helping with decentralization. So we've built this website. It's called observatory.zone. We're developing it all the time, and we've gotten some interesting feedback from people at the workshop. But I also want to call out the staking summit as a whole. We've had very engaging conversations, and feedback is super valuable. But to continue to the next part, once there's transparency in where the validators are, where their nodes are, and where they're located, we can design incentive systems around helping them move those nodes to more advantageous locations for the blockchain, right? So we've actually, the observatory itself supports what-if planning, so a validator can test, hey, what would happen to my score if I move from Hetzner to another node? And they will immediately see what sort of increase they'd get. And then if we say have a liquid staking system behind this that's using the observatory data to just allocate stake, then this system can immediately pick up this good move by the validator and start moving it more stake. And the idea is here to help decentralize. We don't just want to be the people who say, well, there's a concentration here, do something with it. We would like to be in a position to support those validators and give them more stake if they're doing these moves that actually benefit the system. So the main example that I was showing is, say, if a blockchain foundation says we want to use, I don't know, 2 million Kuji, 3 million Kuji to support decentralization, then we're able to automatically sort of stake those with validators and support those that are making those changes pretty much immediately and automatically. So we've gotten some interesting feedback on this. And there's a whole other part of, say, data economy around this that we didn't take into account before. So this was actually quite valuable for us. That'll be it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Patrick. Sorry for being late. I'm from Lighthouse DAO. We have a project called The Orb. We built The Orb to be able to finance public goods, originally on IBC and specifically Evmos, and we're taking this as well to Solana. The way that The Orb works is it allows anyone to stake through our contract, and it distributes that stake across multiple validators. And part of the yield that's generated from these validators is then distributed to a treasury, and the users or entities that have staked on the orb can then vote on how that treasury is used and to which projects that treasury is allocated to. What's kind of interesting about this is we're introducing a new fundraising and financing model that's more Web3 native. So traditionally, if you wanted to, say, finance a project as a foundation, as a fund, or even as a validator, you have to deplete your capital in order to do that. So you're going to take some of your capital, you're going to give it to some other entity, and hope that that investment pays off. When you do it using the orb, the way that it works is that you can stream payments based on the yield that's generated from block rewards. So you can basically have a finer control over how that yield is being used and the duration of funding that you give to a project. It also allows the financiers to not deplete their capital. So it's kind of a zero risk strategy for financing projects. And what we did at our workshop today is we spoke with mostly validators around how they use their block rewards. So very basic things like investing in projects, restaking, some very basic concepts that I think we're all familiar with. Then we asked the question of, if you got really creative with this mechanism, what kinds of things could you fund? And some interesting ideas were generated around it. So anything from lobbying to funding educational programs to even making donations to charities. And what's kind of cool about this is that if you use the orb to do these kinds of things, it adds these differentiating factors to ecosystems that decide to fund goods or services or investments in this novel way. more than just restaking. And the advantage that is created by this is that ecosystems can be built up in a much faster and a more efficient way because the ecosystem itself is voting on how these funds are distributed. So everyone that participated in the workshop got a lot of value out of it, it seemed, because we didn't have a lot of these ideas before going into the workshop. So by sharing these different ideas, we now have a way of moving forward with several validators and certain foundations, specifically Evmos and Solana, on how to finance public goods and even go beyond that to maybe financing real-world goods and services.
So I guess that's all for us, and we'll see the floor to the next.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a P.I.C. Now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, watch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river.
waters there next to the screener.
Cool.
Test, test. All right, everybody. Next on stage, we have Barry Plunkett of Skip Protocol, talking about AppChain MEV, building a customizable, composable, and open future. And in the other room, we have a breakout session happening with Florian from Q on social slashing versus constitutional slashing. Thank you.
Hey everybody, it's loud. A little quieter. Can you guys all hear me okay? Cool. My name is Barry Plunkett. I'm the co-founder of Skip Protocol. This is one of my first conference talks, and I'm super excited to be doing it here at the Staking Summit. Oh, thank you. My co-founder and I always talk about how we're super lucky to have Validators as one of our core customers, so it's super exciting to be here. Most MEV talks are very technical, and I'm going to do something a little bit different and not make my talk super technical and talk about values instead and how Skip is trying to build resilient, governable MEV systems that can reflect the values of all of the different chains that make up Cosmos. I'm going to talk about how we're trying to do this so far and the products that we've built. And then I'm going to talk about the idea that unites those products, which is this idea of sovereign MEV. And then I'm going to talk about why that matters to us and how we're trying to build on that from here. So our first product is Skip Select. It's live on Juno as of last week, being run by 35 different validators now, I think. It's a pretty simple solution that's based on an auction that runs every block where searchers submit bundles of transactions to us, and we offer those searchers top-of-block execution. In exchange, they have to participate in an auction where only the searchers who pay the most receive that top-of-block execution, and then we forward the proceeds of that auction onto validators who run custom software that knows how to respect that auction. So validators make more money and searchers get better execution. We have a completely different solution that we're building out for Osmosis, which is fully on-chain, fully in the chain's binary. We're calling it the ProtoRev module. It's a Cosmos SDK module. ProtoRev is short for protocol revenue because we're not great at naming things. But the basic idea is after every transaction in Osmosis now, the module looks and sees whether there's a cyclic arbitrage opportunity that has opened up as a result of any kind of price movement. If there is, it goes ahead and rebalances pools to capture that without creating a new transaction. And then it forwards the revenue from that arbitrage onto the community for the community to do whatever the community might want to do with it. So At face value, these systems are very different. The skip select auction requires validators to run custom software, allows validators to make choices about how much MEV they're keeping versus giving to their delegators, and relies on searchers to find and compete for MEV opportunities and make them competitive. And the ProtoRev module doesn't do any of that. It's fully on-chain. It's just a Cosmos SDK module. And so we got asked the question recently, like, why are you guys doing both of these things? They're very different. And on the surface, that's right. And our answer is that both of them are trying to drive towards MEV sovereignty, which is this idea that blockchains should be able to control their MEV markets and how they operate. And when I say blockchains, I mean the very diverse community of stakeholders that make up a chain. Validators, stakers, delegators, retail traders, market makers, everybody who has a stake in the chain's future should have a voice in how its MEV market operates. And that's what MEV sovereignty is all about. It's a rough, weird, hard thing to define. So for us, we have like 5 high-level principles that we try to build towards. The first one is giving communities block building control. So that's the ability to make decisions about the rules that are enforced when they're building their blocks. So do you have PBS, proposer-builder separation? Is that full block or partial block? Do you allow sandwiching or front running, or do you not? These are things, choices that we think should be made at the chain level as well as at the validator level. Related to that, the second super important axis of control for us is revenue distribution control, right? So MEV is creating wealth, and the question is, where should that wealth go? How should it be divided among the stakeholders of the chain? Again, we think the chain should decide that. Should it go to validators entirely? Should it be split with validators and the network in some way? Should it be split with LPs or people who are being backrun or whose trading activity is actually creating MEV opportunities? Revenue distribution control is a super important part of MEV sovereignty for us. The third thing is on-chain governance. We think on-chain governance is super important. It's how Cosmos blockchains and most chains today make decisions about the products that they're building. And we want to, whenever possible, have these decisions be made as part of on-chain governance. And related to that, the fourth piece is compliance. So we want to try to build these systems in ways where the chain and the community of validators can collectively enforce compliance with whatever rules the chain wants to have, whether that's something where they're distributing revenue partially to stakers, partially to the network. We want to ensure that we can build these things in ways where it's hard to opt out if the chain at large decides that this is a future that they want. And related to compliance is transparency. So however these decisions get made, however they're configured, they should be publicly available. So stakers should know what choices validators are making, and validators should know what choices the community of validators have made. Both of the products we built today drive towards this future. So with ProtoRev, it's fully on-chain, top to bottom, been voted in by the community, approved by Osmosis governance, and makes revenue distribution completely transparent as part of the logic of the chain, and gives control of that entirely to the Osmosis community. Skip select, by way of some technical limitations we have right now, has these choices off-chain. So validators tell us how they want to split MEV revenue with their stakers, and our auction reflects that and respects that, and you can see that in transaction data on-chain, but we have to keep those choices off-chain, unfortunately, for the time being. And then we publish dashboards. So skip.money/dashboard, I think, will now show you how Juno validators are splitting their MEV rewards with their stakers and the choice each one is making around that. But this is the future we're driving towards. Okay, so like, who cares? Like, why do we want to do this? Why try to maximize MEV sovereignty as opposed to maximizing or minimizing an MEV? For us, like, the main reason is we think sovereignty is the thing that makes Cosmos Cosmos. We've been in the ecosystem less than a year now, but what has amazed us is the diversity of thought that different chains and the different communities that make them up have, not just about MEV, but about everything. And when we've asked them, okay, you know, the validators in a particular chain, how do you want the MEV market to work? Like, they'll give 10 different answers. Or if we ask one chain, they'll tell us, well, LPs, passive LPs should receive all of the revenue from MEV. And you ask another chain and they'll say, well, actually that should be part of the security budget and it should all go to validators. And so for us, the takeaway is pure optimization is not expressive enough to build the systems that these folks want. And the second thing that I think is personally important, that often gets scrubbed from the conversation or swept under the rug, is that blockchains have different values, and the communities that arise around them are a reflection of those values. An MEV is a million different things, but it's redistributive, right? Someone is going to make money off of arbitrage or liquidations or sandwich attacks or market making or what have you. And that money is going to oftentimes come from somewhere. It's going to give somebody else a worse execution price or give somebody a better execution price. And there's not like a right answer, at least in my opinion, about how the money should then be distributed, whether it should go back to LPs or validators or the community pool or whatever. That's a reflection of the values of that chain. In the same way that the tax policies that we have tried to come up with as nation states are a reflection of our values. And so this is like, to me, the most important point here, which is that MEV is normative, right? That's something that if you leave this talk with anything, I want it to be that. And that how we build these systems implicitly describes what we care about and who we care about in these chains. And like, this is also why it's so important and so fun to work on, because like for the longest time, these were choices that only governments could make, right? And now we can make them as parts of communities that we can opt into and opt out of at will. So it's also like part of the core promise of crypto is that we can make these choices. It's also what makes cross-chain MEV so hard, in addition to all of the technical challenges, is if you want synchronous cross-chain composability to enable cross-chain MEV, you also have to deal with the fact that individual chains' MEV sovereignty is a prerequisite, and that you want to build these systems in a way that can continue to respect the values that each chain has decided that they have, and they don't just get overridden. And ideally, you want to build it in a way where there's no kingmaker, no tax collector that can profit off of all of these at the same time. We're working on this now, but this is also why we've chosen to start and focus so heavily on the single chain client initially. And we're deploying to a number of different chains, is that we want to ensure that first we capture the values of our individual chains and their communities, and then we think about composing them in the right ways. Cool. So I said the talk wouldn't get technical, but I want to talk about what Skip is doing next, and I'm going to get a little bit technical for a second, and then we'll come back up. So right now, the way Cosmos blockchains work is you have Tendermint, which manages consensus and building blocks, and you have the Cosmos SDK, which manages the logic of all of these different chains. So the Cosmos SDK just takes transactions one at a time out of Tendermint and does something with them. And so if you want to impact block building like we did with Skip Select, you have to modify Tendermint, build it in there, and you have to do stuff that's off-chain and suboptimal from our perspective in terms of MEV sovereignty. ABCI++ is changing this. It's new set of features coming to Cosmos, which are super exciting. They do a bunch of things, but like a very important thing that they do is they make the application more responsible for building blocks. So they give app chain developers more tools to create MEV sovereignty for their chains. And they also give Skip the ability to build a toolkit for app chain developers to do that in the form of a Cosmos SDK module. So that's what we're starting to do. We're tentatively calling this the MEV SDK module, but this could change. The basic idea is to take the kinds of preferences that skip select is allowing validators to express in terms of how their blocks are built around whether they do or do not want to allow sandwiching, whether they want us to build the whole block for them or part of the block, or whether they want to run their own builder. And they're moving those things on chain, and they're going to add additional preferences there too. So right now, skip select only allows you to split MEV revenue between yourself and the network. You can't put an extra portion of that aside to give it specifically to your delegators unless you do that out of band. We're working on some changes that'll allow that as well. In addition to all of that, we're going to try to open up Skip to competition here as well. Right now, we have a privileged position in the infrastructure as the only block builder that can work with skip select, and that doesn't seem good long run. You know, we've heard from a lot of our validator customers that MEV is a way they want to differentiate themselves, and they want to also have access to this system to participate as builders, and we want to open that up. And so the MEV SDK module is the way we're going to try to do all of this, to bring MEV sovereignty on-chain more and to open it up to more competition. So we're super excited about ABCI++. This is one of the big things we're going to be working on over the next few months, and something we're going to be looking for feedback from validators and chains around in terms of what kinds of choices should be made at the validator level, what kinds of choices should be made at the chain level as a part of governance, and how do we compose those things. No? Cool. So that's basically the talk. I'm going to say one more thing about why we care so much about this, which is a lot of these app chains and Cosmos in general has been powered by this really, really strong feedback loop that you have between validators and chain founders and users that we think over time is going to snowball it into the largest and the best by many different metrics crypto ecosystem. That's why we're taking such a big bet on Cosmos, which is that chain founders and their core teams come up with these ideas that impact user experience, and then users, by way of their delegations and the reputation that validators have, vote with their feet about which chains they want to be a part of and which validators they think are representing their beliefs well to the chain founders and to the chain at large. And they do that through their delegations. And then those validators hold those chain founders accountable. Are they being appropriately decentralized? Are they making progress towards their roadmap? How does their roadmap need to change to represent their delegators? And this cycle then powers better user experiences. And this is, to us, like the optimization wheel that powers Cosmos and has for a long time. And it's why MEV is potentially a threat, right? Because how blocks are built right now takes place completely out of bounds of the protocol, out of the application and the application code that those chain core teams can actually write. And it takes place in like the dark space between when a user signs a transaction and what the application eventually processes. And that's a risk, since what happens there doesn't necessarily represent users or validators well. It's also an opportunity. That's why it's exciting for us, because we can work through Sovereign MEV to bring those things into the bounds of this feedback loop and have MEV become a force that also powers Cosmos's growth and development. And that's really what Skip is going to try to do over the course of the next years. Focus on this idea of making MEV sovereign and making it something that the chains we work with and the communities we work with can actually control. That's it. Thank you, guys.
I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a P.I.C. Now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river.
So up next, we have another panel. How will liquid staking influence the validator business? So first up, we have Mara from Alluvial. We have Felipe from Anchor, Claudio from Metapool, and Nico from Tenderize, followed by Izzy from Lido, who will moderate.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Maybe before we get started, how about like a really big round of applause for Staking Rewards for putting this together? It's been a long time coming. It sucks that no one's had the balls to do this before and get us all together to talk about these problems, the challenges that we're facing, and how we're all gonna solve them, but also have a little bit of fun competition in the same time. So kudos to them. Next year is probably going to be even more amazing, hopefully 2 days, so we can dive deeper into some stuff. So we're here to talk about today, how does liquid staking affect validator business models? And there's a bunch of people on here from liquid staking protocols, and not so many people here from validators. No, I'm kidding. But we'll cover. Let's start with like a really quick round of intros. If everybody can just say where they're from, what kind of they focus on within the organization, and really succinctly, what do you think your organization delivers or sets you apart compared to other actors in the space? Really quickly from my side, I'm Izzy. I'm a contributor to Lido, where basically I help manage all of our node operators. It's just glorified cat herding. Yeah.
I'll go next. My name is Nico. I'm from Tenderize. Mostly do the CTO role. We build liquid staking for Web3 middleware protocols, not really focusing on layer ones. And our goal is to build liquid staking as if it were native to the underlying protocol or as close as possible.
Hello, everybody. My name is Claudio. I'm the co-founder of Metapool. We're based out of Mexico and Argentina. And we're the first and leading liquid staking solution for Near and Aurora. And we also support liquid staking and custodial services such as Fireblocks and Fino as well. So thank you very much for the space.
Hello, my name is Philip. I'm the chief of DeFi of Anchor. I'm based in Dubai. Very happy to be here in Lisbon. Anchor is a Web3 infrastructure provider, so we pioneered liquid staking and together with other providers. But we also have a network of RPC nodes, which is actually our core business. And yeah, that's it about Anchor.
Awesome. Good to see everyone. My name is Mara. I'm the Chief Growth Officer at Alluvial. I can represent the validator side a little bit. I was previously heading up the business team for Coinbase Cloud and the Bison Trails infrastructure team. But Alluvial today is really focused on building out the enterprise-grade liquid staking standard across multiple networks to really support the on-ramp of new additions and new customer segments in the market, including institutions.
Okay. Do we need to explain what liquid staking is, or does everybody kind of have a good handle on that here? Raise your hand if you want a really quick explainer. Okay. All right, Colin. Remind me to revisit whether we're going to use OBL going in forward. Okay, so we'll skip that. Let's talk a little bit about how each of our respective solutions affects validators in a couple of different ways. Maybe we can start with the big one, given that we're talking about blockchains. So decentralization and centralization. So how do you think that like liquid staking protocols affect validators and validator sets? Do we think that overall we're going to see a centralizing effect either on specific chains or cross chains due to the advent of liquid staking, or might we actually see a decentralization effect, or does it depend on certain different like contexts or environments? Should we start with you, Mara?
Sure. I think there's two concurring trends that we see in the space, and we've seen and heard about it a lot today. On the general trends that we've seen in proof of stake, potential centralization of stake, and where we're seeing concentration of deposit flows and validation schemes. I think that's a really important dynamic that we should contemplate as we look at other evolution trends that are currently occurring. I think one of them is the fact that validation in general and the staking industry as a whole is modularizing over time. So we're seeing much more modularized components of the different infrastructure layers that make up what now is becoming the staking economy. So that could be middleware solutions, including things like MEV Boost or DBT. It's a protocol layer support, including liquid staking protocols that are building aggregation layers of pooled assets on top of that. And I think inside of that, there's again kind of these two dynamics. We're seeing the traditional staking space decentralizing kind of core components of its technology stack. And we're also seeing a trend in, the aggregation or the liquid staking pool models, where we're now moving the industry as a whole towards collective standards that I'm hopeful will help drive more permissionless validation and a lot more decentralization in the validator and validation stack as well.
So I think for that part, liquid staking is something that probably should not be ignored by validators that want to increase, their profitability as being a validator. So if you do have the possibility to boost delegations to your validator pool, and if that is actually increasing your profitability, because profitability is very thin, right? It's a low margin business. It kind of makes sense to also consider liquid staking to attract more delegations, right? And if you take that further, you might know some competitors that you want to partner with and create, some liquid staking solution, right? And make sure that you then define some governance token where you decide to, delegate what you attract through that liquid staking layer to different validator nodes, and make sure that that regulates kind of the barriers to entry for other validators that want to get into that business. Because you want to trust your founding members. So that's an interesting way, I think, to look at it. But I think definitely for increasing different layers on top of validators, and if the validators are a part of it, I definitely think it can increase their profitability, and it's something they should be aware of at least. And then it's up to them to decide if they want to actively participate in that or not.
Yeah, so one of the big things that we did when Lucio and myself launched Metapool is that the liquid staking smart contract runs fully on a DAO. So I think giving validators an upside on the protocol itself and a say, it's really important. For example, right now in our DAO, there are 3 council members on it, and 1 is represented by the node operators, right? So it's very important for them to have a say in how the protocol will operate, how it will scale, and also giving them upside, right, by participating in the governance of the protocol. For us at Near and Aurora, what we're doing is we're giving new validator nodes that are coming in a fighting chance to get exposure to retail Near, which is difficult for them to get as a small node operator. If you're a big guy, yes, you will have the money, you will have the funding, but if you're like a solo node operator, it's going to be really difficult for you to get retail exposure to Near. And so that's something that we're doing from day one, right? So right now, we're distributing Near to more than 67 validator nodes on the Near protocol network. And that's giving them a fighting chance of building a business around Near, right? And that's what we're going to be bringing to other multi-chains when we expand as well, right? Everything is running on the DAO. They have access to the governance token that will have a say in it. And not only a say, but also get financial upside on it as well, right? And that's something that we're slowly but surely working on. We're alpha beta testing as we go. And then, yes, there's going to be some mistakes that we're going to make, but hopefully they won't bring us down, right? But at the end of the day, we are bringing and having those open conversations with node operators because they're the ones maintaining security and censorship resistant on the network, right? And as a liquid staking solution, our job is to decentralize the protocols that we're in and not look at it as more like a business, but more importantly, as a community-run protocol, right? And so that's the big bet that we're making. And but anyhow, we're happy to be here and still surviving during a bear market and bringing operators into the equation on the decisions that we make is critical for us to build a sustainable business model and a healthy protocol as well.
Yeah, I think there's definitely the risk of liquid staking potentially leading to centralization or cartel forming. But I think as everyone highlighted here, I think we're all thinking about solutions to prevent this or at least combat this so that liquid staking protocols don't have adverse effects on network security or decentralization. And I'm really interested to see how this will evolve and how we come up with different solutions to tackle this problem.
Okay. Claudio, I think you touched on a really interesting point at some point. You're like harping on profitability. There's kind of like this tension in staking in general, both like within validator sets and obviously liquid staking. So as you try to pull decentralization or promote good attributes of a validator set, like diversity, geographic dispersion, and things like this, a lot of times you come at odds with profitability. If you set up a server in a region that doesn't have like a lot of other block producers, you have problems with propagation times and things like that. To what extent do you think it's like a liquid staking protocol's duty to shepherd, let's say, losing a little bit of profitability in order to attune other things that may be desirable in certain blockchains, either depending on the ethos of like that specific chain, or just in general in terms of thinking about like long-term sustainability of networks versus short-term APR, which is, as stakers, like is what we all want, right?
Yeah, no, and that's something we say since day zero, right? Like we're putting near token holders front and center of every decision we make, because at the end of the day, we're building this for the community, by the community as well, right? And so, but this also comes with two sides of the coin, right? At the end of the day, we do have the responsibility to build a profitable protocol that is going to be put in the hands of the community, right? And yes, you can make an omelet without breaking some eggs, right? And there's going to be some tough decisions, right? And this is, I think we're at that point right now where sometimes like node operators will come to us and, hey, Claudio, hey, Lucio, why did you pull in such 25,000 here? I lost my seat. I'm like, yes, but you lost the last 3 epochs. Like at the end of the day, I cannot hold it because I need to redistribute that delegation because we are putting near token holders front and center, and we do have an obligation to deliver on the APY, right? So it's tough conversations, but I think at the end of the day, if you are true to your vision and that, yes, we are working together to decentralize the network, make it censorship resistant, and make it capital efficient, you do have to understand the tough decisions that they have to put themselves in your shoes one way or another. If they do not, then you're not totally aligned with that institution or that solo node operator, right? But yes, it's a fine line. And yes, sometimes we do cross it, and then yes, we have left node operators behind, and they have lost their seat. But we always take responsibility in that decision, and we're upfront about it, right? We said, hey, this is the decision we took because this is in pro of the ecosystem, and you did sign up for this or not. And then that's where the proof is in the pudding, right?
Yeah, I think to your first point here, are liquid staking protocols responsible to shepherd some of the performance and security and operational standards that define the space? And I think my answer to that is yes. As a liquid staking protocol, our job is to provide a superb experience to our customers, right? Whether those are retail users or institutional clients, and it's something that we think about a lot as we're approaching a new market segment, that needs products that are designed and supported in a certain way, right? So when you think about servicing an institutional market segment or an enterprise-grade market segment, you'll naturally have questions around the performance standards and obligations that you would like to see in your validator set. the considerations around mitigating correlated failures, including regional diversification or client-based diversification, for us, that's actually paramount, because that's how we are able to build and uphold a standard of security that aligns with the needs of the customers that we support, right? What's really nice to see in this space is that in our own rights, we're all doing that. And as a collective, defining parameters and metrics that are really important to evolve the entirety of the space, irrespective of the customer groups that we're supporting. And I think that helps us advance the space collectively, right? And on a universal basis is, what we're looking forward to supporting as part of the standards that we're, planning to open source.
I think it's actually quite challenging to find like a standardized solution. I think like similar to like investment funds, like ultimately there is like one optimal solution. I think it depends like whether you're willing to maximize profits, you're willing to minimize risk, you want to have like the optimal risk-adjusted returns. Maybe there is some ethical considerations that you don't want to exclude, like ESG investments. So maybe you want to avoid like validators that do like MEV and stuff like that. So I think like definitely liquid staking should be, have the technical ability to adjust, all these parameters and so on in line with the DAO, or, if it's like not necessarily a DAO-led company that does liquid staking, they need to be able to adjust, and basically distribute their delegations to all these different validators. But I personally think it's going to be a little bit difficult to find one single like standard. And there will be just like so many different liquid staking providers at some point. It will be so commoditized that like everyone that has either a lot of users or a lot of TVL will end up coming up with liquid staking and just defining their own rules, and then it will just be up to the consumers that, I like Lido and the way they do it. I like maybe Alluvial, maybe I like Anchor, maybe I like Metapool, maybe I like Kraken liquid staking if they do it in the future with different solutions. So I think there will be just like a very wide diversity actually, and it will be very difficult to have that single standard. But yeah, I guess we'll see how it's going to be.
Yeah, I do agree. It's very hard to like converge on a single like standard or strategy, especially also because if everyone converges on the same thing, you have diminishing returns as well. So it becomes more like a dynamic thing. Whether a liquid staking protocol should interfere or like, mingle itself with profitability and risk also depends, I think, on the granularity that you operate on. If you are really user-facing and you act more as an aggregator, I think you have a little bit more responsibility there than if you would really operate on a really low level and really try to be a neutral protocol and not really decide where funds should be allocated, but more so let that be a decision by the user or protocols building on top of that. So I think it also depends on granularity there.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. We're kind of speed running through this because there's not a lot of time left, so I'll try to get to some of the more interesting or spicier questions. So let's think a little bit about like the power dynamic between liquid staking protocols or staking solutions in general and validators or operators. In which cases do you think that staking solutions or protocols have like the upper hand in terms of like the relationship, and in which cases do you think the validators have the upper hand, and how should we be thinking about the risks that, let's say, a large staking protocol poses to a network or multiple networks versus how the risk that an operator potentially poses to that network or multiple networks due to having a share within multiple staking protocols?
I see you looking at me.
It was Felipe, but I'm a bit cross-eyed, so it's okay.
Yeah. Okay, so how do we think about the differences and balances of power, I guess, or concentration of that across the space? So let's put it this way, like liquid staking is a very new industry. It's been around for like 18-ish months or so, and Lido, you guys did a great job shepherding us to where we are at today. So validators were like the basis of proof of stake, because without them, there's nothing to operate and no chains to validate. So I think over time, the relationship between, as I mentioned before, validators and a lot of the other things that are happening in the space is effectively going to be more modularized. So If you look at what the staking ecosystem looked like, just a couple of months ago, truthfully, validation was like kind of this monolithic part of the technology stack where, staking as a service providers, truthfully, were one of the fastest growing kind of industry segments when we really saw a product market fit around proof of stake chains and support. I think what's happening now is that we're seeing a lot of that kind of concentration of both responsibility, power, but also like product experience and diversification modularize itself over time. So as a lot of people have mentioned on this panel, I think we're going to see a lot of different products with a lot of different fundamental capabilities that interact with validators and different dynamics to determine the right outputs for the consumers or the product that they're bringing to market. So I think that's where we're seeing a little bit of the power shift from like a very monolithic, also kind of consolidating part of the tech stack, and one that continues to move into a much more modularized environment, which I think is a positive trend with regards to the development of the ecosystem and its maturation.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing today in terms of the relationship between liquid staking protocols and validators is that validators are mostly being used by liquid staking protocols to provide that service of staking. But what we don't really see at the moment is validators putting their money in liquid staking protocols themselves. So I think that's one dynamic in the relationship that could definitely change in the future. Because if you look at these networks, like you mentioned, Mara, like the biggest stakeholders or most important people in these networks that actually operate them are the validators or the node operators. So granting them access to the utility provided by liquid staking would be a huge benefit to everyone in such a network.
Yeah. So in our vision, when we were talking, Lucy and myself, like we said, we will never, and this like say it publicly now, we will never run a validator node, right? That goes against our ethos of decentralization, right? And so that's the big question that always surprises people that when they ask us, oh, so you're running nodes? No, we don't run nodes, right? That's because we're like, yeah, we drank the decentralization Kool-Aid maybe a little bit too much, right? But at the end of the day, we believe that that's a very organic way to run a liquid staking protocol, right? You don't have that conflict of interest, right? And you are looking, for example, what we did is we helped, right now we're onboarding 235 chunk producer nodes into the Near protocol network, which is on going to be running on a second shard on Near, right? And because we are interested in this decentralization happening, the fastest that it happened, the more value that we're going to be able to bring to the ecosystem. And so the power dynamic, yes, there is a Pareto principle, right? Because that's on any network, right? It happened with the validator nodes when they launch, right? That's why, for example, Metapool stakes outside the top 10. We are staying true to our roots of decentralization. Is that playbook gonna end in a good story? That is TBD, right? Like, can we build a sustainable business model around this? But it's like in any network, there are going to be Pareto principles. The most important thing is who is going to be running that protocol. Is it going to be a private company or is it going to be a community run? Our bet as Metapool is it should be community run. But then time will tell if we can deliver a profitable protocol for the community to run it, right? So anyhow, so that's the stage where we are. And it's like, and then, for example, right now we're supporting custodial services as well, right? We have to bring in institutions as well because it is in their best interest for the protocol to be as decentralized and censorship resistant as possible. Again, it's a bet, right? Time will tell if that was a good play or not. But we're looking forward to put like near token holders or any proof of stake token holder front and center on all the activities that we do. That's our big bet.
So yeah, I think like for liquid staking, like and the relationship with validators, I think like Metapool, right? You really feel like that there is like rather maybe retailers that are around the DAO and they really care about decentralizing the network and so on. However, there is always a risk that if validators believe that it will be profitable to get delegations from Metapool, they can always acquire the governance token and then being like the hands, directing and defining the rules of delegation. And you can have also like maybe liquid staking protocols that are actually founded by validators, right? And they just decide to join their forces to maintain basically their market share in the space and basically having that token to basically define barriers to entry. And obviously, if you were successful, it will be very difficult to then, buy that governance token that will be more expensive and trying to change the rules of the game within that liquid staking protocol. But I think like fundamentally there is still like low adoption of liquid staking when compared to the total amount of staked assets. And I think it's fundamentally because of two reasons. I think the first one is like the regulatory uncertainty. And we do see like, Coinbase or even Alluvial, right, trying to then offer like KYC AML. I think there is then potentially like still a few like uncertainty on how you want to implement that. And the second part is obviously the technological risk of liquid staking versus just delegate staking. You have the smart contract risk. So for that later issue, like I think personally that having liquid staking white label solutions, it might be a way to incentivize these institutional investors to cope with the regular, with the technological risk of smart contract risk, and like just take the keys of the smart contract, right? It's your solution, it's your assets, just take it. It's audited multiple times, so just take it. So that's might be a way, because they're really concerned about not being able to fully control the keys of the smart contract. The second part about KYC AML, I think you just need to be aware that fundamentally you have a primary market where you stake with the liquid staking token and you redeem the liquid staking token or unstake. And then there is a secondary market. And I think it's very tricky, and I didn't see like anyone kind of solving that right now, where, in TradFi, we do like KYC AML on the primary market, but we have like a permission and control secondary market environment. In DeFi, you do not have a control like permission DeFi environment. It doesn't mean that we will not come up with some permission side chains or permission pools, permission chains, right? Where you can have like a permission market in DeFi and you can trade liquid staking there, and it will be then really be fully, compliant and whatever. But having like solutions where you do KYC ML on the staking side, and then the liquid staking is freely tradable in DeFi, it's kind of defeats the initial purpose of being regulated in the first place, because you can have someone from, let's say, a sanctioned country, buying liquid staking on the secondary market, and indirectly you have like someone from a sanctioned country that is sharing, some assets in the staking pool, and that completely defeats the initial purpose of having that as regulated, right? So I think it will make sense to potentially, having permission sidechains to provide that kind of ecosystem. But yeah, I think there is really regulatory uncertainty and the technological risk that are currently some blockers for having more adoption on liquid staking. And and they will define their own rules, I think, those that, the institutional investors that want to then benefit from the benefits of liquid staking. And then it's, I guess, up to them, right, to define, if they want to do MEV with the validator nodes or whatsoever. We just need to hope, in my opinion, that there will be enough people competing so that, we end up having a decentralized, ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, at least on that last part, competition is definitely ramping up, so that's going to help. Hopefully, it continues to be like relatively cooperative as it is right now, so we don't have like the decimation that we're kind of seeing with the centralized exchanges right now playing out, with the same kind of thing following up at the staking layer, because I think that'll be really detrimental to the overall experiment. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Do we have time for questions? I'm not getting a response, so maybe I'll just. Huh? Do we have time for questions? Yeah. Any questions from the audience? It looks like there's no questions. Great. Okay.
Yeah, there's a question there.
Oh, there is. Sorry, go ahead.
So how would you aim to onboard more institutional into liquid staking? Because for them, it could be a very attractive option, but what would you individually do? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can take it. So I think like, if you want to convince an institution to do liquid staking, you need to address like these two potential concerns related to the regulatory uncertainty, and also related to the technological risk. So if the part is on the technological side, I think a white label liquid staking solution might make the deal, but it doesn't make sense for everyone, right? They need to have significant TVL, and then they have to also, something we didn't talk about, but it's like the burden of maintaining a liquid staking, token. Like you need to have liquidity on the exchanges and everything. So, you need to also identify whether that customer can, cope with it. If you're an exchange, you probably already have liquidity, so it's easier, right? But if you're just an institutional fund, right, then you need to understand if, you can have access and incentivize liquidity or whatsoever. The second part is if you are concerned about the regulatory risk, probably you should go into the direction of having a permission sidechain, for example, which is probably the easiest way to create that safe but still kind of DeFi environment to trade liquid staking, or you can do it off-chain, right, like among different centralized exchanges. Fundamentally, that institutional investor needs to understand that he wants to have more financial flexibility on their staked assets. So leverage, trading it, and so on and so forth. So you need to make some usage out of it. If you're just like buy and hold, yeah, maybe liquid staking is after all not a solution for you.
Yeah, to add to that, I think there's, we looked at this in depth, so I'll give you guys like what we came to. I think there's 4 areas that are really important for us to unlock collectively to get institutions not just into staking, but also into liquid staking. When we run the analysis on the considerations that institutions have when participating, I think there was one thing that was really important and stood out across the board, which was unknown counterparty risk. So institutions, whether they are institutions that provide services to other institutions or they're funds that manage LP money, in any case, there is a certain risk tolerance for certain considerations, and counterparty risk falls underneath that. When institutions make the decision on where to stake their assets, they need to know who the counterparty is that those assets are going to be staked with, right? So there's the dynamic here of knowing who your validators are, understanding that, at a bare minimum, they'll meet, your vendor diligence requirements if you're a regulated institution. So this is the first, dynamic to this is like the counterparty risk consideration. The second dynamic is, and this depends again on who you are, but in most cases, institutions are sensitive to the types of actors that can interact with the transaction flows and the flow of funds inside of a solution. So in many of the permissionless solutions that we see in the market today, there's really not a prevention mechanism to enforce bad actors not to interact with protocols or interact with minting and burning processes that relate to it. So there's a sensitivity there that we identified as kind of a second kind of critical area of concern for institutions in participating in that part of the market. The third piece is the commercial side. So if you're an institution that is looking at providing services, and let's actually look at the next wave of adoption, like we're going to see a lot of participation from asset managers and structured product providers and a lot of other things that are inside of the kind of the traditional market. Those businesses inherently require solutions that are B2B. That also means that they need a different commercial model, one that they can monetize, that they can drive adequate margins against, and still offer a product to their customers and their institutional clients that is competitive and can succeed in the market. So those were the 3 things that we saw as like a major consideration when building out, what Alluvial is. Also because in part, our founding members being, Coinbase and Kraken, like we had to figure out what to do to make something work that even would work for us, right, to support in that context. So those are kind of the consideration that, we came to obviously from the perspective of what needs to be unlocked for us to move, a broader part of the market into the fold.
And probably a follow-up. Thank you so much. It's very informative. How far away do you think we are from having at least some answers to these solutions to make it more attractive for institutional?
We're working hard on it. Stay tuned. No. So a lot of the earlier parts of, I guess, our founding story were extremely research-driven and probably like extends to work that has gone back to like the last 18-ish months. We're very close. I can't disclose much on the stage today, but we're very close to rolling out kind of the first parameters. And I think as most of the space, we'll see the evolution of a lot of solutions that will help drive and unlock a lot of these capabilities through the implementation of things like, decentralized credentialing that can eventually help drive solutioning for KYC at account or wallet levels. We're going to see an evolution of, the metrics that we define for security, operations, and risk management for validators. I think there's going to be a lot that we're going to try to evolve over time. So we see this as a very dynamic system and that one that we want to continuously, innovate against.
Yeah, just to add there, and this is very specific to LATAM, right? So we're seeing an interest in fintech applications to also integrate on the liquid staking side, right? Because it brings in an attractive APY that they will not normally can provide to their customers, right? It does have, like Amara said, the risk, right? The contract risk, third-party risk. But there are startups that would like to make those bets, right? Because we have seen, like in Argentina, inflation is way over. Like whatever inflation you guys are feeling right now, it's nothing what's happening in LATAM. So just keep calm. It's not going to go that bad. But there is like, and this is, I'm going to quote my co-founder here. It's like, we are running a business on countries that are emissioning a shitcoin. Our fiat is a shitcoin by itself. It's always going to go to, it's like, and so how do people can have access to hedge that inflation? It is through basically fintech applications are seeing an opportunity to tap into crypto, grabbing that APR, and then providing that financial service to their end customers, right? And so I believe that there's going to be, there's a lot of untapped potential there. And yeah, we're definitely making some good bets there. And hopefully by next year, we'll have some good stories to tell. Or sad stories, I still don't know. But anyhow, a good story will be, for sure.
Yeah, hopefully good.
Yeah, I think what was mentioned about the white label thing was actually interesting, because what you can't do with a liquid staking protocol is actually have a contractual obligation, SLA agreements, uptime agreements, guarantees on commission rates for the nodes. So I actually think white label solutions could be a good idea. And then, yeah, you also have the permission and KYC and AML. I think they kind of are separate solutions, and we'll see which one kind of gets adopted more by institutions.
Just quite quickly on the QIC.
Really
AML.
quickly, because we're being shooed off.
Yeah, just quickly on the QIC AML. I personally think it makes more sense to have like a permission, like secondary market environment, rather than just trying to offer that like on the primary market level, as I mentioned before. So we're actually also doing research on that side as we're enabling app chains for Polygon and BNB chain, and trying to then enable solutions with partners to enable a permission sidechain, where then you can obviously then trade whatever liquid staking solution you want in that kind of safe environment.
All right, great, thanks. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everybody, we have 2 more panels for the rest of the day. Next up is competitive validator services on top of staking. We have Hugh from Nexus Mutual. We have Ella from Solana, John from Republic Crypto, and Parker from Impstones. Give the guys a round of applause.
As we're waiting for Ella.
Hi, sorry.
No, you're good.
No one tells me things.
Let's just take a minute to recognize that in 2022, we have 600 people attending a summit that is dedicated to staking. We would have never thought that was possible 2 to 3 years ago. So I'm very excited about the industry and where it's going. And with that, I want to give a chance to introduce this amazing panelist. And we'll start with you, Ella.
Hi, my name's Ella. I'm a product manager at the Solana Foundation. I primarily work on validators, staking, product manager for stake pools. I also do a lot of ecosystem outreach. So we had 24 hacker houses this year put on by the Solana Foundation, just wrapped up one in Lisbon last week, and then had our Breakout conference that just ended yesterday. Work with a lot of teams that are trying to launch a product to kind of figure out, hey, what's the product market fit? How do you scale your product? That kind of stuff.
Hey everyone, I'm Hugh Karp. I'm the founder of Nexus Mutual, and we are a decentralized alternative to insurance. We provide coverage for things like smart contract hacks, CDS-like coverage for exchanges, and right now I'm pretty glad that CZ bailed out Sam, because that means we probably won't have to pay any claims on FTX. But anyway, we'll come back to that later. But we've also started offering slashing coverage for Ethereum staking validators, and looking to provide coverage for other networks in the future.
I'm John Nimber. I'm with Republic Crypto. You may know Republic.com as a crowdfunding website, not crypto related. We do have a 50-person team in Republic Crypto that is primarily focused on advisory services, bringing blockchain companies from seed all the way to listing. And within that group, me and my team have an infrastructure initiative, Republic Runtime, and we're running nodes on about a dozen different platforms, mostly for our clients. We see this as an extension of our client service. So I purchased that as maybe a little bit of a different angle, which should be interesting.
I like it. And I am Parker Poor. I'm head of global sales at Imstones, a blockchain infrastructure provider that has integrated into 70 different protocols. We do node management, API, and staking. And really, we create the groundwork and foundation for our enterprise and institutional customers. And I'm excited about this panel, and we're going to start off with that. And where do you see validators placed in the ecosystem?
Yeah, so I think I have a couple of maybe thoughts here. I think the primary function that validators serve is to secure the network. So you want to have your underlying network's asset staked so that there is security on the network. You are entrusting these validators to actually produce blocks to vote correctly. So the more, in our case, let's say SOL that's staked, the more you kind of democratize this idea of validators actually securing the network. And staking your SOL with them gives them some monetary incentive to actually perform well. So they should validate correctly, they should vote correctly, and the more validators you have in your network, so let's say 2,000 on Solana, you spread out the risk of any one validator having too much stake weight. So I think that's kind of like the primary function of validators. But on top of that, validators see all the transactions that go through the network. So I think they're actually very interestingly positioned to see what kind of programs are launching, what kind of products that people might like. So on Solana, we have, liquid stake pools are kind of a new thing that has been launched, but people have kind of taken that idea and run with it in interesting ways. So Everstake, one of the largest validators across many chains, but also on Solana, actually started their own stake pool, and their implementation is very unique because they actually take a portion of the rewards and reinvest it back into the community. And I think they can do that well because they have this bird's eye perspective of everything that's happening. So I think we have yet to kind of realize the full potential of validators. Most people just see them as like infrastructure providers, but I actually think they're uniquely positioned to have a really deep perspective of what products are launching and can provide real value to users. So I'm hoping that that kind of gets explored more. And I'm sure we could go deeper into like all the different revenue streams that validators can offer to give their stakers even more rewards. And I think that stuff is interesting as well, but I think there's like this non-monetary value where they can have a perspective that's quite valuable. And I mean, you get into this even more with like governance proposals. They will have their own unique opinions. But I think for the ecosystem, the best thing is when the validators are invested, both economically and not, to actually care about what products being launched are scams or rugs, or actually providing kind of long-term value. And so I hope that validators kind of explore that idea more in the future.
I like it. What about you, John?
Yeah, so I see validators as really the hub to the ecosystem, right? You have investors who are interested in validators because of the yield offered, and obviously from the blockchain perspective, they are the backbone of the actual internet computer. And from users, they're interacting with them through their transactions on a day-to-day basis. I mean, from my perspective, what's really most interesting right now is the user's perspective and the amount of choice that's becoming available, right? Users want choice, consumers want to have choice between different validators, between different stake pools. I think the work that we'd really like to do at Republic with, really our DNA is the democratization of finance. That's why we started as a crowdfunding platform and have moved into crypto aggressively. How can the validator community give users who may be less technical or more technical, as everyone here is, the set of tools to say, I just want high yield, I don't really care if it's MEV, if it's their sandwich attacks, I don't know anything about that. Or, okay, I want to dig into the options, I really want to support, the decentralization of the blockchain infrastructure, like that's my thing. I'm willing to accept 4% instead of 5% if the servers are based here, right? So there's a lot of things that we're working on building to help a user navigate a more like choice-rich environment.
I like that. And over the past year, we have seen a number of slashing events happen from high-profile companies, and I think everybody in this room has been affected directly or indirectly by those events. The question I have for you, Hugh, is what can we do to manage those risks, and how can we be more proactive when it does happen?
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously we've just launched the slashing coverage product, and so that's obviously a key thing you can do from a risk management point of view. But I mean, there's a whole bunch of things we should be doing before that, like the prevention's obviously better than cure, and kind of the coverage is kind of like the cure stage of things. But yeah, obviously prevention and risk management is what we should be doing first. There's different things we can do there. More diversification on like infrastructure providers, like where you run your nodes and all those types of things. Making sure like you've got not everything located in one place. And there are a whole bunch of other elements involved. And we've also got the DVT networks coming up and things like that. So there's definitely a whole array of different things we can do from a risk management point of view. But I guess the other thing out there is like you never know what you don't know, and risks that we haven't seen so far can eventuate. That happens in crypto all the time. You think something's not going to happen, and then in 1 month something blows up that you weren't expecting. And so obviously that's where that we can play a good spot. And I kind of think more broadly, like with risk management, like a whole bunch of the money within the crypto and staking ecosystem at the moment is very, I guess I describe it as risk on. Everyone's quite adventurous with what they're doing from a risk management point of view, which is fine, but if we're to breach the next mass adoption wave, then the next waves of capital are much more risk averse. And so they're going to need the different things like coverage and other, I guess, more institutional grade supporting services, etc., before they start entering. And so, insurance is one checkbox there, and there are a bunch of other checkboxes that we kind of need to get across to get to that next wave of adoption.
Can I actually jump in? I think this is the perfect use case for stake pools, because when you are staking across many validators, you reduce the risk that any one of them going down or getting slashed or having whatever issues leads to your own rewards being kind of harmed. But besides even stake pools, using tools that just let you delegate across validators are like good solutions to prevent against this. We have, a couple of tools to do this. I'm sure other chains have, also similar tools. But I think just the education needs to happen really early on. So if you go to Coinbase or, whatever other like Web 2-like kind of experience, it has, stake your X token. And there's no explanation of like, what does that mean? What are you actually doing under the hood? And I really want to encourage like wallets, for example, to really think deeply about kind of abstracting this away to the point where the user just sees like, oh, 5% APY, click button, get the rewards, and they don't realize that under the hood, the wallet or the exchange or whoever is actually selecting a validator, maybe with some handshake agreement, and the user gets no choice in like what validator is actually being selected and for who knows what reasons. So I think the education needs to happen really early on so that the users are at least aware of what's happening, and then if they choose to opt into a system where someone is choosing for them, they've at least kind of made that decision on their own, so that if a validator does go down, they recognize like, okay, I opted into the system and maybe I've learned my lesson and now I'm going to go pick my own validator or like pick a handful or whatever. So encouraging kind of builders to think about that early on and give their users as much optionality as possible. Even though it's a little bit clunkier in the UI to give, the explanation, I think we're all better off when our users are more educated and can make those decisions, with like information that will, that's more helpful.
I agree, and I think if we've learned anything over the past year, it was that we need to prepare for the unexpected. We're still in discovery mode. We don't know what the future holds. Will staking industry look very different 2 years from now? And I think, although with the volatility has hurt, it's also been good because people are focusing on regulatory, they're focusing on compliance, they're focusing on different aspects to make sure that if, God forbid, a slashing experience does happen, that they get notifications. We came out with a platform, Blockwatch, that gives notifications, Slack, text, email. If anything happens, you get notified right away. And I think that's important because we're talking a lot of money and you need to have those infrastructures and foundations in place. What are your thoughts?
You're talking about risk. I don't know, did something...
How do we handle the slashing that will come across from now and then? How do we manage the risk? What can we do to put things in place to make sure this doesn't...
There's a lot that can be done around fundamental risk management, for sure, which is what you were just touching on. And there's new tools to do it, right, through Nexus and other similar protocols. I think to start with, fundamental risk management would do a lot of good in our industry. And look, on top of that, the same abstractions that we've been using in traditional finance for decades still apply. So diversification still works, right? Counterparty risk management still works. Hedging or using derivatives still works. And I think that's why a lot of people are here and in this space, because it's easy to quickly iterate on those ideas and tools and build the appropriate tools to manage slashing risk, for instance. So yeah, having a pool can make a lot of sense. I don't know, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a combination of stuff. Traditionally, obviously I'm going to be pushing the insurance angle here because ultimately any financial markets or any market in the world can only succeed to institutional scale if it has reliable insurance markets underpinning it. And it's just kind of always there. And yes, you can do derivatives and everything like this has its place. Fundamentally, what you want to be doing is really managing the operations as high quality as you can to start with. And then you layer on the other kind of financial aspects. The financial risk management part is kind of like the backstop. You don't want to rely on that. You want to minimize the actual incidents in the first place. And so that's where you should primarily put the efforts in, prevention. Prevention is better than cure, by a mile, so yeah.
I like the idea of a validator or a stake pool, like taking some percentage of the rewards you would have gotten and just like short whatever token you're staking in the first place. Like we talk a lot about like increasing APY, but we don't talk a lot about like downside protection. So that's actually a great idea. If anyone in the audience is looking for product ideas, check it out, do it.
I agree. Last question that I'll ask, and I'll ask you, John, is when it comes to centralization and decentralization for staking, what are your thoughts? What are your opinions on that?
Oh, I had everything staked on an exchange this morning, and I can't get it out now. Should I be worried?
Yes, you should.
Yeah. What a day, right? If you haven't checked your phone in the last couple hours, don't. I think this just goes to highlight the need here for people to have a simple wallet, to hold their own crypto, to be able to stake, either permissionlessly or through the right KYC approvals if needed, to a broad set of widely distributed either pools or independent validators, right? It's too easy to open an account and just follow the exchange rails and click to stake. And as Ella mentioned, you don't know what's going on under the hood. That capital may be earning 6% on a validator pool, or it could be earning 10% in a high yield bond in a different country, right? You don't know. So this does need to be redesigned and made easier sort of to do it on a decentralized basis.
Absolutely. What are your thoughts, Ali?
Yeah, not your keys, not your money. It's we've heard it all before, and I think we just need to remind ourselves that. Before 2 hours ago, my take on this was going to be a little different. I do think, obviously, decentralization is key, and a lot of what we do at the foundation is trying to get validators, to run. We encourage validators to run in every possible geographic location, and every data center, and every ASN. I mean, a couple of days ago, Hetzner just decided to kick all validators out of the data center. And that's a great reminder that although we are revolutionizing the world and doing really interesting, cool things that I think will empower, a lot of freedom and financial innovation for billions of people, at the end of the day, if you're running in Web 2 companies, if you're reliant on a lot of traditional infrastructure, you can't get outside of that. So unless somebody's going to be building their own data centers, you have to really position yourself to not have any choke points. So you really have to think about it at every possible angle. I mean, forget just like data centers and ASNs. Think about like government bodies. If they're all in the EU and they're all in North America, that's an issue. Every possible attack vector you can think of, you really need to have the most diverse validator and RPC set possible, because that is the core infrastructure layer that makes everything else possible. So we launched the server program, lots of initiatives at the foundation to try to combat that, but I encourage everybody, across all the different networks, we're all in this together, to really think about how you can encourage validators to really be as decentralized as possible and take that very seriously.
I agree. It's crazy to me that the fact that, up until about 3 hours ago, the thought of Binance, acquiring FTX, I mean, nobody in this room, I think, would have seen that coming. And that's why I think having this conversation is more critical today than ever. And where things end up a year from now, 2 years from now, we don't know. But I think we all have the same opinion on where it needs to go. Hugh, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point. Like, if we're talking about like validators and having enough decentralization, like you obviously need that to have this credibly neutral base layer, whatever you're doing. And so we need this level of decentralization, but we also kind of need an equal playing field. Like, it's the same rules for everyone involved. But with that setup, no matter what you do, economies of scale will win. And so that is a centralizing force. And so you end up with like big staking pools or big centralized entities doing this because the financials make more sense. They get more economies of scale. They're more efficient. They have higher margins, etc. And so that forces out the smaller operators. But we need the smaller operators to actually provide us enough decentralization. So I don't have any solutions here, but I think we're constantly fighting against that altruism element versus profit motive, and so the incentives aren't quite aligned from a decentralization and centralization point of view. And so I think we're doing all right, and we're heading in the right direction. And people and the big players in the industry recognize it, and they don't want to don't want to shoot this whole systems in the foot because they can impact themselves if they don't do the right thing. But But I think there's a challenge there about designing these systems in a way that actually encourages more decentralization rather than the economies of scale.
Just to add to that, I mean, there are many things that could be done at the protocol design level, at the tokenomics level, that I think people are starting to play with, and I'd really be interested to see where it goes. Right now we have just one big carrot and one stick, right? There's slashing on one side, and then you successfully created a block on the other side, you get your reward. But there's so many more ways to adjust or fine-tune rewards to say either reward smaller validators, right? Or so that you have a higher yield if you're a smaller validator, or a higher yield if your validator is further away from the cluster center, right? Which is disadvantageous from the MEV perspective and connectivity, et cetera, but is maybe advantageous to the health of the network. So there's a lot of other, game theoretical ways that this could be improved, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think we should experiment a bit more with that because I'm not sure if, but basically I'm not sure if we can achieve enough decentralization with the current flat structures. I hope we can, but maybe we can't, and maybe we should also explore some alternatives.
Yeah, and your foundation, the Solana Foundation, has a program just for that, right? Well, in terms of supporting smaller validators?
Exactly, yeah. We have a program, the Delegation program, to bootstrap smaller validators to kind of get them started with the idea that they go on to become kind of full-fledged businesses later on. But I was going to add on to that is I think this kind of goes back to educating users. So if they understand, not just in terms of, oh, how do I maximize my rewards, but if you actually speak in terms of the risk language of if you don't go to smaller validators, how are you actually impacting the network itself? Their long-term incentives should be aligned, right? If they're a whale and they have the opportunity to spread their stake across smaller validators, and you explain that in terms they can understand, then they will maybe be more likely to take that action. I think there just has not been a lot of, products or calculators or exposure to kind of speak their language. I think everyone's just kind of chasing rewards without taking a step back and thinking, how do we design a system that will, be self-sustainable in 20 years?
I agree 100% with what you just said. I think a year, 2 years ago, everybody saw how much money was being made, and they said it was very, very easy, and there wasn't these checks and balances, to your point, because it was the wild, wild west. So I think now we're discovering due diligence and doing the groundwork and the infrastructure of what it is to actually offer a superior product and service. Because I think the industry is owed that at the very minimum. So with that said, if we were to look out a year from now, 2 years from now, what do you think is going to be one of the biggest differentiating factors when it comes to the staking industry?
This depends on your point of view, right? From investors, are yields going up or down? From the validator's perspective, are these easier to run, harder to run? Is it easier to integrate with a liquid pool, and is it easy if you want to deposit into the liquid pool to drive to your own validator? Are there more sidecars and tools to make being a validator easy to do that in a either a low-tech way or and then from the user perspective, from day one you open your first wallet or an exchange account, how that user life journey is towards staking and understanding it, and do they want to drill down to the details? So I think I see a lot of advancements to be made in all three of those areas.
I think to your point, do they want to see the experience, the user experience? They should have that option. Not all user experience will want that option, but I think they should have that option. And currently, we're not doing that as a whole in the industry. Hugh, what are your thoughts? A year from now, where do you see the industry?
Yeah, hopefully, we're building up, and we have the more professional, high-quality outlook that we're going to need to attract the big institutional capital or mass market capital. And I think we're definitely on the right path, and I think all of that starts getting built out a bit more, and we have all these extra support services around things. I guess the other thing I'd probably guess on is you're probably going to have some consolidation in the staking validator ecosystem, which I guess we'll see how that goes. But that's probably another thing that I'd probably gamble on.
I like it. And Ella?
I think KYC solutions that use things like NFTs that make it really easy to have a couple of companies that do the KYCing, and then that NFT or like token can get used by many institutional investors. I think that will become more popular, and that will lead to a lot of more institutional capital coming in and making things like stake pools much more popular. And I think that will drive innovation for DeFi products on top of stake pools, and I think those will become more popular.
I mean, the one thing that I can be dead sure of is in 2 years we'll all be working for CZ.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm not going to go there. But I think one thing is for sure, and what gets me excited is there is $100 trillion on the sidelines waiting for this regulatory, waiting for compliance, waiting for us to continue to develop and solve this. And this industry is not going anywhere. And there's no other industry I'd rather be in right now. And I say it, I feel like we're working for Apple in the 1980s. It really is a very exciting industry. And with that, I thank you very much for your time. Thank you, John. Thank you, Hugh. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
All right, you almost made it. We are through a super packed day, and up we have the next and the last panel of the Staking Summit 2022. Alan will be moderating Rank High or Die Trying, Validator Rankings Unpuzzled. Welcome on stage, Dimitri from Stakewise, Elias from Radial Labs, Jerome from P-Stake, and Izzy from Lido Finance. Welcome them with a huge applause.
All right.
Hey.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, thanks for making it through to the end. It's the last panel. Yeah, and looking forward to it. As you can see, we've already started on the beers. It's going to be a bit of a meta discussion, a bit philosophical. And just wanted to remind everyone the after party is at 9 p.m. Yeah, and a big shout out to Chris, who's unfortunately sick, and I had to take a spot on this panel. But he did all the work, he does all the VPP stuff, so yeah, if you need anything from staking rewards, data related on providers, reach out to him. But yeah, let's kind of start off with why ranking is needed. So Izzy, from your perspective.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm back. So ranking is needed because it helps us get introspection into, well, by us, I mean, what do we need it specifically for Lido? Into how our operators work, how our validators work, what value are we providing to our users and the ecosystems that we inhabit. Rankings don't necessarily need to be purely numeric, they can be qualitative. Rankings can expose preferences of underlying ecosystems like culture, ethos, what kinds of things different networks want to maximize, and then give this information to liquid staking protocols so that we can make decisions around how do we allocate stake, who do we partner with, who do we work with, and how do we work on making better products served by better operators.
Super.
agreed on all accounts. Maybe if I was going to riff off of that a little bit, I would add that ranking is something that humans do sort of innately, like lists are all around you. The World Cup, the leagues of football and all kinds of sports are lists, top down. So besides that innate thing, I think ranking also, and the whole systemic thinking and methodology behind actually putting a ranking methodology together has the potential to spin up like a lot of new and interesting products, right? And all the separation that goes into categorizing and ranking validators specifically can power a lot of innovation downstream. You can think of things like indices, you can think of things like bundles and all kinds of different configuration of resources, which I think are super, super interesting, and we haven't really explored much of that just yet.
Yeah, I think maybe one point to add to that is, in the end, one of the reasons we have rankings, like from a liquid staking operator perspective, is to really protect the users of the liquid staking protocol to be part of like an event such as slashing, where the really poor performers are kind of taken away out of the set just because of those rankings. So in many ways, like we typically look at rankings where you want to look at like the top few performers, but in an industry like this where decentralization is so important, you're actually not doing the rankings just to know like who's the absolute best, who is the top. I think in this sense, like we're often looking at rankings like who are the ones that we really don't want to be part of it, and it's mostly like excluding some of the players where there is a huge risk of negative effects.
Yeah, totally agree with the guys. I think, like from stake-wise perspective, I can add like we use rankings to in V3 to distinguish well-performing vaults from not good performing vaults, and because if you run staking in a permissionless manner, there should be a way for you to provide some information to the user, like what based on the metrics, based on the data that you can collect, how well different operators perform, and that could help them choose the right staking provider for them and make sure that it's the stake that they send is secured and there is a small chance of getting slashed in that case.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Great points, great points. I wanted to go back to Elias' discussion we had yesterday. I don't remember the exact quote, but something along the lines of, don't trust, I'm going to find out everything I can about you. But I wanted to, for the ones that don't know Rated, if you can just give like a 30-second intro to actually how your rating system works, and then follow up with how you're diving deeper and how you're digging deeper into the rabbit hole.
Sure. So what we do at Rated is we basically seek to bring like a super high level of transparency into the workings of the Ethereum beacon chain and basically shed like a bright light into the infrastructure layer of Ethereum. Now, we have come up with this methodology that we call the Rated Validator Effectiveness Rating. And this is basically our view of how a validator at the index level, and then a composite of indices, which could constitute an operator, right? An operator is really like, from a beacon chain perspective, a composition of indices bound together by some sort of agency. And so we have constructed this rating so that we're able to encompass and capture in a one number how well a validator is actually performing their work, right? A validator is, on Ethereum, is tasked with various jobs that aggregate up to proposal duties and attestation duties, but there are like a lot of ways you can slice and dice and look into the specifics of what composes these two tracks of work. And then you can basically score how well a validator is performing those jobs on like a spot basis in a specific epoch, for example, and then across epochs, and then across multiple indices, so that you can start building upwards to like a profile of an operator, right? And why is this interesting? Well, we think it's interesting, one, because it gives you like a really easy to understand, but also like accurate snapshot of performance in different time frames. And how well a validator has been, an operator really has been performing their work on chain is, to some extent, the best predictor of how many rewards they stand to earn in the future. Because if you look at rewards and you try and predict rewards off the back of rewards, you're effectively auto-regressing rewards on rewards. There's like a bunch of noise that exists in there, right? In terms of, you know, maybe on the proposal end, now that the execution layer exists, you got like a real payday because there was like an NFT mint or an exploit or something in a block. At the same time, you could have participated in like a sync committee round in looking at a specific window, which is like this really highly paid duty, but it's not like super core to consensus. And then you could be down for like a bunch of other rounds, but then still have higher rewards than your comparables that were up all the time. They were performing their jobs correctly, but didn't participate in the sync committee round. So this is kind of how we think about things, but this particular methodology only looks at like on-chain performance. And like Izzy touched on before, there's actually like a wide range of things that you could be looking at when you're trying to like ascribe metadata effectively on the useful life of a validator.
Maybe just one quick thing to add. As you were talking, I had a beer thought. Like a lot of times people confuse like effectiveness with or performance with profitability, but the one may lead to the other. Like good performance generally leads to good profitability, especially over long time frames and obviating for volatility and things like that. But there are things on the Ethereum network that are basically duties of nodes and validators that do not necessarily either accrue rewards or penalties. So rankings allow us, or at least the work that we do in order to create rankings, to surface this data and then find ways to use that to like offer additional information about how good a validator is at doing their job, and also the most important thing, supporting the network. So you can have validators that are like technically highly profitable, but maybe underperform in certain senses, which has to do with like propagating blocks timely, certain types of attestations that are not rewarded or penalized and things like that. So the rankings help us to additionally like get this information and make sure that we take that into account as we make decisions around where do we want to delegate stake.
Yeah, totally. If I may like add something to that, if you think about proof of work and proof of stake, they're both algorithms that have security as an output. The difference is that is in the input level. And so proof of work, the input is electricity and computing power. In proof of stake, you have value at risk, the stake itself, and operational capacity of the operator, operational excellence, whatever you want to call that, right? Like all these rankings and this data are basically at least insofar as the on-chain footprint goes, is a proxy for the operational excellence part of the equation at the input level of proof of stake.
Yeah, valid point. So, in a sense, going to you, Izzy, and yeah, also Dimitri and Jeroen. How would you, and like the work you do, what would be the best way for you to translate your qualitative data into a trustworthy source for Elias to use on-chain?
So this is, I think, like one of the most difficult problems that validators, staking protocols, and any kind of like abstraction layer on top of staking has to deal with right now. How do you take data, which may be metadata, it may not be metadata, it may be like indirect data related to the organization that's staking or the effect that it has on the network around it, kind of like a gravity well, if you're thinking about like space-time graphs and things like that. Bring that data on-chain to the extent that it is importable on-chain, and then use that in a verifiable way to drive algorithmic considerations for staking reallocation, because that's where we want to go, at least as Lido, in the horizon of like 5 to 6 years. So there's separate research programs around this. Where do you find good sources for this data, right? Who can provide this data And are there perhaps like indirect proxies for this data? You know, can you do zany things like creating betting or prediction markets around whether a validator is likely to fail or not, or where are they located? You know, perhaps they put up a bond, and then the only way for this to be challenged is if somebody produces a proof that the validator isn't where they say they are. All the way to getting data from governments, but doing it in a way that still preserves privacy, because that's one of the other really important things, especially as we think about solo staking and potential like regulatory overreach. So bringing that data on-chain, making it available for everybody to use, while at the same time maintaining its integrity and verifiability, I think are things that like Rated is chomping at the bit to figure out for sure. But all of the staking protocols definitely want to include, as I'm guessing also staking v3, you know, in terms of like how do you rate your vaults, how do you provide risk scores for those, how do you offer those risk scores to users so they can make better informed decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would add to that, like, there is still like a lot of things that is hard to measure off-chain, and like that's already a challenge. Like a lot of things like geographical location, like client diversity, and many other things. But like also bringing that on-chain, that's like another problem that is already like goes the next. Like if we already have like a good observability on the off-chain side, like okay, let's do that now on-chain so we can like build contracts around that, make decisions on who gets the next like 32 ETH, let's say, stake, or let's say who among the operators is not performing well and should be penalized somehow, or like build insurance mechanism on top. So that data is very valuable, of course, and will, I think, enable a lot of applications on top that liquid staking providers can, and any protocols can use for their functioning. And yeah, I think like for us, it's also like measuring the performance and making decisions on, not making decisions, but provide the as good picture about different providers as possible. And if that's possible to do on-chain, that could also help us to, let's say, set a different loan, like LTV to the vaults, so that you can mint like, if you perform well, if you, let's say, have at stake as an operator or something, then you can, let's say, mint more OSIF token because of that. So it enables a lot of possibilities for different applications.
One thing I think kind of like want to discuss like with the rest of the panelists, kind of to see at which level can you actually go from something that is really like trust or reputation based, at least to start with, to like a fully on-chain type of analytics or ranking system to kind of create your full validator set. It's obviously, it's one of the things that we are trying to think of, but also like would love to hear like the thoughts in the space, because it is quite challenging to honestly like go for a validator set and say, look, this is now fully based on on-chain rankings, because they almost never give the full picture, and to have all data on-chain is also not that straightforward. And at some point, I think we might just have to accept that there is that factor of not everything can be measured on-chain, and this off-chain aspect is just a part of the business that we are in. I think that's one of the things I like want to discuss. And then another point is like, at which point is the network itself somewhat responsible for having validators that are all well-performing? And I think maybe for Ethereum it's slightly different, where I mean, everyone can kind of be a validator, and like there's an unlimited amount. But many of the Cosmos chains have, for example, 100 validators, and that's a limited set. So somewhat the network itself can control by certain parameters, like whoever comes onto the chain, the requirements there. So maybe there is something like in the middle that kind of sorts out that liquid staking providers don't actually have to think about it. They just say, look, we delegate to the full set, because every validator on this chain is actually awesome and is performing perfectly fine. So how do we get from the state that we are in now to kind of that state?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's no, and there will never be like a one true answer to these questions. That's why like the market mechanism is beautiful. Like, and the different answers that are given will be basically different configurations that instantiate as different businesses, different protocols that make different design trade-offs. And say one protocol might go for like a fully algorithmic set, entry, exit from the registry that makes up the validator set of the liquid staking protocol pool, whatever that may be. And another might go for committee-based, we'll look heavily at off-chain data and so on, and that's like a boon for users. Because users now get to have like a choice between, okay, I can, if I feel more comfortable with the trade-offs that protocol A is taking, that's where I'll put my money. Conversely, if someone else wants to go with protocol B because that's what they feel more comfortable with, that's what they'll do. So that's, I think, as far as your first question goes. As far as the second question goes, it's interesting to think about. I think Izzy will probably have like some really good thoughts there. But the sort of meta point about it is like, are networks aware of themselves, and to what extent, right? And to what extent like networks affect decisions on themselves, which is a very deep question to be pondering, arguably.
We need to graduate from beers for that one.
That's right. But it's interesting to think about if networks will ever, or if they even should get to that stage, right? Because in reality, like, you know, in Ethereum, at least there's like a big debate about, it's not really about network awareness and the network being aware of itself, but like how neutral a network is. And I think like if a network were ever aware of itself, it would stop, like it would start eating into the neutrality property of a network.
Do you guys think that there would ever, like, if we do reach a point where all the validators are great, like, are we doing something wrong? Where no one is pushing to be better. So either the protocol isn't engineered to allow better validators, or none of the validators are trying to be better than the rest.
It's all subjective. And it depends, like even on the tightest variance, there is a distribution, and there's a bottom 10% of that distribution, and there's a top 10% of that distribution. So it depends how you cut it, right? Like numbers like express a state of the world, but then like people can flip and beat and compose these numbers in whichever way they like, right? And that's also like the beauty of it.
I think it's an incentivization question. So if there aren't adequate incentives, either for like people to improve or organizations to improve and perform better by whatever better means, it's not necessarily always like profit-wise, then that is a failure of the system, because it eventually probably means that the system itself is not sustainable, because there's always some sort of like entropy in systems. On the other hand, I think we need to be careful, like Elias is saying, that so there's always a variance, and we also always need to consider that variance allows for diversity. So if we too tightly try to control variance based on potentially the wrong factors, it can be ruinous for protocols and underlying networks. And that's kind of where the point that you were making earlier about like the consciousness of networks, or like more broadly, I think the social layer comes in. So a lot of times the social layer like advocates for things superficially or based on short-term profit motives, but at the same time, especially in certain networks, we see that there's very long-term minded participants that drive things based on like network health, which is a very nebulous concept, you know, if you're not just looking at it from an uptime and how fast our blocks propagating perspective.
And sustainability, right?
Yeah, and sustainability, for sure.
So like the whole diversity, client diversity, relay diversity, just like really spreading your bets, spreading your operation, spreading your configuration, mitigating risk so that you don't go belly up as an operator, as a pool, as like any configuration of keys is like plays to that long-term mindedness, right? And these are things that, yes, are quantifiable, but they're way beyond performance. They're a wholly different thing. And like just, again, aggregating upwards a higher order into like the whole rankings idea, just like the mere fact that this data is surfaced helps the network sort of coagulate quicker and helps coordination among the different operators happen quicker, because now we have like a frame of reference of where the network is at this point in time, or has been over like a period of time, and can help the network respond to emerging challenges like, I don't know, a bug in some client or some sort of configuration issue that is widespread across validators and is eventually resolved.
If I understand V3 correctly, Dimitri, you basically allow people to, there's different pools that have different, validators nodes. And I think that's quite a nice approach compared to, if you give your effectiveness rating, it's great, but if everyone kind of relies on that one number, everyone's going in the same direction. So you might have like diversity on clients, diversity on, everything else, but if everyone's trying to reach this one sacred 100% effectiveness rating, that is potentially also something that should be diversified. Because you're always looking at this, you're looking at it from one point of view and you're trying to reach that number. I'm not saying it is, there's potential for that.
It's an objective point of view. We're merely translating the spec, right? And when the spec changes, then we'll adjust the effectiveness rating to reflect what the spec says. But you're right in that it is only one variable, right? It is only the variable that is performance, and performance says something about the present of the existence of a validator or a validator operator in its past. It doesn't say much about its future. You can come up with some, okay, maybe it illustrates like what the potential is if the past is like, if the future is like the past, but then there are other things, right? There are, client diversity. That's not part of the effectiveness rating, and we're not really planning to make it ever part of the effectiveness rating, because the effectiveness rating says one thing, which is performance according to spec, how well you're doing your job. But your job is not to run in a multi-validator operation to run 4 different clients. That's not your job, according to the protocol. Doesn't care, right? The protocol is not even aware of this thing. Similarly with how you treat producing blocks on Ethereum, right? It's different. Like also, like I realize that we've focused this conversation like quite a lot on what's happening on Ethereum, because we're all like mostly working on Ethereum. It takes up a lot of, at least like we do. But you can, like Ethereum being the most sort of mature of protocols out there, I think can give you like a pretty good mental model of what, like how to approach this whole ranking idea, this whole like attributes idea, which is kind of like the meta point after like ranking, and translate it across different protocols.
Yeah, but the comment I was going to make with Stakewise is that you still have this randomness from user selection on which pools to utilize. So there might be things that if we go for a rating number and everyone tries to follow that, it's still man-made. Maybe the specs are also man-made, right? If everyone tries to follow that, but by adding this kind of variable randomness, you might add some more long-term sustainability with the protocol.
Yeah, well, I think like in terms of like rankings here, like the whole, like in V3, for example, there is the ranking for each vault is composed of different components, and there is like different ways of you can fetch those different variables. It's basically the whole performance of the validator, like over the time, also like MEV, priority fees, like some additional things that you can collect from the consensus and execution clients. You can compose like a good metrics around that and have a good picture over the time, like how exactly that validator is performing or that operator is performing. And the longer that ranking persists, I think the better picture it provides about that operator, because someone could run like well for a month, let's say, and then like just dump the whole system, and it could be like that users are maybe like seeing like, okay, this operator performs well, let me join him. But the more, I think the more operator has good performance over the time, the higher should be the ranking of that operator, because then it gives a good picture about about that operator for the users.
Yeah, that's a fair point to make. I think we didn't actually mention any kind of, how long has the validator been running so far, and you're the first one to bring it up. And, going back to your comment about Ethereum being the most mature, in some ways, yes, but actually probably a lot of Cosmos validators have been running a lot longer than Ethereum validators. But yeah, what do you think, Jeroen? Like from your obviously not being slightly further away from Ethereum as the rest of the guys, any inputs there, like what the difficulties are for you and any kind of unique insights?
Yeah, I think, Cosmos obviously is like true proof of stake, and I think has a lot of experience in that. But on the other side, like on the Cosmos side, the liquid staking is only like taking off now. I think on that side, Ethereum is a bit earlier, slightly because of the different, the different architecture of the different systems. But altogether, I think we look at it in a similar fashion. Like you want to try and rank certain validators. One thing though that I think is slightly different, or one thing we have seen so far is like when you try to pull certain things and let's say, okay, we go for this ranking and you have user A, he can basically delegate or basically stake with that. Based on that ranking, then you have user B that kind of prefers another strategy and like wants to do that. It kind of harms fungibility on a liquid staking protocol level, which is never a good thing. So that kind of comes with liquidity issues. So I think on that side, like Cosmos side, we're still learning a lot, but the interesting things are still ahead of us. And I think there it's slightly different, where you have so many different chains that are now starting to talk about interchain security, where you have a set of validators that is securing not only one chain. In the first example will be the Cosmos Hub, which is secured by the set of validators that run on the Cosmos Hub, but then they will also be able to kind of provide that security to other chains who don't want to run their own validator set, and basically other chains will be able to provide that. And that comes with a whole bunch of different questions, like if you get slashed on one chain as a validator, do you get slashed on another chain? There are talks about mesh security, which basically makes all chains kind of interlinked, all providing security to each other, where you basically start having a network of validators, which then again like comes into the rankings. It's like, okay, like what is now relevant, because I'm not looking at just your validator ranking on one chain, but I'm looking on it on a multi-chain level, where all these chains are kind of connected through IBC. So it kind of comes with a whole bunch of complexity, and at this stage I think it's still different from Ethereum, but at some point I think these things will kind of converge, and like people from Ethereum will look at Cosmos and people from Cosmos will help out on the Ethereum side. So I'm mainly excited because we're still so early in this, and I think that's my main takeaway in this is like, this is actually really cool stuff to be thinking about, and yeah, just for both ecosystems to look at each other and like see like how do you guys tackle different problems in the different ways or same type of ways. Yeah.
So I wanted to, going to Cosmos now, DPoS, slightly different potential on-chain data you can get is, Elias mentioned that on-chain data is a proxy to, real-life operations. Do you think there's any good, potential proxies for like the sentiment for the validator? So looking at like, delegation flows in and out, as a way to kind of say, okay, maybe there's something wrong with it, like, maybe there's like something on crypto Twitter about them or something else that could actually use that as like delegation flow as a proxy for these things. Do you think that's something that could potentially work?
I think it's tough because everyone has like, as a validator, their own value proposition, and some validators, they might be big on like community and like they provide a lot of services to the community, like podcasts and whatever, and a lot of other validators might be focused on the infrastructure, and everyone has like their own type of ways to kind of gain delegations, and some of them might have very few delegations but are actually super good validators. So I think it's very hard and like subjective in a way, which kind of goes back to my point from earlier on. Maybe we just have to accept that not everything can be measured on chain, and I think, me at least, I'm fine with that at this stage.
Yes.
I'm not. We're going to put everything on chain.
So I didn't mean, the actual delegated balances, but if there's, a lot of like transactions going in to actually undelegate from a certain provider, that would still count as on-chain on-chain data, but that probably signals that there's something wrong off-chain.
Yeah, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Like, I think you can't just say based on like delegations going in or out. I mean, that's probably too like short of a metric. And
there's probably also like a lot of market dynamics, right? Like what sort of like, I mean, do fees really interweave with sentiment? And fees have like a bunch to do with how delegations are routed, right? Who was it? Like Sika way back when, in like, maybe it was 2018 or 19, in Cosmos, where they appeared out of nowhere and they got like the highest amount of stake, and they just kept like accruing stake from way out of left field because they had a zero fee strategy that no one else had. So they undercut everybody and they got a bunch of stake on board, and I don't remember how the whole like story resolved, but like that was like a real great example of how like a fee strategy has to do with how people approach delegation decisions, right?
I think maybe one point that I think is really interesting is that the fact in Cosmos it's very easy to redelegate from one validator to another, which makes the market quite competitive in a space because you can redelegate, and there are certain like parameters, like you can only redelegate once every, I think, 7 days or 21 days, depending on the chain. But currently, I think you don't have that in Ethereum, so that kind of, I think, makes it completely different. So I think that's an interesting thing to look at as well.
Yeah. What's interesting about Ethereum is that like liquid staking, in a sense, is a way to express delegation. That is not, because delegation is not part of the protocol, it's liquid staking that has come to kind of supplement that, right? Also facilitated by the fact that there's like a very mature application layer, but we're talking about like all these lists, all these criteria, all the ranking, like these are like views that different entities express, and then they provide them to the market so that like, okay, if like I want to like redelegate, for example, from Lido to like a different liquid staking protocol, I can just, as an end user, I'll just like sell one liquid staking derivative and buy the other, right? And now like I just redelegated my stake from one validator set that is selected with certain criteria to another.
Or did you?
Or did I? I guess we'll never know.
Well, no, we will, because we have on-chain data.
Let's go.
Maybe one more question. Your opinion on having centralized exchanges as validators. What's your opinion there? If the on-chain data is good,
the market is the market. That's like I have no opinion, right? Like also like the way I view our sort of role in the ecosystem in kind of like the 3x3 alignment matrix from Dungeons and Dragons, right? We're like lawful good to chaotic evil. We're like, and we gotta remain true neutral, right? And in that sense, exchanges perform a useful function for the ecosystem in helping users transact. And by merit of that, they have acquired a bunch of assets. And by merit of the opportunities that are provided by staking for yield on these assets, they have become massive players in the proof of stake game. Fact, right? Is it good? Is it bad? Like, sure, like, I mean, I could have a preference. I could have a preference for like transparency. I could have a preference for transparency on reserves, right? And like, protocols like Lido, like Stakewise and so on are awesome because they provide that level of transparency that products from centralized exchanges, for example, might not, right? At least not yet. And I think that transparency is like a real standard setting that we should all sort of look up to.
And actually, like, rankings help bring that transparency about, right? Because the more you have discussions around data, the more you have discussions around like provenance of stake and performance, and these centralized exchanges are running their own operators, or maybe, sorry, their own validators, or maybe they're actually also working with third-party operators to run some of these validators, and trying to understand not only like the impact or potential repercussions, right, that a centralized exchange gone wrong may have on the network, but also the power that they end up giving other actors, right, that are actually also actors in the decentralized part of the network. Like, we can surface that and start to make better informed decisions around who really controls what, how much of it, and what things could go wrong with the network, and then make better informed decisions around, all right, now that we know that, what do we do about it? So it's an incentives issue, right? And as DeFi, if we want stake to go away from centralized exchanges, we have to find ways to offer better products or more appealing products. And on the other hand, we also have to hold them, like, do the things that we're doing now, being transparent about performance, about operators, about validators, so that they eventually also have to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And if we can bring about like a better vision and future of the network, then we can rationalize things better.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point. So before we start, let's finish here. I think we don't want to give anyone nightmares mentioning any centralized exchanges today. I think we're also a few minutes late. But anyone, if you want to get into philosophical discussions on data, I would say give it another 2 or 3 beers for these guys, and they'll be at the after party for any discussions. So yeah, thanks a lot, everyone.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheeks, Savage on his D.
All right, so this was the last panel for tonight. Thanks everyone for joining. We're going to do the closing ceremony now. I think this was a great event. It's amazing to have everyone here. The first ever very big in-person staking conference, network agnostic. So I think, yeah, that's like the first ever event like this. It's been great, and we are looking forward to welcoming you again in 2023 for the next Staking Summit. For now, let's give a big round of applause for the whole Staking Awards team for organizing this. So everyone here did an amazing job, and I'm really proud of everyone. So we're just gonna take some pictures, and yeah, we are a team of 20 people. And yeah, everyone contributed to the success of this, so this is amazing. Everyone was here, like we did interviews and everything. Cool, yeah, let's take some pictures, and yeah, I hope everyone gets excited for the after party. Awesome. So we're going to slowly close down here. We're going to move out the chairs and then meet again at 9 p.m. There will be an open bar here. And we're going to have a DJ playing up until 2 a.m. in the morning. And I just want to say one last word. Mia, you did an amazing job organizing. Like, she did the most work for like organizing this whole event together with Katarina and the whole WAGME team. Thanks for everything. Woo! Awesome. So yeah, see each other at the after party, and let's get excited for the Staking Summit 2023.